to fill with light. Henrikos took a step back, carefully checking the rad levels. Above him, a swirling pattern of luminous plasma began to take shape. He stared at it, unable to read the pattern. The writing on the walls glowed brightly, fed by the power of the machine in their midst. Then, with a realization that made him feel thick-headed for not spotting it earlier, he realized what it was doing. "Zaven," he voxed, backing away further and gazing up into the shaft. "I think you'd better come and see this." Yasugai woke on the sickle moon, just as he had woken every cycle since leaving Trigoris, with his face lathered in sweat, his heart's pumping. The last remnants of the dream still lingered. They were identical each time. A planet of embers, the Khan fighting a nameless, faceless shadow. Yasugai always woke at the same instant, when the Khan fell. The Khan had never met an enemy that he had not bested. Perhaps Ferrus hadn't either, before he faced Fulgrim. The rumour had always persisted, fuelled by whispers of past atrocities, that only a Primarch could kill another Primarch. Perhaps it was even true. Yasugai uncoiled his hands from his lap. He had been sitting in the position for meditation, hoping that the old ways would ease the trouble in his mind. It had not worked. The experience with Ledak had shaken him. He knew that he would have kept going with the storm lightning if Zaven hadn't stopped him. He would have kept going until the flesh had been dripping from the word-bearer's face, and his screams were choked with raw blood. Never before had he lost control like that. Killing was one thing. They had been bred to do that. But inflicting pain, that had been consigned to the barbarism before Unity. The entrance chime sounded softly. Yasugai got to his feet and walked over to the basin set into the walls of the cell. As he did so, the door slid open. "A good time?" asked Zaven, standing in the hatchway. "As good as any." The Salamander's legionary entered, ducking slightly. "The same dream?" "Yes." "Did you see any more?" "No, just same. If you have ideas—" Zaven smiled ruefully. "Sounds like Nocturne. Other than that, no." Yasugai rubbed water on his face, scouring the sweat from the skin. "About Ledak." "I understand, believe me. We need to decide whether he is too dangerous to live." "What do you think?" "For now, no. He might still be useful." Yasugai reached for a rough towel. "But you did not come to talk about Ledak." "Henrikos has discovered something." "Ah." Yasugai donned his cloak, draping the ivory fabric over his devotional robes. The touch was cool against his flesh. "Good news?" "You will have to tell me," said Zaven. They took a shuttle between the two warships. The Sickle Moon had tech crews crawling all over it, repairing damage sustained during the warp jump. The Hesiod hung in the distance, a dark grey slab that reflected little light. The Vorkorda was in the best condition of all of them, though the word-bearers had done their best to defile its once proud lines, and its long prow had been covered in glyphs, making it look almost like a Xenos craft. "So, you were going to speak to me of Nikeia," said Zaven. Yasugai looked away from the viewports. "I was." Zaven sat easily in the crew berth, hands resting upon his knees, and waited. Yasugai drew in a long breath. "What you know already?" "Only that the edict came in swiftly. Vulcan enacted it straight away. By the time news of Istvan III reached us, we had no active librarians in the Legion." Yasugai shook his head in disbelief. "What did you do with them?" Zaven shrugged. "They took vows. They re-entered the ranks. I don't know how many survived the massacre. Maybe none did.
And you never think just once this is madness? You never think you throw away your strength?
Some of us did. I remember arguments.
Zaven looked down at his gauntlets.
But it was an order, direct from the Emperor. We are a loyal legion.
Hope others were less loyal. Can't imagine wolves giving up their priests.
Zaven snorted in agreement. Russ was there, though.
On Nakia? Don't know. Not openly. He and Valdor were close, though, and whole place was crawling with custodians.
Yasugai leaned back against the crew berth wall, remembering.
At the time, I thought it was real contest. The arena was full. You would have liked it, Zaven. Volcano world, air thick with ash. Millions had come. Audience was huge, truly huge. Looked like whole Imperial Palace had travelled to be there.
Zaven listened. Yasugai did not like to remember it too closely, but kept speaking anyway. As his lips moved, the images crowded back into his mind.
I was never meant to be there, he said. Should have been the Khan. He discussed it with the others.
Others?
Magnus, mainly. Sanguinius as well. They were the three. Magnus was figurehead, most powerful, but he was not only voice. Sanguinius was always subtle. In some ways, I think he is closest to the ether. On this, though, the Khan always argued same way. He drew up most of rules for Librarius, even though his name was never in data cores.
Zaven looked skeptical. This was never known?
No, smiled Yasugai. Of course not. It is as I told you. Magnus never wanted Librarius. He wants every Psyker to unlock his full potential. Explore it all, he says. No restraint, no guidance. They had tutelaries fluttering in their ears and speaking to them, though we did not see it. It was dangerous. It needed to be curbed. So the Khan and the Angel both created structure. They limit what Psykers can do. On Chogoris, we call it the path of heaven. Stray from it, we tell them, and the warp will eat your soul.
So you knew it was dangerous?
Of course. What is not dangerous? Your Promethean creed is dangerous. Being alive in universe is dangerous. We balance on narrow ledge. There were those who thought we are witches, ripe for burning, and those who thought we are gods. Neither could be allowed to win argument.
But they did. The witch hunters won.
Yasugai nodded. For days afterward, I thought mistake had been made that would be corrected. By the time we knew it was permanent, legions were already reforming. So quick. You would think we were always eager to throw away our power.
How did it happen?
I spoke, said Yasugai sadly, remembering. Awkward. It was in Gothic, and so I did not do well. Some oppression settled on me from somewhere. Magnus spoke too. He did what we feared. He went too far. He never understands how much fear he caused. If he stood up and said, "We know we must reform, we know we must be careful," then we might have won. But no. He preaches about knowledge and power and gives impression he is prophet. When I hear him speak, that is when I began to worry.
Who spoke against?
A space wolf priest. That was strange. I suspect he is there for some other purpose, but maybe not. One that spoke longest was Mortarion. He filled Amphitheater with poison.
Mortarion? I didn't know he was even there.
I had not expected it to be him. I thought Russ might stand up, or maybe Angron. No, it was Deathlord. He had been on Ulanor too, casting shadow over everything. He has dark soul, and nothing he did on Nikeah changed my view.
Zaven thought on that for a while.
I find it strange that his argument prevailed.
Yasugai nodded.
You and I both. I told Araman we would weep for this. And so it was. If any ask, if all not lost in days to come, who killed Librarius, the name is Mortarion. He did it.
Even now the memory exasperated him.
Should never have been left 1,000 suns. The Khan should have been there, standing with the Angel and Magnus. No one could accuse him of being sorcerer. It would have calmed the others to see warrior Primarch making case.
So why did he not go?
Horus ordered him away.
Yasugai stared at the floor, reflecting upon how little he had known.
To Chondax, just as Nikeah was preparing. We talked, he and I. He considered rejecting. He could have done. But we both thought Chondax would be over in weeks. Was only greenskins, after all.
He gave Zaven a rueful look.
Only greenskins.
So Horus ordered it, repeated Zaven. Interesting.
I had no idea then, said Yasugai bitterly. No clue. Truly do not believe Horus was corrupted while on Ulanor. Would have sensed something. If someone wished the Khan not to be on Nikeah, it was not him.
Who then?
Who knows? Why was Chondax veiled for so long? Why is Galaxy still locked in warp storms? Why does Emperor's light falter and Star Speaker's visions fail? These are questions. A mind has been at work here, and for a long time.
Zaven looked up. The shuttle was gliding towards the Vorkorda's docking bay.
They did not succeed in everything, he said. Some of us are still alive.
Does your optimism ever end? Just for a moment?
Zaven smiled.
Optimism? That is not what I would call it.
The Vorkorda's flanks enveloped them, throwing shadows over the viewports. Yasugai felt the soft clunk of docking rods extending.
What you call it, then?
Zaven got to his feet, ready to activate the crew berth doors.
Faith, he said,
quite seriously. The Swordstorm broke free of the warp on the system's outer limits, and immediately powered up the subwarp drives. As it thrust clear of the jump point and into real space, more ships of the fleet ripped into existence in its wake. The curve of the void's edge shook as it was pierced, throwing coronae of multi-hued light spilling out into the dark. Every vessel crashed into the realm of senses at speed, spearing into existence and powering up to full velocity. The Khan stood upon the Swordstorm's observation balcony, fists clenched, staring at the forward Oculus view screens. In the bridge's tiered levels around and below him, servitors and mortal crew hurried silently to bring the ship's systems online and run forward auger sweeps. King Jar stood next to the Primarch, flanked by armoured members of the Keshig. None of them spoke. None of them moved. Data streamed in, glowing in rune patterns on crystal lenses.
"Ship signatures," said the Primarch softly. "Quickly."
From far below, the telltale whine of lances powering up could be heard. The Swordstorm's deck shuddered as the subwarp drives reached maximal velocity. Void shields rippled across the forward viewers, even as the warp shutters clanged open and the Geller field fell away.
"Nothing in range, Lord,"
came Jian Zhu's voice over the bridge vox. "No signals on auger sweep," confirmed the Sensorium Master, a doer and efficient Chagorian called Taban.
"And the planet?" demanded the Khan.
He was adorned in his full battle plate, with its pearl-white ceramite and gold trim. His dowel blade hung from his side, the scabbard encrusted with rune-studded leather. He felt battle-tense.
"Will be in range imminently."
Tech priests in the sensorium pits chattered and swayed in their long red robes, slotting mechadendrites in and out of feeder nodes. Queen Zha's eyes narrowed as he studied the incoming data. The only signals on the proximity spheres bore white scars markers, fanning out into a battle spread in the Swordstorm's wake.
"Nothing," he said softly. "No transports, no energy trails."
The Khan nodded. A major system like Prospero ought to have had thousands of ship spores hanging in the void, the chemical residue of void engine release, but the routes inbound from the Mandeville point were sterile. Unease spiked in his stomach, and he quelled it.
"I will see it with my own eyes. Until then, no judgments."
The planet swam into extreme forward sensor range. Blurry, picked feeds flickered into life, clarifying rapidly as servitors adjusted the image-gain logic engines.
"It's black," said
Queen Zha.
"I see that," said the Khan.
Prospero had once been a jewel of a world, a pale blue orb the colour of a Terran dawn, banded with lilac and underlit by glistening ice caps. From space it had been pristine, untouched by the industrial hypersprawl that had turned the throne world into a grey-tinged ball of rockcrete and iron. Now it was mottled the colour of burned charcoal. As the images picked up definition, the Khan saw vast swirls of drifting cloud, as thick and dark as those that had swept across Ulanor. His fists clenched the balcony railing.
"Any signals?"
"None, Lord." The Khan felt anger swell up within him. He had been right to come.
"Bring us into orbit," he ordered coldly. "Instruct the fleet to blockade, then prepare for planetfall. Maintain the sweep and broaden. If you detect anything with a Fenrisian marker—"
Even then he hesitated for a moment.
"Kill it," he growled.
"It's black," said Ilya, staring hard at the viewer. Halji did not reply. He looked grim. "Seriously, Halji, the whole world's black. I've seen slate records of Prospero, and it was beautiful. What could do that to a planet?"
"A legion," said Halji. "A legion could do that."
Ilya felt sick. "How many people live there?"
"You are our woman for numbers, Sue."
Ilya probably could have dredged the figures up from somewhere, and knew that she did not want to. Prospero had not been a death world like Barbarus, with a few hardship-maddened inhabitants clinging to their hellish lives. It had been civilized, urbane, paradisiacal. It must have been billions. Billions. Her throat tightened with anger. "They will be punished. If this was one of ours, they must be punished."
"They will be, if it is in his power."
"We have to know, Halji." Ilya rounded on him. "We have to know who did it."
"We already do."
"I will not believe that. Could Xenos have penetrated this far?" Halji shook his head. His usual cheerfulness had gone.
"What Xenos? They're all dead or dying. Nothing remains that could harm us."
With a shock of recognition, Ilya remembered saying exactly the same thing back when she had first met the Khan in orbit over Ulanor.
"Nothing remains that could harm us," the Khan had replied. "I wonder, Yusugai, how many times and in how many forgotten empires those words have been spoken."
It all seemed horribly prescient. She turned back to the viewport and saw that hateful, chem-scorched orb hanging in space like a grave marker. "There's nothing for us here," she said, her voice shaking. "We should never have come."
"I had to come."
"Then we should go soon. Back. Somewhere.
Anywhere but here.
Halgi rested his immense hand upon her shoulder.
Calm yourself. The answers will be on the surface.
She drew in a shuddering breath and reached out for the sill of the viewport.
I'm not going down there. You do not have to, but the Kargan will rely on you. Fleet needs ordering. We already receive orders for deployment.
Ilia did not want to hear that. For once she wished that they would just get on with it for themselves. For once she felt as old as the Chronos told her she was.
Route them to my station,
she said absently, unable to tear her eyes from the portal.
It will be done.
Ensure if you can that the blockade is in Changpatan.
It will be done.
How will this end, Halgi? The warrior looked back at her, with no hint of a smile on his hide-brown, white-scarred face.
Zu, this is just beginning, he said.
By the time the Swordstorm reached geostationary orbit over Tizca, there was no longer room for doubt. Atmospheric readings streamed in, adding to the visual evidence, and Taban's tally made for grim listening.
Substantial tectonic activity, Lord,
Taban said, looking fixedly at his data slate.
Atmospheric pollution levels far in excess of mortal tolerances. A result, we surmise, of heavy bombardment consistent with mass drivers from orbit, followed by secondary trauma.
Secondary trauma? Asked the Khan.
Which is unknown. We are working on it. Background radiation levels are high, but there are other things. Cloud cover at 100%, formed largely of particulates from earlier destructive phase. Acidic residue. Toxins across a wide spectrum present in lethal quantities, and extensive volcanism across equatorial zone.
The Khan flexed his arms. It was hard to know how to feel. For some reason he wasn't angry, more numb. He kept expecting some grand illusion to be unveiled. Magnus might have been capable of it. If anyone could hide the true state of an entire planet, he could.
Life signs?
Taban shook his head.
Impossible to read. Then we go down. We cannot, my lord.
The Khan glared at him.
Cannot?
He repeated, infusing the word with contempt, as if such a thing would ever deter a Primarch. Taban swallowed.
There is a barrier, something in the upper atmosphere, an etheric field, a truly massive one. We have already run the simulations. Landers will not survive it, nor drop pods.
The Khan shook his head.
Impossible. There must be a way. The world is dying, Lord. The phenomenon is still growing, perhaps a result of what happened here. One does not kill an entire planet without aftershocks.
The Khan looked over to Kongja, who stood waiting for orders. He had said nothing throughout the exchange.
Thoughts, Ja?
Kongja lifted his head.
There is an obstacle in the troposphere, he said thoughtfully. What of below?
Hard to say, replied Taban. We get almost nothing from the surface.
But the field is confined to the upper atmosphere?
It is.
Kongja glanced over at a hexagonal area towards the rear of the bridge. 18 pillars of pure adamantium enclosed an obsidian floor, each one carved with a Chagorian rune of warding. The Khan followed his gaze, saw what he proposed, and nodded with approval.
Excellent, Ja, he said.
The Sensorium Master made a final effort to dissuade them.
It will be unstable, he protested. We may not be able to extract you or even make Vox contact. I have every confidence in you, the Khan said calmly, before turning to the Keshig. Ready?
Kongja nodded.
On your command.
The Khan reached for his ornate gold-crested helm. The faceplate was decorated with a Ko-era dragon mask in florid curls.
Let us go.
The 12 Terminators stomped from the observation balcony.
What of the fleet?
Kongja asked, his helm already donned.
Hasek can handle a blockade. Transmit him the authority signal, and tell him to consult Ilya. We brought her in for these things."
Quinjar bowed, and the Khan heard the faint click of his helmvox switching channels. Taban hurried after him.
"The air is toxic, even to one blessed with your particular gifts, Lord. Please do not remove your helm."
The Khan nodded perfunctorily, taking his place at the center of the translation grid.
"Thank you for your concern. The terrain around the city is volatile. At the first sign of activity, you will wait for my order," said the Khan coolly, watching as Quinjar joined the others.
Taban bowed.
"Some readings were anomalous. Would a weathermaker generate a locus for the heart of the city?" ordered the Khan, ignoring the Sensorium Master and speaking directly to the teleportation operators.
"It is done, Lord."
"Activate translation."
Taban withdrew, as did the rest of the crew, still within a few meters of the teleportation platform. A force field crackled into life across the pillars, hemming in the hexagonal space between them. The bridge disappeared behind a curtain of writhing static. A second later, it was gone. A chill raced through the Khan's body, just as it always did. For a fraction of a heartbeat, he had the half-awareness of being suspended over the chasm of infinity. The sensation had always been oddly reassuring, as if that were where he truly belonged. Then the lights ripped away. He felt solid earth under his boots and real air filtering through his face mask. Even mediated by his armor, it tasted foul. His Keshig stood about him. Quinjar stood at his shoulder. They all drew weapons, flamers, disruptor-shrouded blades, combi bolters. The Khan kept his sword sheathed. Ahead of him, a scene of devastation stretched away under a darkened sky. Slivers of lightning licked against the horizon, while thunder cracked and growled in the far distance. A tangle of steel struts and crumbling rockcrete extended off in every direction. Towering frames of inferno-hollowed structures loomed up against the dull skies like skeletons. Dust drifted across what remained, heaping in grey dunes like sand. It all glinted faintly in the gloom. The Khan knelt down and scooped some dust up in his gauntlet. Tiny shards of glass ran through his fingers. Far above, the boiling clouds scudded in an unbroken layer. The Keshig moved off, going slowly, their boots crunching through the residue. The low grind of their battle plate matched the tenor of the planet. The Khan looked over to his left. The remnants of a vast pyramid still stood amidst the ruins, its flanks broken open and its carcass thick with grime. An immense battle engine, a Warhound-class Titan, lay in the rubble, prone upon its back, with its armor blistered and blackened. It looked as though it had been thrown down and torched. Everything smelled of burned metal. The whole city reeked of it. The Khan's armor sensors told him that the surfaces around him were still warm from the afterglow of whatever apocalypse had overtaken Prospero. Quinjar, just a few meters away, turned to face him.
"Where first, Kargan?" he asked.
The Khan got back to his feet and let the glass dust rain to the ground. It had all gone. All of the libraries, the repositories, the arcana. If the Space Wolves had truly done this, then perhaps their power did match their boasts.
"There were caves," he said. "He told me of them. Under the city."
He drew in a deep-filtered breath, heedless of the ash taint that remained on the air.
"We start there."
Chapter 15. The first thing Yasugai noticed as he entered the vault chamber was the light. It was everywhere, dancing across the obsidian and reflecting from the antennae of the machine. Lines of brilliant electric force snaked and snapped before spiraling up into the huge empty space above. Henrikos spread his arms wide as Yasugai and Zaven entered. "Impressive, no?" The three of them stood in the shadow of the device and gazed up at the projected illumination. An immense galactic swirl shimmered above them, 30 meters across, picked out in gold points. The collection rippled and flickered as the machine's power units thundered away. "A stellar hololith," said Zaven, sounding disappointed. "A damn big one," replied Henrikos, affronted. "You know how much power this is drawing?" Yasugai wandered to the machine's edge. A series of brass spheres hung from a spiked iron frame, all crackling with black lightning.
"What are these?"
"No idea." Henrikos stomped over to join him. "Thought you might be able to tell me."
"I am not TechSmith."
"No, I know. But it's not machinery. Not any that I recognize, at any rate." Henrikos held his gauntlet up to the lightning, and it passed through the ceramite effortlessly. "This stuff is not here. Not physically. It doesn't register on any of my instruments. Still, it's doing something." As soon as the Iron Hands legionary spoke, Yasugai saw the truth of it. The lightning was an overspill from something taking place on the far side of the veil. Somewhere, deep inside the machine, warp energy was being channeled.
"It's impossible,"
Yasugai said, though the evidence of his inner senses told him otherwise.
"Cannot shackle to a machine."
Henrikos snorted. "Well, they did. You can see it. I can see it. I was hoping you could unlock it. It's clearly designed to be used." Zaven joined them. Waves of light played across his green armor, glistening over ink-black helm lenses. "I would not recommend it." Yasugai paused. He could feel the ether boiling away within the machine. The barrier between the worlds was thin, dissipated somehow by the apparatus in front of him. He watched the coolant tubes gurgle, saw the runes glow on the housing, and wondered how they had done it. "All we have is a galactic map," said Henrikos, stalking back across the floor. "It can do more." Zaven followed him. "It is a sorcerous device." "I guess it is." "I thought you hated those." Henrikos turned. "I do. I hate everything about this ship. But you asked me to find out what it was, so I did." Yasugai looked up at the shimmering hololith as it gently rotated. The scale of it was impressive enough, but Henrikos was right. That was not why it had been made.
"I can reach into it,"
he said quietly. Both Zaven and Henrikos turned to face him. "Safely?" asked the Salamander's legionary.
"I do not know."
Yasugai pressed his palms against the machine, angling his head as though the sounds he sought were physical ones.
"I can hear voices, languages, just like in warp. What navigators here?"
He pressed his gauntlets harder against the metal.
"Something is alive."
"What is it for?" asked Zaven. "Can you tell that?"
Yasugai could almost hear what the thing was thinking. Fragments of thoughts brushed against his consciousness, as fleeting as sunlight on water.
"His communications device," he said slowly. "I think. Long range, etherborne."
He removed his hand, which tingled as it was withdrawn.
"Like star speakers, more powerful. Uses warp directly. I think is very old."
Henrikos nodded. "It was built before this ship was."
"Can it help us?"
Zaven sounded doubtful.
"Yes," said Yasugai. "It recognizes me. I can unfold it."
Zaven moved pensively towards the near wall of the device. Bloody scrawls covered its surface. A rust-brown handprint stood out among the streaks.
"I do not like the way this feels."
"Damn you, then!" spat Henrikos. "Why did we take this ship?
You want a way through the warp? They're giving us one. But if you want to throw it— I understand, Bion, said Zaven calmly. I know what we are doing. But is there any other way? The Iron Hand's legionary shook his head. Nothing else I've found. If you don't want to activate it, then we should leave. Scuttle the ship and take our chances on the others. That's it. Zaven looked up at the projection again, and stared at it for a long time. Yasugai could tell what he was thinking. The Word-Bearer. That is the other way. Do what you must, Zaven said eventually, his voice heavy. Henrikos stood back, satisfied. Yasugai examined the brass spheres more closely. Moving slowly, he extended his hand to touch the surface. As he did so, a static tingle ran down his arm. He closed his eyes. Immediately, the chatter on the edge of his inner hearing grew louder. He heard a cacophony of semi-human voices whispering in his mind. Nothing of what they said made any sense. They were like half-words used by infants or animals. In his mind's eye, he saw a smoky, congealing miasma boiling at the core of the structure. Then, swimming up out of the confusion, he saw two runes clarify before him. Both glowed a furious red, and their outlines seemed out of focus. Looking directly at them was hard. He selected the one on the left, reaching out to it with his thoughts. As he did so, the babble hushed a little, and something like a hiss ran through the machine's innards. "Ah," Henrikos said. "Yes, that is more useful." Yasugai opened his eyes. The galactic map was overlaid with a hugely complex web of moving streams. It looked organic, like the lattice of blood vessels in a body. Worlds were picked out in various luminescent shades, each one marked by runes in a language Yasugai could not understand. The starfield underneath was mottled and rumpled in some areas, but clear in others. "Those are warp routes," said Henrikos enthusiastically. "Navigator channels. They must be. That's the core network." Yasugai's gaze followed the translucent swirls. "I agree. And the worlds. That is Terra. That is Kolchis." The warp conduits meandered and diverged like a silted-up river delta. Few led straight, and most terminated in stormy wells. "What is growing over Ultramar?" asked Zaven, pointing to a truly massive pattern of storms running in a single swathe across the galactic southeast. "They're cut off," said Henrikos. "If not now, then soon," agreed Yasugai. "And not just them. See the barriers around Terra and Chondax?" As his gaze rested on the system where the Khan had been sent, he noted how far the interference was clearing. The barriers in the warp there looked strange, almost geometric, as if caused by some algorithm rather than the fluctuations of the ether. Whatever its origin, the system looked to have been completely severed, though now a host of passages were opening up around it. "So they can see the shape of the warp storms," said Zaven. "Useful." "How many of these machines can there be?" asked Henrikos. "The Hesiod doesn't have anything like it. What else can it do?" Yasugai smiled. Henrikos's passion for the mechanical was his most appealing attribute. "More," he said, channeling his mind back within the device. He directed his thoughts towards the second rune, and a second mesh of overlays rippled across the galactic hololith. By the time he looked up again, the shapes had solidified into recognizable sigils. "By the Forge," whispered Zaven. For a moment Yasugai couldn't see what he meant. Then, slowly, the shapes made sense to him. "Legion icons," he said. Henrikos nodded. "Battle groups, expeditions, war fleets, static formations." He shook his head. "They know too much."
They didn't know everything. There were no movements recorded close to Terra, and some legions, like the Raven Guard and the Night Lords, were completely missing. However, the extent of what they did know was chilling. The Blood Angels' trajectory was marked in red. They appeared to have been heading directly for a single system on the extreme eastern edge of the galaxy. The Ultramarines looked to be hemmed in around the margins of their great star empire, and massive formations of Word-Bearers and World-Eaters were heading through the warp storms directly for them.
"Does Guilliman know this?"
breathed Zaven, horrified. Henrikos shook his head grimly.
"Doubt it. He'll be as blind as the rest of us."
The detail was not complete. Some of the sigils glowed only softly, as if the machine were working on incomplete or unreliable information. The display had the look of an ancient manuscript, rather than a data slate ledger. The icons were florid, the symbols mystical. Some were completely indecipherable. Others flickered in and out of existence altogether. Still, it was far more complete than any galactic survey Yasugai had ever seen.
"How are they doing it?" asked Zaven. "No Augur station has the range," said Henrikos.
"Agreed," said Yasugai. "They are tapping the warp. Those fleets are deep in the ether. Their presence is known to those that dwell there."
Yasugai looked up at the Chondax sector. It was empty. Warp storms raged in broken fragments around it, the last embers of a long inferno.
"That is not enough," said Zaven quietly.
He turned to Yasugai.
"It cannot be. They cannot just know these things. If they did, the war would already be over."
Yasugai nodded, his eyes following a trail out of Chondax. Just on the edge of vision, he thought he caught fragmentary echoes of Tregorian symbolism and focused his mind on it.
"Something else is needed,"
he said, distracted. Henrikos snorted.
"Prayers and petitions?"
"Do not mock,"
said Yasugai, his eyes following an indirect spinward route. Back towards Tregoris? Surely not. Zaven moved carefully towards the brass spheres.
"Weathermaker," the Salamander's legionary said cautiously. "Is it wise to keep this active?"
Yasugai heard the hissing again, and immediately snapped his thoughts back into focus. He whirled around and saw the spheres blazing hard with dark energy.
"No, perhaps not,"
he said, extending his mind back into the heart of the machine.
"We have seen enough."
His mind reached back within the device, down to where the symbolic runes glowed in their fog of semi-reality. He moved to shut down the process, and the first of the two sigils sunk into darkness. The hissing grew. He saw what looked like a pair of eyes swimming up from the miasma. He had seen such eyes before, but only in visions. His heart began to beat harder. He reached for the second rune, closing it with his mind, sealing it off as if he were clasping a hand over a candle flame. It would not disappear. It kept burning away, furious and intense, before rotating slowly and staring back at him.
"Shut it down,"
he heard Zaven say, though the voice sounded far off. Yasugai tightened the focus of his mind. The rune remained stubbornly in place. The coils of smoke around it grew in solidity, forming shapes in the half-present murk. A voice emerged from the babble, a single voice, bestial and maddened, raging with the anger of something lashing through layers of inertia to get at its prey.
"Shut it down!"
Zaven shouted. Yasugai could not see what was happening in the chamber. His mind sank further into the warp interface within the machine. A face swooped up out of the morass before him. A long face, high-crowned, bone-ridged, blood-fleshed, a distillation of human nightmares. It locked eyes with him, and in those eyes were reflected all the pains, all the agonies, all the terrors of 1,000,000 worlds. Yasugai tried to pull away and couldn't. The creature had seen him. Its malevolent eyes narrowed, its glistening flesh solidified, and then, with a twitch of cat-like sadism, it smiled. Death had never held any terror for a son of Trigoris. In the days before the master of mankind had come, it had been everywhere. In blood feuds, honor killings, on the hunt, from want or exposure or disease. The plains people took it in their stride, neither complaining of it nor celebrating it. They did not raise mausoleums to the slain, but left the bodies to be eaten away by the winds and carrion birds. In that, as in everything else, the Khan had become one with his adoptive home. He had seen 100 deaths before leaving his unnaturally short youth behind. Adulthood brought more bloodshed, much of it at his hands, and he met it in the same detached fashion. He had never mourned. Death was the way of things, the immutable pattern of the universe. It was to be welcomed, for it curtailed sickness. It cut off the vigorous soul before it could become slack. It cleared the ground for new growth. Even primarchs had died, so it was whispered. Even gods. For all that, it was difficult to witness what had become of Magnus's iridescent city of glass and crystal. The Khan crunched through layers of grey-silver dust, watching heavy skies scud across the blackened shells of old structures. The lightning never stopped, flickering away on the far northern horizon like dancing cracks into another, stranger reality. Every so often, a deep peal of thunder would boom out, the irregular heartbeat of a world in the final throes of its death agony. The Khan's Keshig fanned out around him. They went as warily as he, and their bone-white armour made them look like ghosts in the dark. Already the dust of Prospero was clinging to them, tainting them, blotching and marring the white and gold of their battle plate. The Terminators bore their energy-shrouded blades, glinting pale blue. As they moved, their combi-bolters swept the terrain ahead, whining faintly as targeting reticules half-locked onto half-targets. Everything that remained in Tizca, the place that Magnus had once proudly called the City of Light, was a phantasm. The Khan stalked at the head of the group, his dhow blade held lightly in his right hand. His long fur-lined cloak hung stiffly, stained black where the dust cleaved to it. The way ahead was picked out in the false colours of his helm display, though even that failed to leaven the oppressive sense of utter dark. The cloud cover was so complete that they might have been creeping through the bowels of some colossal hive spire.
"Something up ahead,"
reported one of the Keshig Terminators over the squad vox. Queen Jar held up a gauntlet to halt the squad.
"A detail?"
The Terminator paused.
No, nothing," he reported. "False positive."
It had happened many times. The sensors were scrambled, crazed by the heavy rads and static that buzzed through the atmosphere. The Khan pressed on. He half recognized some of the buildings. They soared up around the creeping armored figures at their feet, just husks now, coal-black walls with nothing but smouldering rubble within. He had caught sight of old emblems amidst the debris, imperial iconography, Prosperine eye devices, stylized homages to ancient knowledge and the esoteric.
"More corpses,"
voxed Queen Jar as they passed down the long boulevard leading towards the heart of the ruins. The Khan had already seen them. Most were mortal skeletons, stripped of skin and muscle by some terrible weaponry. A few items of armour had survived in the dust, domed helms, shoulder guards, and boots. Some of the corpses were much larger. Ceramite lasted longer than carapace plate, and many crimson armour pieces remained wholly intact. Most had the 15th Legion's sunburst icon, picked out in gold or sapphire, slowly eroding as the toxic dust wore at it.
"And this?" said Quinjar,
walking over to a long staff weapon, half buried in a heap of drifting ash. He pulled it free and shook the detritus from it.
"I have seen these before."
The Khan had too. The weapon was golden, heavily encrusted with star and moon engravings, and far too large for a mortal to lift, let alone wield. A long black blade slung under the main shaft had once spat with disruptor energy. A bolter fixed further back had once cracked from shell recoil.
"Custodians,"
the Khan voxed, stating what the others already knew.
"But whose side were they on?"
asked Quinjar hopefully.
"You know that, Ja,"
said the Khan, pressing on. He had not wanted to believe it, not truly. His feelings about Russ had always been mixed. Respect for the warrior, exasperation at the boasts, the self-appointed exceptionalism. It was another thing, though, to witness what he had done, to see the truth of the Star Speaker's testimony. The Khan found that the truth, now that it was before him, was a bitter draught indeed. His boots kicked against a steel-grey pauldron, and it rolled, rattling, away from him. Like everything else, it was desiccated, scoured down by the wind. He saw runes on the curve of it, still visible, angular, and Fenrisian.
"Nothing,"
muttered Quinjar, following closely.
"Nothing alive."
His tone made it clear that he saw no purpose in staying. No doubt he was already thinking through the implications of what they had seen, where they would have to go, and whom they would have to fight. The Khan slowed, listening hard. He blink-clicked his armor's aural filters off, and let his enhanced hearing do its work. For a moment, over the dull hum of the Terminator power units and the faint spit of disruptor fields, he thought he caught something out of place. It had been like buzzing.
"I know where we are,"
he said, looking out beyond the shattered sawtooth edges of nearby edifices. Over to the left rose the jagged remains of a pyramid, still hundreds of meters high, even in its ruin. A few panes of dust-opaque glass clung to the substructure. Through a gap in the surrounding walls, he saw another highway, running almost parallel to the one they now walked.
81 radial streets. Ridiculous. "Leading where?"
asked Quinjar, a blade in each hand, his helm underlit blue from the field discharge.
"The cult temples," said the Khan, pressing on. "The great pyramids, the oculum, everything."
They passed more of the same, twisted corpses, dried out and decaying. Thunder growled over them all, the lightning bleaching the colour from their livery and rendering them all as grey phantoms in the glass. Ahead of them, the street widened, revealing 3 rhino transport chassis slumped amidst the remains of some kind of barricade.
"A stand,"
remarked Quinjar, as he pushed coils of razor wire aside.
"Did them little good."
A few hundred meters ahead, the street opened up further, as other thoroughfares intersected. Like a river reaching its delta, the radial highways converged, merging into a wide square. As they reached its margins, the scale of it became steadily apparent. The space before them was vast, yawning away under the fulgurate skies, like some fire-blackened imitation of the plains of home. Once it must have been paved and well lit, surrounded by elegant architecture and thronged with crowds. Now only debris remained, armor shells, the chewed remains of vehicles. Fissures had opened up among the marble flagstones, some wide enough to swallow a man, all as tar-black as the void. A lone pillar stood at the very centre, broken off about 50 meters up. The stone plinth at its base still carried recognizable figures, a robed woman being lifted aloft by a one-eyed armoured figure. The Khan walked out across the square, heading for the pillar. The Keshig spread out silently in his wake, Quinjar with them. As he walked, the ground under his feet felt increasingly fragile, as if it were just a thin skin over nothing. Cracks were everywhere, cobwebbing out from the lips of the fissures like probing fingers. This had been the epicentre of the inferno. Perhaps the crust of the world itself had been compromised. Then he heard it again. A buzzing, like the drone of massed insect wings. "Are you getting that?" he asked, halting beneath the long, faint shadow of the pillar. The Keshig was by now dispersed widely, picking their way steadily through the residue.
"No life signs," voxed Quinjar carefully. "No proximity markers."
His voice gave away his uncertainty. They could all feel it, whatever the armor readings told them. The Khan turned back to the cratered and pockmarked pillar. It reared up into Prospero's eternal night, and the mottled sky above raced and boiled. Then it came again, distinct this time, like the whine of an insect swarm. The Khan whirled, blade in hand, and he felt the stone flag shifting under him. His armor still registered nothing, no targets, no bodies. By then the Keshig were moving too. They circled, blades and bolters ready, searching for an unseen enemy. One of them opened fire, and the sound of it crashed jarringly.
"Eyes!"
voxed Quinjar, suddenly running across the square towards, seemingly, nothing.
"Disable auto-senses! Use your eyes!"
The Khan blink-dismissed the lattice of targeting reticules and environment compensators, and the square sank into the dreary fog of unenhanced vision. Only then did he see them, shimmering in spectral blue-white, arthropodic, winged and massive. They were dozens, sliding up out of the ground like unquiet shades rising from the grave. They disturbed nothing, not even a fleck of ash. Their rigid outlines glowed with the ghosting phosphorescence of witchlight, though their hearts were as transparent as glass. They were ruined things, twisted and hunched, though still twice the size of the Terminators before them. They had bulbous, roach-like thoraxes and abdomens, tattered gossamer wings and segmented limbs that trailed against the ground, grotesquely swollen brains throbbing with an eerie light amid tight cranial folds burst out from low-slung tangles of mandibles. Once free of the broken earth, they swayed through the air jerkily, lurching as though blind and famished. The Khan gazed at them stonily.
"Psych Nguyen," he said, taking up his blade. "So, something survived after all."
Etheric energy sparked across Yasugai's armor.
"Go back!"
he commanded, raising a fist. Deep in the Vorkorda's warp interface, the nightmare face rose up, still grinning widely. Yasugai saw rows of needle teeth, pupilless eyes of molten iron, an extended claw. The creature snarled and writhed, rocking back and forth. The miasma around it thinned. The rune remained activated, driving the machine, thinning the barrier between worlds. The power it controlled seemed to be accelerating, ramping up like an overloading drive engine. Yasugai fixed his mind upon the rune. It spun before his mind's eye, throbbing like a wound in the fabric of the universe.
"Close!"
he commanded, then again lapsing into Korchin.
"Yakin!"
With a grind like rusty iron being dragged over steel, the rune winked out. Yasugai opened his eyes, relieved. He turned to look back up at the galactic map. It had changed. The stars pulled together, dragging into a single clump like a swarm of glowflies. The golden luminescence intensified, burning painfully. The machine's engines gave out in a series of smoky clangs, but the shimmer kept growing. Zaven drew his hammer, Henricos his bolter.
"Can you halt it?"
the Salamander's legionary asked, standing his ground while staring at the swirling fog above. Yasugai took his staff in both hands. The Adu skull at the tip rippled with fingertips of lightning. The whole chamber felt suddenly tight and humid, as if too much air were pressed into too little space.
"A machine is closed,"
he said. Henricos backed away.
"Well, something's still working."
The stars drew closer, accelerating into conglomeration and melding hard. A clap like thunder echoed around the vault, cracking the machine's containment shell and resounding up the shaft above them.
"Get back!"
warned Yasugai, suddenly realizing what was happening. The lights shuddered out. A sound like a fractured scream echoed from the air around them. What remained of the projected starfield coalesced into an inky clot and fell fast, ripping into corporeality and cracking to the floor. It burst, shattering like an eggshell. Bursting free of it came a skeletal, long-limbed creature with blood-red skin and long, curving horns. It had the same molten eyes, the same needle teeth. It was bigger than all of them, and moved with a jerky, unreal speed. It pounced across the deck, squatting like some vast and grotesque insect, before leaping right at Zaven. Henricos fired first, hitting it with bolts that seemed to glance and whine from its hide. Zaven rushed forward, hauling his hammer round to meet it.
"No!"
roared Yasugai, too late to drag him back. The Salamander's legionary sent the hammerhead cracking into the creature's torso. The blow was perfect. It should have ploughed into its ribs, breaking them open and sending the creature sailing, broken-backed through the air. Instead, Zaven was thrown clear of the impact with a sharp crack of displaced energy, his weapon ripped from his grasp. His massive armoured body crunched into the vault wall, denting the stone and showering him with dust. The creature sprang after him. Its every movement was blurred and splintered, as though recorded on some broken picture lens. It landed, tearing at his throat, its claws pinning him, its jaws slavering in close and worrying at him like a dog upon its quarry. Yasugai levelled his staff.
"Ta Quadija!"
he shouted. Silver lightning, sharp as charged neon, leapt from the staff and smashed into the creature, showering it in a coruscating burst of ether light and ripping it from Zaven's prostrate body. It shrieked as it flew clear, crashing to the deck again in a tangle of spines and hooves before twisting around to scream at him. For a moment, Yasugai found himself staring directly into its face, and the malice of it chilled his hearts. He summoned more lightning, hitting the thing again and sending it skidding further across the floor of the vault. Warp energy was the only thing that seemed to hurt it. Henricos kept firing all the while, emptying his magazine into its flesh, but the bolts had no effect. Zaven stayed down, out on his back and gasping wetly for breath. Yasugai went after the creature, and the ether surged through him like a flood, hot and painful.
"Punish!"
he roared in Gothic.
"Go back!"
More bolts cracked into the creature's smouldering hide. It raged, skittering on the deck, screaming in pain. Lightning sparked and lashed from its horned and spiked back. Yasugai ramped the intensity up, pouring everything into the attack. Amidst it all, the creature tensed for another pounce, shouldering up against the deluge of incorporeal spears of light. Its long limbs drew inwards, its spiked shoulders rose, its whip-like tail coiled. Then it blew apart. A deafening bang ran around the chamber, followed by an enormous rush of forge-hot air. Fragments of bone and sinew splattered and clinked from the walls, and thick laces of bile slapped across Yasugai's armour. Echoes of the creature's animalistic screeches rebounded for a moment, long, shrill and hateful, before the last slops of otherworldly flesh dropped to the floor. Henricos stood motionless, his weapon empty, staring at the epicentre of the explosion. For once he had nothing to say. Yasugai looked around him, warily, half expecting to see more horrors pouring out of thin air. But the chamber remained empty, marked only by the ticking down of the great machine and the stink of burning.
"And what,"
said Henrikos eventually,
"was that?"
Yasugai didn't know. He had heard legends of things that swam in the deeps of the warp, sentient dreams of ancient presences, but never guessed that he would live to witness one. They should not have been able to live and breathe in the material world, any more than he could live in the seething mass of the ether.
"Have you ever travelled with Navigator? Seen the things they do?" "We should never have used machine," Yasugai said, breathing heavily. "Knew they had fallen. Did not know how far. Screaming, clawing at ship."
Henrikos grunted caustically, though the sound was interrupted by Zaven's hacking cough. He had not gotten to his feet. Suddenly anxious, Yasugai hurried over and crouched beside him.
"How bad, brother?"
The salamander's breastplate was glossy with blood. It pumped out freely from a deep neck wound, fountaining from the seal gap between helm and gorget. The ceramite was rent, the fine gilt detailing marred by tooth marks. Zaven's breath came in thick heaves. The blood wasn't clotting. It rushed out of him, splashing across his plate and dripping on the floor. Yasugai reached for the broken helm seal and prized it open. Henrikos came to help, taking the helm and gently pulling it free. Mechadendrites whirled from his gauntlets, tiny saws and needles. As soon as he saw Zaven's face, Yasugai knew that they would not be needed. The salamander's ebony features had already turned grey. His lips were pale, his eyes glassy. Yasugai pressed his gauntlet against the ragged wound at his neck, but the blood welled up unstaunched between his fingers.
"Hold on, brother,"
he urged. Zaven grabbed Yasugai's arm by the wrist. His face creased in pain.
"Use what you saw,"
Zaven rasped, blood running between his teeth.
"I should never have done it."
Zaven held on, clutching his arm tight.
"You see what they are. Now, use it."
His head lolled back, his eyes lost focus. Yasugai felt sick.
"Brother, I am sorry." "Just use it."
Zaven worked hard to spit out the words.
"Stormwitch,"
he grinned painfully.
"Find your Khan."
Then Zaven coughed up a thick gout of blood. His back arched, his hands gripped tighter, before finally falling limp. The blood slick expanded under him, as dark as oil. For a moment Yasugai remained motionless, stunned by the speed of it. He extracted himself from Zaven's bloody grasp. His body was still combat-primed, flooded with hyper-adrenaline. But for a moment he had no idea what to do. Nausea slowly took over from aggression.
"Nightmares,"
he said numbly.
"They release nightmares."
He pulled himself to his feet, hearing the dull clunk as Zaven's gauntlet fell back.
"You never see one before? Not on Isfan?"
Henrikos shook his head.
"I heard stories." "Stories no longer. This ship should be destroyed. We must leave."
Henrikos stayed crouched over Zaven, holding the bloody helm in one hand.
"Then what?"
he asked.
"Back to warp. I saw where they are going."
"Trigoris?"
"No. Prospero."
Henrikos looked up at the smoking silhouette of the machine.
"If we know that, they do too. How are they doing it? How are they locating legions as they move?"
"I do not know," said Yasugai, feeling the bitter price of the little knowledge they had bought.
"I do not know." Why do you call them lodges? Asked Shaban.
It's a tradition, said Torgun, drawing his cowl up over his head.
I have to wear this?
To begin with. Shaban hesitated. He felt awkward, foolish. More than that, though, it was clandestine, and for reasons he still did not understand. I know, said Torgun. It's tedious, but here's the thing. We're all equal in there, at least once the oaths are taken. Show your face before then, and you'd be taking your rank in with you. Shaban looked at Torgun. With his face hidden in shadow, he looked like a thief. Not even his scar was visible, the mark of the Legion, the one thing that set them apart from all others.
This will be a small gathering?
Torgun nodded. Nothing grand. They'll be pleased to see another member.
How many lodges are there?
Across the whole Legion? I don't know. A lot, I think. It fits with the warrior ethos. Someone told me 1/4 of Sons of Horus are lodge members. I've no idea whether it's true.
How could you have?
Well, quite. Ready? Shaban pulled the cowl over his head, feeling faintly ridiculous. Torgun moved to the door and depressed the entry rune. It slid back to reveal a darkened chamber. 5 or 6 others stood in the flickering gloom. Shaban followed Torgun in, and the others parted to give them room. The doors hissed closed.
"Well met, brother," said the first of the gathered lodge members. "You bring new blood?"
Torgun bowed.
"One who has proved worthy."
Shaban took his place in the circle. The faces of the others were only partly hidden. If he had wanted to, he could possibly have guessed the identities of some. The air smelled oddly sweet, as if incense might be burning somewhere close by. All of the assembled White Scars wore their armor under their robes, standard procedure now that the blockade had been established, and it made them look bulky and out of proportion.
"Well met, stranger," said the speaker. "You wish to join?"
"To observe," said Shaban.
"That is acceptable. There is nothing to hide."
"You are wearing a cowl."
"The time for decision is drawing closer,"
the speaker went on, addressing the others.
"Questions have been answered. Some matters have been clarified. We can speak more plainly now than before. You have all seen the images from the planet below. Can anyone doubt now what we heard from the War Master's Star Speakers? The schism has come, brothers, just as the Kargan always warned us it would. Now we have to take sides. Our task is to ensure the 5th Legion remains pure of purpose."
Shaban listened carefully. So that was it. Not a neutral brotherhood, but a faction for Horus. Part of him was surprised at the overtness of it, but perhaps that was naive. He could feel Torgun tensing up next to him, as if anxious about Shaban's reaction to what he was being told. Everything about the Terran Khan's desire to see him inducted into the lodge felt genuine, almost touchingly so.
They believe in this.
"The link remains established," the speaker went on. "The loyal fraternities have already responded, and our window for action shrinks. Preparations are being made across the fleet. We need to be ready."
The speaker's mouth, visible under the shadow of his cowl, spread into a benign smile.
"They are coming, brothers. They are coming here, to Prospero."
Chapter 16. Psyche Nuine. Magnus had told him of them, but he had spoken of solid flesh-and-blood things, products of Prospero's bizarre, warp-drenched history. They had been a blight on the otherwise benign world, consuming the minds of mortals. The 1,000 Suns had hunted them, driving them into the wilds and far from their glittering spires. Now, like everything else, they had been reduced to ghosts, remnants of the living horrors they had been. Only, unlike all the other destroyed fauna, they had retained some vestige of their old wills. Their grotesque, insectoid bodies still hovered. Their sickeningly enlarged craniums still pulsed with the ravenous energies of the immaterium. Their mandibles clacked, just as they always had. Their huge wings still blurred. Their twitching stings still arced under their bulging abdomen sacs. Only now they were translucent and shimmering, just psychic echoes of once vital neuropredators. They emerged from all over the square, slipping eerily from the stone and sweeping compound eye bundles around them. The Keshik opened fire with their combi bolters, sending rounds punching straight through them. That seemed to do nothing but attract them, and they began to home in on the source of the noise. The Khan charged at the nearest of them, leaping and twisting in the air to plunge his dhow through the creature's head, aiming to slice it clean from the thorax. It connected with nothing. His momentum carried him bodily into the Psyche-Nuin's ghostly body, and a sensation of utter frigidity shuddered through him. His heart burst into overdrive. He felt a sucking at his chest and a rushing boom in his ears. He stumbled through on the far side of it, falling to one knee, panting heavily. Spots swam before his eyes. The Khan twisted around, just managing to hold his blade in guard. The thing came at him again, still swaying erratically. It lurched at him, misjudging the direction, and ploughing frictionlessly into the ground to his left. It cannot see. The Khan withdrew, panting, still feeling the horrific drag on his soul. "Do not let them touch you," he voxed. "They are blind. Remain at distance." More Psyche-Nuin were rising by then, floating over the ash and ruins. One of them seemed to sense the presence of a Terminator close by, and swooped straight at him. The warrior, named Marji, a veteran who had carved a bloody trail across 100 worlds, loosed a perfectly targeted volley from his combi bolter. The shells did nothing but shred the ruins beyond. The Psyche-Nuin struck, clutching on to Marji with its trailing limbs and angling its swollen abdomen for a sting. Marji lashed out, plunging his blade deep into the creature's body. But nothing connected. The Psyche-Nuin latched a long proboscis onto his helm, and its glowing tips sunk beneath the ceramite. Marji screamed. In a century of warfare, Marji had never screamed. The noise was appalling. A howl of pure agony wrenched from his helm's augmenters and dragged into the night. Lumpy matter sucked up the translucent proboscis, which bulged and flexed obscenely. Marji went rigid, embraced by the Psyche-Nuin's spectral limbs, dropping his blade and twitching violently. Blood spurted fitfully from his gorget seal as he was lifted off the ground. By then another of the Keshik had raced to his side, thudding into him and hauling him back. 3 more took on the creature itself, pumping bolt rounds into its incorporeal outline with no visible effect. The Khan, dhow in hand, was almost there himself when he heard fresh buzzing diving low over his head. He skidded to a halt to stare up at the huge outline of a Psyche-Nuin dropping down upon him. He felt the same chill as before, like an icy fist closing over his lungs. He thrust upwards instinctively, punching his blade into the brain-swollen head of the monster. For a terrible moment it felt as if his flesh were being ripped from the bone, flensed out of the armour and dispersed into nothing. Then the metal connected with something spongy, piercing it. The Psyche-Nuin recoiled, snapping its mandibles in pain but making no sound. It jolted, flickering in and out of focus. Seeing it could be hurt, the Khan pressed the attack, ripping his blade clear and swiping back at the creature's thorax. This time the sword edge struck home. The wounded Psyche-Nuin exploded, dissolving into a cloud of lurid brilliance. Shreds of blazing matter radiated out, shrieking through the night in a whirlwind of released energy. The dust howled around him, stirred by the shockwave. A sound like shattering glass rang out across the courtyard, ripping the flagstones apart for meters in every direction. Damaged by the detonation, the ground gave way further under the Khan's feet, undulating like water before splintering into fragments. With a run of hard, sharp cracks, a fresh fissure yawned wide beneath him, dragging him down amidst an avalanche of tumbling stone and sliding scree. He tried to grab hold of something, to seize the edge of the hole that was forming and pull himself out. He almost made it. His fingers caught onto a narrow ledge of stone, and for a second he thought that it might hold. Then the flag cracked and he fell. A shower of rubble sheared across his helm lenses. Over the thunder of collapsing masonry he heard the shouts of his warriors and the maddening buzz of more Saik Nuin. Then it was all gone, lost in the roar of breaking stone. He fell fast, hurtling through a blurred underworld of collapsing earth. For a terrible moment he thought it might never stop, that some portal into the warp had been opened up under Prospero's burned surface, and that he had been sucked into its maw. But then he hit something solid. More debris crashed and thudded, burying him even as he slid down further, scrabbling against the slope of whatever he had landed on. In the pitch darkness, his helm struggled to compensate, giving him only blurred and swivelling impressions of where he was. Slowly, grindingly, he came to a halt. The rockfall continued for a few moments before that too gave out. He was buried up to his chest. The rock wall at his back felt solid, but everything else remained fragile. He braced himself as best he could. He had fallen a long way. His helm display ran with static and gave him no figures, but the crevasse mouth was not visible above him. He felt wedged between shoulders of solidity.
Quinja,
he voxed. Nothing. Gingerly he moved his arm. Somehow he had managed to keep hold of his blade on the way down, and the dhow emerged from a cascade of loose scree. His helm lenses stabilized. His surroundings were revealed in a series of blurry grey outlines, and he turned his head carefully, scoping. Tunnels ran away from him, twisting organically in the gloom. Some were choked with rubble, others half clear. He saw faint shafts of light up ahead, no doubt from where other crevasses led back up to the surface. The earth around him was honeycombed into chambers and arteries. A void ran away to his right, just over head height but narrow. He could hear more stonefalls in the distance, echoing through the underworld.
Ja!
He voxed again, carefully pulling himself clear of the debris. The rubble shifted heavily, lodging into the cracks around him, and he sloughed it off. Again, nothing. The vox signal hissed with interference. The space around him was hot and claustrophobic. He could barely move his arms without scraping them, and he had to stoop to move. He looked up. The path of his descent disappeared after a few meters, lost in the twists and turns of the subterranean warren. He judged how possible it would be to claw his way back up, and reached for a handhold. The rock crumbled under his touch. More debris tumbled down from the gap, skittering from his armor. Not possible. He checked the vox again. No signal. He checked for proximity markers, targets, threat indicators, and found nothing. The Khan kicked the last of the rubble from his boots. He could follow the fissure to his right for a while. It was a lead, at least. In this strange underground world of sinkholes and chasms, it might open up into something bigger. He had come looking for caves. He had found them. Quinja tried to run, but the ripple wave of breaking rockcrete nearly upended him.
"The Kurgan!"
he roared over the squad vox, bracing himself against the buck and snap of the earth beneath his feet. Rifts were opening across the whole expanse of the square. A jetting geyser of methane stabbed up a few meters away, ignited into blue-tinged flame as it thundered. The pillar's plinth fractured. The warriors of the Keshig all moved at the same time, scrambling towards the chasm even as the stone around them buckled. The Saik Nuin kept up the attack throughout. They seemed to have been maddened by the explosion that had annihilated one of their number. Margie was dead. He had no visible wounds, but the Syke Nuin kept at him, mobbing his body and extending their probosces into his prone body. The two warriors who had come to his aid were forced to withdraw, no longer wasting shells on creatures that could not be hit. Just as Quinjar neared the chasm that had swallowed the Khan, more Syke Nuin hove into range, swaying towards him with strangely unerring intent. Quinjar leapt up at the nearest, powered by his armor's servos. Following the Khan's example, he sliced it at the junction between wing bulge and thorax. His blade, perfectly aimed, passed straight through, just as before, freezing him as his arm was absorbed by the ghostly flesh. The Syke Nuin locked onto him, sinking tendrils into his still-moving body. Quinjar dropped away, stricken with preternatural chill, and feeling his heart race out of control. His mind seemed to slacken, as if his very being were being leached from its frame. The Syke Nuin dipped in closer, slavering and chittering. Quinjar scrambled away, slashing his blades ineffectively. Somehow the Khan had managed to hurt them, but whatever he had done was not easily replicated. The ground bucked again, and a spear of lightning whipped against the broken pillar. A massive rumble ran up from the ground, breaking open more fissures. Another of the Keshig screamed as he was caught, just as Margie had.
"We cannot fight this! Fall back!"
Quinjar roared, staggering away from the creature in front of him. It came after him, just as erratically as before, guided by some imperfect psychic sense. The other warriors did not respond to the order immediately. Despite their fearsome levels of discipline, leaving the site of the Kargan's fall was anathema. They surged back across the heaving terrain, lumbering away from the Syke Nuin attacks as best they could, trying to reach the crumbling maw of the fissure that had swallowed their Primarch. It was a doomed attempt. Another of the creatures struck, clamping on to the foremost warrior and eliciting the now familiar scream of mental agony. Other Syke Nuin latched on to the victim's paralyzed body, threading their phantasm tentacles through the heavy battle plate like fingers through water.
"Fall back!"
ordered Quinjar for a second time, retreating steadily across the square. This time the surviving members of the Keshig came with him, crunching across the debris, harassed and pursued by swarms of shimmering predators. They pulled together. Faces turned to the oncoming ghosts and retreated towards the gaping jaws of a bombed-out terrace on the near edge of the square. The Syke Nuin came after them, still making no sound beyond the endless buzzing, and still swaying blindly. Quinjar swept his gaze around the terrain. There was plenty of cover, but that would do little good if the creatures were not hampered by it. Their vision was obviously defective or absent. If they could somehow shake them off, it might be possible to outflank them and get back to the ravine edge. Quinjar's proximity sensor had lost the Khan's signal, and the Vox channel was silent. The 9 surviving Terminators cleared the perimeter of the ruins. Another warrior, Juma, by the kill markers on his pauldron, was caught just before crossing the boundary. His battle brothers immediately made to support him.
"No!"
shouted Quinjar, though it wrenched at him to give the order.
"Stay together! Keep moving!"
They obeyed, and pulled back further into the shadow of windowless walls. Behind them, Juma's agony echoed from the stone. They pushed deeper inside, shouldering aside the broken outline of old door frames and kicking through tottering wall sections. Quinjar's mind raced as he went. Nothing hurt them. Nothing deterred them. For a terrible moment he began to wonder if the stories of space wolves had been mistaken. Perhaps these things were what had devastated the planet, sweeping aside whatever defenders stood up to them. They broke into what had once been a huge domed chamber. Spars from the roof still extended upwards, broken halfway like snapped bones. A huge banner, tattered and stiff with ash, hung from a listing flagpole, sporting the eye motif of Magnus. On the far side stood a largely intact wall, still bearing a marble facade in places. Huge chunks of masonry and steel littered the floor, forming natural barricades. Dust-encased bodies slumped everywhere, mortal and space marine alike. Quinjar stopped retreating. The remaining Keshig fell in beside him, forming up a broken line among the barricades. He heard the clink and shunt of combi bolters being reloaded. The Psyche-Nuine followed them in. They surged straight through walls and pillars, glistening like warp trails. Their unholy light fell across the shadowy wreckage. Quinjar kept his blades raised. For some reason it seemed more likely that a sword would hurt them than a ranged weapon. The Kargan had managed it. Perhaps it was a matter of technique. The Psyche-Nuine glided closer, dozens of them now, each as insubstantial as jellyfish.
"For the Kargan,"
murmured Quinjar, preparing his soul for the trial. Then suddenly he felt the build-up of enormous power. A second later, the entire chamber filled with light. Flames leapt up from underneath the Psyche-Nuine, seemingly bursting from the ground itself. The creatures wailed and thrashed, caught up in a maelstrom of blazing purple-tinged fire. One by one they burst apart, exploding with sharp bangs that cracked the earth beneath them. More flames rushed down the line, rearing up and licking along the shafts of the pillars. The heat was incredible, the sound of it deafening, though the barrage only lasted for a few seconds. The last of the Psyche-Nuine vanished, leaving behind only echoing wails and flickers of ghostly after-images. The chamber shell fell silent again. Quinjar scanned around and above, searching for the source. Just as he did so, he felt a fresh surge of power just behind him. He turned, but too late. His arms went rigid, locked by spidery lines of energy that ran from the gauntlets to the shoulder joint. He felt a huge weight pressing against his heart, slowing him down and deadening his movements. A bolter was pressed against his chest, angled up from a figure before him in crimson armor. His faceplate was gold-crested Mark III, archaic and festooned with Thousand Suns iconography.
"Move, and I kill him,"
said the legionary, speaking out loud to the entire Keshig. The muzzles of half a dozen combi bolters swiveled in his direction. Quinjar blink-transmitted a desist order to his brothers.
"And you are?"
he asked.
"Revuel Alvida, last of my kind. You? Quinjar, master of the Keshig 5th Legion."
He looked down at the bolter. Even at point-blank range, it probably wouldn't penetrate his Terminator plate. His would-be killer was taking a fearsome risk.
"What happened here?"
The legionary didn't answer for a moment. He stared up at the ivory giants that surrounded him, as though weighing up his options.
"You really don't know?"
Quinjar felt the grip on his arm slacken.
"My Primarch is down there. You can't go back. How do we get to him?" "You can't. They infest that place."
Quinjar felt his heart sink. There had to be a way.
"But you can hurt them."
Arvida shook his head.
"Not for long. They used to die. Now they just come back. Why are you even here? This world is cracking apart."
The Thousand Suns legionary had an aura about him, like Yasugai did, rippling with pent-up energy. He was damaged, though. Quinjar could hear the strange breathing through his vox grill.
"We came to find the truth," he said.
Arvida laughed then, a sour, grating rattle.
"Ah, the truth."
As he spoke, the sound of more Psyche-Nuine gathering echoed from back the way they had come. Arvida lowered his bolter and holstered it.
"They'll be back soon, and I won't be able to stop them again."
"I will not leave him."
"You can't do any good. Not right now. Trust me, this is
or was, my world.
The buzzing drew nearer.
I can sense him. He's alive. All you'll do if you stay here is have your mind consumed, which will not help anyone.
Quinjar glanced over his shoulder. Through the empty frames of old windows he could see the glow of more swarms. It would not be long before they came again, seeking out souls.
"Lead then,"
he growled, feeling the burn of failure.
"Get us out of here."
Yasugai headed back to Ledak's holding cell, his mood dark. Henrikos's extraction of Zaven's gene seed had been a messy business. He was no apothecary. It had felt like a further insult to the salamander's memory. The death had been unnecessary. It had been reckless, driven by pride and desire for knowledge, all the things he had warned Ahriman against. Mortals scurried out of his path as he strode along. The ship was being emptied. A few cogitators had been taken over to the Hesiod, but almost everything else, including the Word-Bearer's mortal crew, was staying. The longer Yasugai stayed aboard, the more the place made his flesh crawl. Demon. That was the word. The old Gothic title he had not been able to drag to mind until afterwards. Yeomo or Yaksha were the Korchin equivalents, fragments of old stories that had somehow survived the coming of unity and the banishment of the old fears. They had never gone away, not really, just been hidden under a veneer of technological hyperpower. Zaven had deserved better. Yasugai would have liked to have stood beside him when he found Vulcan and had his faith rewarded. He knew how it would have gone. A stoical bow, a brief word of recognition, then back to the task, shoulder to the wheel. If the entire Imperium had been Promethean, corruption would never have gained so much as a foothold. He reached the cell doors, and the guards looked at him warily.
"Go now,"
he told them. They stared at one another, then up at him again.
"Lord,
one began.
Go now."
Yasugai waited until they were gone before opening the doors again. The lumen flickered on as he entered, casting its bleak, antiseptic light over the hanging prisoner. Ledak opened his eyes and smiled again.
"Back for more, witch?" he asked.
"Where's the other one?" "Will not be joining us,"
said Yasugai, sealing the doors behind him. The Word-Bearer's legionary looked at him steadily.
"So, what do you want to know?"
he asked.
"Nothing."
Yasugai placed his hands together, feeling the first pricks of etheric power against the inside of his gauntlets. Ledak nodded resignedly.
"Wondered how long it would take."
Yasugai looked at him contemptuously.
"Zaven was a fine warrior. I liked him. I do not think he understood how things change."
He stood before Ledak and raised his hands.
"Everything changes. This ship will soon be atoms. You too, Ledak."
The Word-Bearer's legionary stared back at him, eyeball to eyeball, never flinching. His cheek was still only semi-healed, caked with a pus-streaked crust of scabs.
"Really? No questions?"
he asked. Yasugai shook his head.
"Not any more,"
he said, and the chamber filled with fire. The Khan clambered over a waist-high blockage in the tunnel, squeezing through the gap beyond. His armor grazed the rock, dragging dust down with him. He could hear his breathing echo in his helm, heavy and dragging. It was horrifically hot. The walls of the tunnels pressed against him, forcing him to bend double. He had only been able to go down, despite several attempts to find a route back to the surface. The space under the square was bizarre. A honeycomb of capillaries and chambers, all cramped and fissured, all showing signs of recent movement. The ash that coated the surface was down there too. There was no water, nor any sign of it. Once or twice he had caught glimpses of a sullen red glow creeping out of the mouths of particular chasms, and had skirted wide around them. Always down. Some tunnels sloped gently, others plunged along steep gradients of broken stone. He had stopped often, listening to the beating of his heart, trying to detect anything but stillness around him. The Sychnuen had not followed him down, that was something, but the absence of any movement beyond his own was chilling. He dragged himself across the blockage, righting himself on the far side. The air felt a little clearer ahead, and the tunnel roof rose by 1/2 meter. He managed to stand upright and edged forwards. The dark around him was now complete, picked out in false contours by his helm's night vision. The tunnel widened with every pace. The heat increased. The Khan travelled another 50 meters or so before it opened up fully. A jagged jawline of stalagmites framed the final obstacle, and he was through into the chamber beyond. The space was immense. The upper reaches soared away into the darkness, vast and vaulted like some buried cathedral. Gigantic stalactites hung, glossy with the mineral residue of old moisture. Other tunnel entrances opened up along the walls, some high up, others at floor level. The walls curved upward steeply, terraced like an auditorium and striated with bands of metallic ore. If there had been any light, the whole place might have glinted and refracted it, like an immense geode. As it was, his auto-senses picked out the same dreary layer of ash carpeting everything. He strode out into the centre of the chamber. His footfalls barely echoed in the dust. Ahead of him, huge shapes emerged in the gloom. It took a while for him to see what they were. A viewing lens lay shattered on the floor 6 meters in diameter. Brass instruments lay about it, each one smashed or warped. A huge cylinder the length of a thunderhawk reared up in the distance, its angled profile disfigured by a long, jagged crack. The Khan stooped. There were bodies buried beneath the ash and metal. Human bodies, mortal in stature. They were naked, or their robes had burned away, leaving nothing but withered flesh and exposed bone. He saw an eyeless, husk-dry face peering up at him from the filth. With a start, he thought that it was moving, but it was nothing but a trick of the dark. Everything, every one, was dead. Quinjar had been right. There was nothing left on Prospero. He had been a fool to come, and a greater fool to come down to the surface in person. Perhaps it could have been scanned from orbit if they had worked harder and found some way to do it remotely. He rested his hands upon his knees and gazed about him. It was only then that he felt it. A stirring, a restless, gentle movement in the dust. He leapt to his feet and whirled around. The figure before him glowed emptily, just like the Sychnuen had done. Witchlight flickered around his ghostly outline, burning coldly. He stood a little taller than the Khan, just as he had done in life. His face was the same, though the expression was infinitely weary and a little distracted. His lone eye did not focus. In the past, its focus had been remorseless. The Khan held his ground, speechless, still gripping his blade. He could feel his heart pumping, his body flooding with combat readiness. None of that was necessary. When the figure spoke, the voice dispelled any trace of doubt.
"Jagatai,"
said Magnus, his tired voice echoing strangely.
"My friend, how good to see you again."
Chapter 17. Shiban hurried down the Khaljian's corridors towards his private chambers. The ship rang with activity, and the mortal crew scurried out of his path. He didn't acknowledge any of them. He reached his chamber and went inside. His glaive hung on brackets on the wall, surrounded by devotional flags. He glanced at it for a moment, noting, as if for the first time, the balance in the weapon. Parchment scrolls suspended under the brackets recorded its significant kills, listed in sequence like one of his old poems. Looking at the blade, one of the signature weapons of the Legion, Shaban felt a mixture of emotions. Once it would have been nothing but pride. Now, given what he had seen and heard, it was impossible to feel quite the same way. He turned away and activated the console over his meditation altar. An access hololith spun into life. Shaban synced his armor's systems with the altar and called up summary fleet data.
Khan?
He turned to see Jochi in the doorway.
We have not sparred for a while. I thought it might...
Shaban pushed past him and closed the slide door.
What are you doing?
Asked Jochi.
I cannot say, said Shaban, locking the door.
Jochi looked nonplussed.
Cannot say what?
Shaban looked hard at him.
I cannot say.
A puzzled frown creased Jochi's brow.
Khan? Are you all right?
Shaban relaxed. There was no deception there. Jochi was a straightforward soul, a cheerful hunter in the best tradition of the Legion.
Tell me what you know of warrior lodges,
said Shaban, walking back to the altar.
Warrior lodges? Nothing, I do not think.
You are aware they exist? Jochi shrugged.
I heard stories from other legions. They are not present in the White Scars.
Shaban snorted.
They are. They very much are.
The hololith danced in front of him. It showed the ship markers of the fleet over Prospero. They were deployed in a standard blockade pattern, spread out widely across orbital intervals. The Swordstorm held position over the site of Tizca, once the planet's most heavily urbanized zone. Jochi drew alongside him.
What has happened? One of the dead on Femus was a lodge member. It has been going on for years. Among the Terrans, to begin with, but it has spread. They meet in secret. They plan in secret. How do you know this? They invited me to join.
Shaban smiled dryly.
They thought it would appeal to me. A true warrior, they said. Who did? You remember the Terran from Chondax, the Brotherhood of the Moon?
Jochi nodded.
I never liked him. I did, in the end. You must report it to Hasik. Hasik is a member, Shaban sighed.
Jochi let slip a low whistle.
Who is not, then? That is the problem.
Jochi thought for a moment.
Is this something to be concerned about? What is their purpose?
We have been too slow, said Shaban.
The Kargan has been too slow. They have already made their choice. When the moment comes, they will move as one, as silently as they do now. I do not understand. They are readying the Legion. They have been running some form of communication with the War Master, at least since Chondax, possibly even while we were still fighting. By the time the Kargan returns, it may already be over. We do not know Horus is a traitor. Yes, that is the point. We know nothing.
Shaban looked back over to the glaive, and wondered whether to take it with him. It would draw attention, but might be useful.
It is not our decision to make. Why do you think the Kargan brought us to this place? He has been on the surface for a long time. That is his prerogative. We need to move. They invited you, said Jochi warily. Will they not be watching? If they have kept the secret for this long. The time for secrecy is over. They showed their hand. They knew the risks. Khan.
Jochi rested a gauntlet on his arm, halting him.
Hasik is Noyan Khan. You cannot go against him. No, I know. Then what will you do?
Shaban gave him a bleak smile.
Find someone who can.
The Vorkorda burned in the void. its engines ignited and its structure leaking atmosphere. The ship carcass turned slowly in the dark, rocked by secondary explosions. It was a strangely eerie sight. Yasugai watched the fires from the Sickle Moon's observation deck and thought of old cleansing rites. The banishment of a yaksha was always accompanied by flame ceremonies, and had been for as long as humans had dwelt on Chogoris.
"We are ready, Lord,"
said Lushan. Yasugai turned away from the viewports. Lushan stood before him, quietly attentive as ever.
"What is the status of the ship?" he asked.
"Heavy damage. The navigator
warns against it, yes, that is understood. How about the Hesiod?
It has fared better.
I am sure it enjoyed some protection, at least until it fell into our hands."
Yasugai still could not shake off what he had seen. The word-bearers had gone from a proud legion at the forefront of the Great Crusade to a degenerate horde of zealots, and in such a short time. Their ship had been a casket of horrors. He could still see Ledak's confident leer as he died. They revelled in what they had become. Zaven had deserved a better death.
"Then will you give the order?"
asked Lushan.
"You may translate when ready," said Yasugai. "Ensure the Hesiod remains in tandem during the voyage."
Lushan bowed and withdrew to the command throne to begin the process. Alone again on the observation deck, Yasugai watched silent secondary detonations rock the Vorkorda. At least they knew where they were going now. The demonic device had showed them just how vast the warp storms were, just how powerful. It would be difficult to get anywhere through them quickly, as it had been before. Horus had not only suborned legions to his cause, he had somehow fractured the skin between realities and made the galaxy erupt in pain.
What power can do that? What power can rupture the arc of the heavens?
Even the Emperor surely did not possess such command. Magnus did not, nor did any Psyker, Witch, or Xenos that Yasugai had ever met. Some questions had yet to be answered. Henrikos's outline flickered into being beside him. The Iron Hands legionary stood life-size in hololithic projection. His augmented armor made him look hunched and crab-like.
"A final check," he rasped. "You're sure about this?"
"Not sure about anything, son of Medusa. But will not stay here and wait for war to come to me."
Henrikos grunted in approval.
"You know the enemy will have seen those projections too."
"Of course.
They'll be heading for Prospero just as we will."
"I am aware. We must be quicker."
Henrikos laughed in his brazen, cynical way.
"And break our ships apart in the process."
"That will not happen."
"So you say."
Yasugai smiled tolerantly.
"We have you, my friend. Have confidence in your abilities, like Zaven did."
He turned back to the viewer as the wreckage of the Vorkorda slewed out of range.
"And you have me. Has always been ambition of mine to guide Starship through ether. Navigators are worthy souls, but even they can learn few new tricks."
Henrikos looked at him sidelong, his helm outline flickering green.
"I don't doubt you, Weathermaker, but when we found you, you had no idea what had happened on Istvan. I have to ask, this thing has already tested loyalties. What makes you think that if we get there, your Khan will have made the same choice as us?"
Yasugai started. It was something he had not even considered.
"He would never—"
"Yes, I know, never become like them, but it's not that simple. We all loved Horus. Ferrus loved Horus. Sometimes all the data just isn't there, and by the time you find it, your path has already been set."
"He will know the truth."
"You dreamed about him dying."
Yasugai raised an eyebrow. He did not remember telling Henrikos about those dreams.
"Zaven told me," said Henrikos. "He was worried. You have to prepare yourself, brother. It was the Primarchs who brought this thing down on us.
They're the flawed gods. Here's the crux of it. How well do you know the Khan?" Yasugai could have laughed out loud then. He could have told him of the decades they had spent with one another, hunting under the unbroken blue sky, storming the crumbling walls of palaces, then later taking to the void in the first 5th Legion starships, charging out to the margins of the galaxy where the light of the core grew dim and the void itself shimmered with alien energies. He could have also remembered the restlessness, the frustration with terror, the closeness to his War Master brother.
"You call, I answer. You do not anger me, Bayan," said Yasugai. "You are right to ask. Let me ask a question of my own. If you ever doubted Ferrus, deep down, even to point of thinking him traitor, would you not still seek him out if you could?"
"Of course, that's not the issue. Here's the issue. When we get there, if he's declared for the War Master, what will you do?" Yasugai did not have an answer. The possibility was so unconscionable, so utterly beyond expectation, that he truthfully had no idea.
"I asked Zevan once," Yasugai said, "what justify optimism? You know what he tell me? Faith."
Henrikos snorted. "We left all that behind."
"We did."
Yasugai watched as the warp shutters rolled down across the viewports. In his last glimpse of real space before the warp drives geared up, he saw the flickering death of the Vorkorda, a tomb to those who had believed too much.
"Perhaps, though, we have to relearn it."
"Why are the shields down?"
Ilya demanded, striding angrily across the Swordstorm's command bridge. Halgi followed tolerantly in her wake.
"We lost teleport locus for the Kargan. We are keeping shields down in case he requires immediate translation."
"What about the rest? Where's Quinjar?"
All around her, in the many terraces and mezzanine decks of the capacious bridge, serfs and menials worked frantically at their stations. Signals continued to stream in from the planetary augurs, most of them red-lined.
"We are working on it, Zu."
Ilya turned on him.
"This isn't good enough. I didn't choose to take this work on. I was chosen. You may not like it, but he gave me the mandate."
Halgi spread his hands in apology.
"As I say, we are working."
Ilya cursed under her breath. The whole thing had been stupid. The Khan must have seen the tectonic readings, known about the ether burn swirling around Prospero's ravaged troposphere, and yet he had translated anyway. From what she could see, the planet looked liable to break apart at any time, and yet the fleet still hung in low orbit, shields down and in a loose spread. It was all so arbitrary. Exactly the failing she had worked so hard to eradicate from the Legion. She looked up, over half a dozen marble platforms and balustrades, to where Hasik Noyan Khan stood, surrounded by his retinue, tech priests and bridge crew. In the absence of the Kargan, he was in command of the battleship, and, by extension, the fleet. She could not remember seeing the order given to teleport him onto the bridge.
"It's as if they're waiting for something," she murmured.
"What was that?"
asked Halgi, standing over her shoulder.
"Are we expecting a rendezvous?"
she asked, moving over to a pict feed and adjusting the feeder dials.
"Why has the Guangzhou moved out of position?"
Halgi shook his head.
"You have all data, Zhu."
She did. It was all at her fingertips. More importantly, though, it was stored in her eidectic memory. She had seen and signed off the deployment plans, and knew exactly where every ship was meant to be, how long it was meant to be there, and which vessels would come to relieve it when the rotations were programmed.
"Things are changing," she muttered,
calling up a series of ledgers.
"Personnel are moving between ships."
"That is normal."
"Not in these numbers."
Ilya frowned.
"Halgi, have orders been given to recombine brotherhoods, like we did on Shondax?"
"Not that I am aware."
"Look at this."
She pulled the viewing lens across on its brass support and showed it to him.
"Khans are moving all over the place. Not just Khans. The Star Spear's shuttle bays are unusually active.
Halji took it all in.
"It has been a long journey," he said. "We are not required to monitor every shuttle movement."
But I am.
She pushed her hair back and called up more data.
Hasek should be told. Where the hell is the Kargan? We should authorize a retrieval party. Get someone down to the surface.
"We are
working on it, yes."
You're taking this remarkably calmly. Ilya glanced up at Halji. The White Scar's legionary wore his helm, just as all the other White Scars on the bridge did. That in itself was unusual. They normally only donned them on the absolute brink of combat.
Is there something going on that I haven't been told about, Halji?
Halji looked down at her. He did not respond immediately, which in itself was out of character.
"Zhu, I cannot say," he replied.
Gemulan Noyan Khan's chambers were decorated with a mix of Terran and Chagorian iconography. Straight swords mingled with tulwars, literal expeditionary fleet emblems with Korchin calligraphic versions beside them. Though Chagorian himself, he had never made as much of the heritage as Hasek. His skin was darker than the norm, the legacy of his roots in the Palatine's old domains of the Empty Quarter, though the long scar on his cheek was as stark as any of his brothers.
"You are not of my horde,"
he said, looking at Shaban doubtfully. The two of them were alone in the chamber. Amber light from Prospero's old sun filtered through onto the Quo rugs and Khitan altars.
"I know," replied Shaban, bowing in apology. "I would not have come if I could think of another way."
"Hasek is your Odu lord?"
"I cannot raise this with him."
"Really? I cannot think of a reason why not."
"Noyan Khan, there are warrior lodges active in the Legion."
Gemulan raised an eyebrow.
"What of it?"
"They have made communication with the War Master. They have made him aware of our movements. They wish to force the Kargan's hand in his favor."
Gemulan frowned.
"Nothing forces the Kargan's hand in anything."
"Many Khans are involved. They are moving between ships, readying for his arrival. Hasek is a member. Others of the command group are members. For all I know, Lord, you are one too, but my options were limited."
Gemulan smiled thinly.
"I am a member of nothing but my horde and my legion."
"They are well organized," said Shaban. "They have been planning for a long time. When the Kargan returns, he will find a legion ready to answer the War Master's call."
"How do you know this?"
"Because they inducted me. They are moving fast now, knowing the time is running out."
"Then they made a mistake, bringing you into their confidence."
Shaban paused.
"Perhaps they did."
Gemulan waved his hand impatiently.
"Fanciful."
He walked over to the observation ports. In the far distance he could see the immense silhouette of the Swordstorm, just visible over the dark curve of Prospero's turbulent atmosphere.
"You think I would not know of this, if it were happening?"
"They have been careful."
"Not really."
He turned back to look at Shaban.
"Not with you."
"The preparations have all been made. They do not think anything can stop them now."
"All the more reason to be cautious."
Gemulan shook his head.
"A legion is an incubator for gossip and conspiracies. I once heard of a plot to exterminate the Terran aspirants in order to make the Legion Chagorian pure. Many of my officers believed it enough to come to me with their concerns. It was nonsense, just as this is."
"I have been to a session, Lord. I saw what they were doing."
Let me guess. Sitting around talking about revolution, complaining about the inertia of their leaders, hankering for more fighting. Warriors have done that since there have been swords for them to take up."
Gemulan turned back towards him.
"This is a difficult time. There is much we do not understand. It is natural to be impatient, but trust in the Kargan. He came here for a reason. He will choose the right course."
"I have no doubt in him," said Shaban. "It is the Legion. There is a cancer at its heart."
Gemulan raised an eyebrow.
Cancer? A little florid, don't you think?
Could you not investigate?
Gemulan's face remained stony.
No, I could not. The fleet is on a war footing. The Kargan will soon return, and I must be ready for orders. Khan, this is the wrong time. Go back to your ship. Prepare your warriors. There is enough uncertainty here without introducing more.
Shaban hesitated. Gemulan's tone was final. Part of him, conditioned by years of training, moved to comply.
"Will you at least take this?"
he said, handing Gemulan the medal he had retrieved from Themis IV. Gemulan held it up, turning it in the light.
What is it?
A marker. Please, if you do nothing else, keep it.
Gemulan glared at him. Anoyan Khan was not used to being petitioned. For a moment Shaban thought that he would hurl the medal back at him, but he stood his ground. Eventually, Gemulan's gauntlet closed over the silver.
You should go now, Khan, he said coldly. I have heard enough.
Shaban bowed.
Thank you for...
Gemulan had already turned his back. Jochi was waiting outside.
What did he say?
Shaban kept walking, and the two of them strode back through the decks towards the shuttle bays.
He did not see the problem.
I did not think he would.
Shaban said nothing. It had been a slim hope. Gemulan did not have quite the same reputation as Hasek. He had not been there from the start. He was not as close to the Kargan. Perhaps it had always been too much to expect.
So what now? Do we wait for the Kargan to return?
Shaban shook his head.
No. We are not children.
He stopped walking.
We are reacting. We are waiting for others to move. When did that become our way? This thing needs to be ceased. What do you have in mind? The Sword Storm, said Shaban firmly. We cannot influence anything on the Khaljan. Hasek is already there. Then we need to be there too. That means disobeying orders.
It does?
Jochi smiled.
As long as I know. We will gather the Brotherhood. All of them. They will be opposed to this madness at least. How far will this go, Khan?
You mean, what am I prepared to do to halt it?
Shaban thought of his Guandao glaive, the one that Hasek had given him upon his ascension, hanging silently in his chambers, waiting. It would be in his hands again soon enough. He thought of the last battle on Chondax, when he had witnessed the Khan fighting with such poise and perfection, the art of combat given physical form, that he had thought nothing could ever come close in imagination or reality. He thought of his first meeting with Yasugai on the plains of home, the wind pulling at his hair. These were the things that had made him. These were the things that made the Legion.
Anything, Jochi, he said,
starting walking again.
I will do anything.
Chapter 18. The Khan did not believe the evidence of his senses for a long time. He kept his dao raised, poised to strike, as it had done against the Saiknuin. The spectre before him was just as they had been, translucent, glowing with faint light, flickering and broken as if filtered by a faulty hololith projector.
"What are you?"
the Khan asked warily. The shade looked thoughtful.
"A remnant,"
he said slowly.
"A dream of something destroyed."
He raised an insubstantial hand and held it up before an insubstantial face.
"Matter, thought, energy. We have learned that there is not much difference in the end between them all."
The Khan held his ground. Magnus's voice was the same, exactly the same, sonorous, a little mournful, rich with the accumulated cadences of 100 dialects. His baroque armour was cracked open, hanging from his frame in slivers. His cloak was ripped, and his robes were stained with old blood.
"You are not Magnus," said the Khan. "Maybe not entirely," mused the Shade. "Maybe not. But we share a soul. That is the important thing. The soul. I see yours before me, much as it ever was. Impatient, burning with resentment. I did not think to see it again."
The Khan's eyes narrowed. The likeness was uncanny, almost seductively so. The way the Shade moved, the aura it projected, they were all the same. The phantasm picked its way through the dust before sitting heavily upon the shell of the great bronze oculum scope. The metal flexed beneath his weight. In some sense, then, the spectre influenced the world of matter.
"Put your sword down," said Magnus. "You couldn't hurt me with it, and I have no intention of hurting you."
The Khan lowered the point, but did not sheathe it.
"What happened here?"
Magnus smiled wearily.
"The wolves happened. Our father's vengeance sent from Fenris. They brought the sisters with them too, and Valdor. Such violence. Valdor is a machine. Russ, for all his theatricality, is little different. It happened rather quickly in the end."
The Khan felt hollow. Despite all that he had seen, to hear confirmation of it was still hard.
"I don't understand," he said. "Why did they do it?"
Magnus drew in a long breath. As he did so, the dust around him stirred.
"Don't blame them. They were doing what they were bred to do, like dogs trained on a scent. And they were right to bring me to heel in a way. I made mistakes. You warned me of some of them, back before I went to Nikeia. You remember when we spoke on Ulanor? I should have listened then, but I never did listen well. Happier to be listened to, more's the pity."
The Khan watched Magnus carefully as he spoke. The old flamboyance had gone, replaced by a kind of grim resignation. Every so often his outline would flicker out almost completely, then restore itself weakly. The ghostly presence looked on the verge of guttering out, as if sustained by some damaged power source.
"Magnus," said the Khan, controlling his impatience badly, "tell me plainly." "You were right," said Magnus. "You were right, and that is all there is to say. I should have restrained my sons. You never made the bargains I had to, so your legion was never compromised. But here's the truth. We were all deceived. All of us. The ocean was never benign, and it was conspiring against us even as we stepped into its shallows. The greater the soul, the greater the jeopardy. Horus was the greatest soul of them all, and so his was the furthest fall. Tell you plainly. Very well. Horus has been eaten by the warp. His body is bursting with it, corroding him, gnawing at him from the inside. There were others, Erebus, Lorgar, but it was his decision in the end. He can't hide behind them, for they were only shadows compared to him."
The Khan drew closer, never taking his eyes from Magnus's face. It was hard to follow his train of thought. The Crimson King's mind had always worked in strange, roundabout ways.
"I tried to warn our father," said Magnus. "That was my crime, and this is the punishment."
He looked around the dust-caked caves.
"It was pride, that was all. Pride that swallowed Horus, too.
You see, Jagatai, here's the problem. We were made too well. Nothing in the galaxy could stand against us. We learned that we, and only we, held the destiny of 1 billion worlds in our own hands. So the gods waited, and they watched, and they realized what we did not, that only the Primarchs could destroy the Primarchs. Only we could bring down the Eternal Imperium, because everything else had been annihilated. That's what Lorgar called it, the Primordial Annihilator.
He rolled his eyes.
Save me, but Lorgar can be tedious. He might grasp the deeper truths, but he's as much of a slave to his gene coding as the rest of us.
The Khan squatted down, bringing his eyes into line with Magnus's. He rested his dhow tip down on the rock floor.
Russ did this? He asked.
Magnus nodded.
As completely as he does everything.
And Horus?
No, brother. No.
Magnus shook his head a little impatiently.
Do you not see yet? We are all just two sides of the same coin. Most of us have cast our lots, and only a few remain. Then the game begins. I have come to see it like this. The gods demand entertainment. They demand contest and trial. We could not be allowed to defeat our own demons, for that would be boring, and boredom is the only thing the Eternals fear. We are being lined up, one by one, to tear at one another's throats. I do not think they wish to see a victor. I think they wish us to fight forever, locked in madness until the universe's end.
Magnus smiled again at the Khan. It used to be a warmer smile. Now it was condescending, self-aware, cynical.
I see much from my new home, he said. I see how things are lining up. You're one of the last, Jagatai. They don't know which way you will go. None of them do. And that's why you have the eyes of the galaxy on you at last.
Do not talk like this, said the Khan coldly. I have never taken sides.
You take them all on,
laughed Magnus.
I believe you would at that. But come, there are only two paths here. You can hunker down in what remains of our father's Imperium and try to keep the Moon Wolf from beating down the door. Or you can remember how Horus used to be, and stand at his side as he brings terror to the complacent. The first would be the more loyal course, but the other has its merits.
What of you?
Magnus paused then, as if the question had only just occurred to him.
Me? What of me?
His one eye creased under a lone eyebrow.
My choices are constrained. I know more than anyone what awaits us on the other side. Do you think I welcome that? It is the ruin I worked for centuries to avoid. But our father is not the forgiving sort. My bridges are burned with him. They were burned when I broke the wards over his little project.
Magnus looked sidelong at the Khan.
He's been up to all sorts of things, our beloved father. Consorting with Xenos, resurrecting ancient technology. Don't believe that he is blameless in this, nor that old conspirator Malkador. Every choice is tainted now, and we're all dancing down the same path of decay. The only question is, which herd to follow, and which doom is less disagreeable.
No.
The Khan stood up again.
Whatever you are, You are not Magnus. You don't even sound like him.
Magnus shrugged.
Believe what you want. Perhaps I am not Magnus. I used to be, that is certain. But maybe what counts as myself is not what it was. Part of me dwells elsewhere, on a barren rock halfway across the cosmos. Part of me is here, lingering like a stench over carrion. I can't quite leave, not yet. I think something has to happen first. Maybe you are it, or maybe you were never meant to be here. I favor the latter. You were always unpredictable.
I came to find a friend, said the Khan distastefully. Whatever else had happened, I thought I could come to you for counsel.
Magnus looked hurt.
Do not be harsh, Kagan. Only a part of me resides here, slinking in the shadows. The better part is elsewhere, pondering loftier things. Soon he, or I, or we, will come to a judgment.
What will that be?
I don't know. I really don't. Lorgar sends me pleas almost daily, reminding me what Russ did here. He thinks we are kindred spirits. Touching, really.
Magnus paused and stared down at his flickering hands.
Sometimes, though, I still think there might be some way back. I see it as a maze, one in which all I have to do is find the route through. Perhaps the Emperor will forgive. If he survives what I have unleashed, perhaps he will.
Then Magnus's spectral eye flicked up at the Khan again.
But you, Jagatai, what is your choice?
The Khan shook his head.
We are who we are. No one's slaves.
Magnus laughed.
That's not good enough. You have to choose.
If what you say is true, then the dream is over. It will be each legion alone.
It doesn't work like that.
Horus is corrupted. The Emperor is a tyrant.
True enough.
Then I choose neither.
Magnus laughed again, though the sound was bitter.
This thing is like a great dark star ringed by fire. It will draw you in, bit by bit, until you are orbiting it with the rest of us. Even you do not have ships fast enough to escape it, Jagatai. Even your white scars will not get out.
The Khan felt sick from the stink of death and ashes. His blade glittered coldly in the near-perfect dark.
We can outrun anything that lives.
But they do not live. Not like we do. I do not lie, brother. Choose. We will meet again, either as allies or foes. So you may as well decide now.
The Khan stared down at Magnus, his mind in turmoil.
What have you become?
He asked, no longer able to keep the horror from his voice.
What I was always destined to be,
said Magnus, looking at him sadly.
But you still have a choice, brother. Make the right one.
The chamber, like all those that they had marched through, must once have been magnificent. Queen Zha had stopped noticing the shattered finery. After a while it became depressing to think on it. Arvida had led them far through the empty city. As they went, the ground had shaken more frequently. Cracks opened before their eyes, shooting up the sides of already broken walls. They had passed shafts that went down a long, long way, their hearts glowing red like molten iron. Some whole districts seemed to have slumped into the earth, lost in smoke-choked sinkholes. They ended up in the ruins of a grand audience chamber. Ionic pillars soared up above them, holding aloft a half-collapsed dome. Marble bookcases lined the immense walls, though the contents had been burned away. The floor was strewn with debris, and each of the 3 doorways were blocked with makeshift barricades.
"I can't offer you much," said the legionary dryly,
limping over to an old stone throne at the centre of the space. He sounded exhausted. Quinjar and the others remained standing.
"How long have you been here?"
he asked. Arvida shook his head.
"No idea."
He tapped the side of his helm.
"Chrono's blown. Every day's the same. You lose track."
Quinjar looked around the chamber. An old library, perhaps. He tried to imagine it as it had once been.
"There are no others?"
Quinjar asked.
"Not that I've found."
The legionary looked up at him.
"I was of the 4th Fellowship. I was a sergeant."
"Your squad?"
"Dead."
"What happened?"
I asked myself the same thing.
Arvida drew in a long, filtered breath.
"If you wish to know why this planet was burned, I can't tell you. I arrived after the fighting was over. That's why I'm still alive. I'd rather have fought the wolves, though. I'd rather have died and drawn some blood rather than skulk in the remains, ignorant and useless."
"Avoiding those things?"
The Psychnuine, aye. Or rather, what became of them. There are other things, too. Fragments, ghosts. Prospero was soaked in the ether. It's to be expected. There's an aura burning away up there, an aftershock. Sometimes I hear the voices of those who died. In the beginning I went after them, hoping. I stopped that. They're just voices now. I don't think they're even really here.
Quinjar regarded Arvida watchfully. The sorcerer's power was prodigious, even for one of his hexed kind, but his voice was barely more than a whisper.
"When did you last eat?"
Like I say, the Chronos have blown. A long time.
Quinjar gestured to one of the Keshig, who opened a compartment in his armor plate and produced a Nutri-Pack. He lumbered over to Arvida and offered it. The legionary took it, snapping open the receptacle under his breastplate and slotting it in. The armor's mechanisms would do the rest, feeding sustenance slowly into his bloodstream, restoring what needed to be restored. Physically, at least.
"You know, we need to go back," said Quinjar.
For your Primarch, I wouldn't worry. He can fight them. Throne, he was made to fight them.
Arvida rolled his shoulders slowly, as if feeling sensation come back into long, starved muscles.
I was trying to get there myself. There's something down there, the only source of power left. They beat me back every time.
"What is it?"
Arvida shrugged.
The reflecting caves are under the square. Perhaps something Magnus made still survives in the caverns. He made a lot of things, including enemies.
Quinjar checked his helm display. Contact with the fleet was still broken, but he might be able to get a data burst through.
"We have ships in orbit, whole brotherhoods. If we need to break down—"
He'll be back. Don't waste lives on it. Get away from this world. That's the only thing.
He looked up at Quinjar, and something about the look gave away his desperation.
And take me with you.
Quinjar checked the Vox link again.
"If I get a lock, I will call in more support," he said. "But when you are restored, we are going back to the square. I will not leave him."
Arvida nodded, as if he had known what Quinjar was going to say before he said it.
Fine. Whatever you wish. Give me some time, though. I'll need it, if you want any kind of chance. I'm no pyre. It's not my discipline.
What is, then?
Arvida snorted a dry, bitter laugh.
Seeing the future, he said. That turned out well, didn't it?
Torgun marched down the Star Spear's embarkation deck, over to where the Stormbirds waited on their launch rails. He was in full armor, his face hidden behind his angular helm. Hibbu Khan marched beside him, similarly decked out. Behind them came warriors of their brotherhoods, hundreds of them, their boots clanking on the rough floor.
"It failed, brother," said Hibbu.
"What do you mean?" asked Torgun.
"Your project, the Brotherhood of the Storm. Their Khan's been to see Gemulan. Hasek is not pleased."
Torgun felt a spike of irritation.
"It was at his request."
Hibbu chuckled, though the sound was tinny behind the vox grill.
"It does not matter much. The word is out now. There are disputes on a dozen frigates. Shaban is just one of the holdouts. But there will be many more."
"What did Gemulan tell him?"
"Who knows? Things are moving too quickly. Hasek has the Swordstorm, and I will take the Chinzar. As long as we hold the capital ships, the others will fall into line."
Torgun turned to him.
"And what of the Kargan?" "What do you mean?"
"If he doesn't see the truth of it." Hibbu snorted.
"You heard the speaker's testimony. Horus and the Kargan have always seen things the same way. What could he do if his fleet is of one mind? He will recognize what we have done. He will see the justice in it."
Hibbu turned to him.
"You made your choice. Do not doubt it, brother. It was the right one."
Torgun knew that. He had made his choice a long time ago, years back when the first stirrings of the lodges had come to his ears. It was the chance to mould the Legion into what it should have been, a shock attack force to rival the vaunted spear tip of the Sons of Horus, only shackled to a greater, more generous mind than that of the flighty Khan. Only now, as the final stages of the long game drew to their conclusion, had his resolve cracked a little. The way Shaban had looked at him after the final session, disappointed, even disbelieving. It should not have mattered, but somehow it did.
"This is the destiny of the Legion," Hibbu went on. "The Kargan knows it deep down. All we are doing is helping the process along."
Ahead of them yawned the hangar's vast void entrance, glowing with marker lights and open to the starfield beyond. Warriors dispersed to their Stormbirds, breaking into squads and marching up the ramps.
"You know your orders,"
said Hibbu, turning to Torgun before making his way to his own gunship. Torgun nodded. Before a mission, he had always felt good, his body responding quickly to the stims and battle hormones. But it was difficult to feel the same euphoria now, no matter how hard he worked to summon it.
"For the Imperium, brother,"
said Torgun, making the sign of the Aquila. Hibbu returned the gesture.
"For the—"
He broke off. Torgun's helm system suddenly fed him a relayed augur reading from the Swordstorm. Every lodge member he knew would be seeing the same thing. Watching the runes glow against his retinal feed gave him an odd sensation, a twist in the stomach like anticipation. Hibbu looked at him and laughed. He clapped his gauntlet against Torgun's shoulder guard.
"Rejoice, brother," he said, his voice resonant with excitement. "We have called, and he has answered."
Torgun looked at the signals, still on the edge of the system, but already moving in close. 3 of them, then 4. He could sense Hibbu's elation, and wondered why he struggled to match it with his own.
"I see it,"
Torgun said, working to keep his voice light. He remembered the wolf-moon icon, streaked with rain, a lifetime ago and a galaxy's span away.
"He's here, then. He's here at last."
Shaban strode to the balcony overlooking the Khaljian's main crew assembly chamber. His armor shone from the overhead lumens. The tech priests and armory servitors had restored it to perfection after Femus, and it no longer bore any of the marks of that cursed world. His glaive felt light in his hand.
"Brothers,"
he said, addressing the near 500 warriors arranged before him. They stood in their squads, each one arrayed in ivory battleplate, each one silently expectant.
"You have all heard the rumors running around the Legion. You have all heard that we are now adrift, that the Emperor has turned tyrant, that Horus is a traitor, and that all allegiances are now suspect. Some of you will have made your own minds up. You may have fought over it, or you may have kept your counsel to yourself."
Shaban scanned the ranks of warriors. As he did so, he felt a quiet surge of pride. Tregorian runes, engraved starkly upon the bone-white plate, gazed back at him, each one a masterpiece of calligraphy. Above them hung the battle standards of the Brotherhood, the lightning sigil of the Khans, the storm motif, the long lists of past engagements.
"Everything we thought we knew has been shown to be false. Brother now fights against brother. You can see through the viewports where this has taken us. Prospero is a burned wasteland, and there can be no going back from that."
Jochi stood at his shoulder, dependable as granite. Shaban was glad of his presence. Jochi had never queried anything, never questioned an order. He was the epitome of loyalty.
"There will be vengeance for this," he said, "and we will be a part of it. But until the Khagan rules, there can be no fresh hunt. All of you, when you ascended, when you gave yourself the scar that marks you, accepted this. We are not fighters ripe to murder when the whim takes us. We are legionaries. We are warriors of the Ordo of Jagatai."
The assembly chamber rang with his vox-amplified words. Polished walls of marble and jet glimmered dully, reflecting the armor within. From far below came the clunk and whine of hanger-lifters, preparing the Brotherhood's speeders.
"Not all of our battle brothers feel this way," Shaban went on. "Some are seeking to preempt the Order. They have been working for a long time, fed by information from beyond the Legion, encouraged to believe the word of outsiders who have no understanding of our ways or our culture."
He remembered Torgun's enthusiasm, his trust. Not for the first time, Shaban wondered why the Terran had taken the risk of inviting him in. He must have known the likelihood of rejection. Was it arrogance, or had he been searching somehow for confirmation?
"They may be right, brothers. They may be right when they claim that the War Master has been betrayed, and now demands our fealty. They may speak the truth when they proclaim the Emperor's hand in the Holocaust on the world below us. I do not know, and that is the core of it. None of us do. Only one in this Legion has the authority to order us to war. He remains silent, and so we must wait."
Shaban felt his pulse pick up. He was coming to the turning point.
"Time has now run out. The lodges have called the War Master, and he has answered. The fleet is already half pledged to his cause. Many others are ignorant. Knowledge is guarded by the few."
Shaban's voice remained quiet as he spoke, the soft, subtle tones he had learned as an aspirant in Kum Kata, but he infused them with solidity. They would need to believe in him. They would need to follow him, just as they had on Chondax, on Femus, on Ullanor, and this time it would not be easy.
"It is left to us, brothers. The time for arguments has passed. They have made their move, so we are compelled to make ours. We are hemmed in, and our space is diminishing. We must act. We must defy our orders to ensure that the Legion remains free."
He took a long breath. Now it came.
"Brothers, Hasik Noyan Khan has control of the Swordstorm. From there he controls the Legion in the Khagan's absence. He must not be allowed to make the decision for us. That is why I have called you here. It means assuming the mantle of renegades, at least in the eyes of those who now seek to subvert us. It means taking up arms against our own brothers. You do not need me to tell you that no such rebellion has ever occurred inside the White Scars. We risk our honor,
and may pay for it with our lives." Shaban clutched the hilt of his glaive tightly.
"I cannot demand this of you. We will not be fighting Xenos. These are our own people. All I can do is ask you to trust me. I have led you across the arc of the galaxy in the cause of the Great Crusade. We have brought compliance to hundreds of worlds and given honor to the name White Scar. You followed me then. Brothers, you have heard what I judge to be true."
He paused for a heartbeat.
"Will you follow me now?"
There was no hesitation. There were no sidelong glances or mutterings of discontent. As one, the Brotherhood of the Storm raised their blades. 500 glaives, tulwars, and power mauls rose into the air. With a crackle, disruptor fields snapped into blue-edged life.
"Kargan!"
they roared in unison, and the sound of it resounded from the high, vaulted ceiling of the chamber. Shaban raised his own weapon in salute, his heart's beating hard. The moment had come. The choice had been made. There could be no going back now.
"Kargan!"
the warriors roared again, brandishing their weapons in ritual tribute. Shaban stood before them, his glaive angled over them, relishing their unshakable loyalty.
"So there you have it, Khan,"
said Jochi over the vox, sounding both impressed and wary.
"You have started your war."
"We did not start it," replied Shaban grimly. "But we will make it ours yet." Chapter 19. The earth rumbled under the Khan's feet. Ever since he had arrived in the reflecting caves, the tremors had been getting worse. Cracks snaked up the vast walls of the cavern, showering more dust onto an already choked floor. Tunnel mouths dotted the perimeter, some of them still adorned with their old ceremonial archways, some dissolved into rubble.
"So, there are ways back up," he thought.
He paced, first away from the seated Magnus, then back towards him. A blend of emotions battled away within him. Anger, mostly, but also guilt.
"I should have gone with you tonight here," he said.
Magnus looked equivocal.
"Perhaps that was the beginning of our censure. But I don't know if you'd have helped, Jagatai. How many of our brothers trust you more than me?"
"Horus ordered me away," said the Khan.
"Did he?"
"There are no accidents here. I was kept away. I am sure of it."
He felt like breaking something.
"It should have been the three of us. The Angel, you, and me."
Magnus sighed.
"It's done, brother. Leave it. All that matters now is the future."
"There is no future,"
the Khan snapped, half raising his blade. Magnus looked at the dow's edge with a strange expression.
"We were working for something better than this."
"Were we? Gilliman, perhaps. Lorgar, too, in his own warped way. But you weren't. You were there for the hunt."
"It kept us pure. It kept you away."
Magnus smiled.
"You were so easy to keep out of the conversation. I was there the whole time. I just didn't hear the words being whispered."
The Khan stared hard at him, feeling an edge of sickness in the pit of his stomach.
"Where are you, Magnus?" he asked. "This isn't you."
Just as he had done before, Magnus paused. He looked around him, as if seeing something different to what the Khan was seeing.
"I am not whole,"
Magnus breathed.
"I am no longer bound in place. I am distributed."
"We used to talk of demons. Yaksha. You told me they were just dreams, and not to worry, for human ingenuity was the cure for all ills."
Magnus shook his head, looking troubled.
"Did I say that?"
"Are you become a Yaksha, brother?"
Magnus's eye snapped up to his.
"Maybe I have. or something like one. There is a price, you see, for bargains. They do not let you forget.
His forehead wrinkled as he concentrated.
I see a mirror world to this one. I see coal-black rock. I see a sky lit with sorcerous fire. I am there, I think. That is where my self resides. All that remains here, on the world that raised me, is an echo.
His countenance hollowed in distress.
How many echoes are there on other worlds, in other places?
The Khan started to move, to circle slowly, keeping the blade's tip between him and the apparition.
Yasugai told me you were too enamored of the warp,
he said, trying not to let his sense of revulsion get the better of him.
You let it make you sick. It was a tool, Magnus. It can be used, but only carefully. Limit yourself, I said.
Magnus nodded miserably.
I remember.
Take the modest amount. Sip at the cup, but leave the dregs. This is the law of Chogoris. You, even you, laughed at that.
Magnus's mouth curled in a half-sneer.
Chogoris, he muttered. So proud of your home world. Nothing on Mundus Planus but emptiness.
It made us, just as Prospero made you. Chthonier made Horus, and Caliban made the lion. We are not just the sons of the Emperor. We were the sons of 20 worlds, each as different as jewels.
You know, of course, that Nostramo is already ashes. Olympia lies in ruins, and the lion's home world is headed the same way. You can see what happened to mine. What do you suppose will stop Chogoris being consumed in the fire?
All things pass.
Magnus looked scornful. His face seemed to be distorting, as if locked under water.
Change. That is the only constant. Change, change, change.
He got to his feet shakily, reaching to the carcass of his great telescope to steady himself.
I'm glad you came to see me, Jagatai. We always saw eye to eye, you and me. You were brittle, but at least you spoke the truth. Unlike that bastard Russ. Do you know what he is underneath? Do you have any idea what Leman Russ really hides inside those furs and totems? Here's a clue. His space wolves have to cover their every axe blade with runes, lest they scream their nightmares into the void. Is that natural?
The Khan held his ground, tensing.
Enough, brother.
Magnus laughed.
You don't want to know. That's always been your weakness. I know it all now. I could tell you the Emperor's name, and it would surprise you. I could tell you that the Fates decreed Fulgrim to be sent to Chogoris, and you to Chemos, and I could tell you which arcane force in the universe prevented it.
He took a step, then another towards the Khan.
Do you wish to know where you will die, Kargan? Do you wish to know on what world, and in which dimension your soul will find its ending?
These things are not known.
All is known.
The Khan looked at him warily.
You told me I had a choice. My fate, all fate, is still to be written.
Magnus grinned. His eyes seemed to be weeping, though it was hard to tell whether it was with tears or blood.
Stories may meander, but the endings never change. Believe me, I have witnessed the authors.
He shuddered.
They are terrible, he whispered.
By now he was only inches away from the sword.
I have what I came for, brother, said the Khan. You can only give me one piece of knowledge that I truly desire.
Magnus inclined his head.
And what is that?
How to restore you.
Magnus started. For a moment he looked truly bewildered, as if he had expected mockery and received sincerity, or perhaps the other way around. He looked down at his hands, then around at the devastation of his kingdom. Misery mingled with confusion.
I am corrupted, he whispered,
as if realizing it all over again.
Restore me, and I shall become a lord again. I shall be the Crimson King, free to rule over a world of spells and vengeance. The galaxy may live to rue that.
You were my friend, said the Khan quietly.
Magnus looked at him, and for a moment, just a moment, the old dignity was there, etched upon a ravaged face and glimmering in the dark.
Then, he said, I judge you know what to do.
The Khan nodded, and pulled his sword round for the strike. Slivers of witchlight skittered along the rune-wound steel.
Until we meet under starlight, he promised.
Sooner than you might think, said Magnus,
making no effort to evade the blow. The Khan swung, and the dao glittered through the air, whispering as it came. When it hit Magnus's outline, the ghostly shell shattered, spilling into 1,000 pieces like broken glass. A wild crack rang out, a steely snap, followed by a shriek like a child's cry. The dust around him billowed up in a cloud, swirling and writhing. The Khan was momentarily blinded and staggered back. The ground trembled, a low rumbling broke out from deep within the earth. What remained of the brass instruments danced and shivered, and the broken lens pieces skittered across the bare rock. Then, slowly, the tumult subsided. The phantasmal light faded away, followed by the howl of unnatural wind. After that, all that remained were the broken things of Magnus's creation, now sunk into real shadow, forlorn and battered by the maelstrom. The Khan stayed where he was for a moment, breathing heavily. The hollowness still plagued him, the numb feeling of having discovered the full extent of treachery.
There is only one unforgivable lie.
His heart beat sluggishly. His blade felt leaden in his fist.
That is the lie that says, this is the end. You are the conqueror. You have achieved it, and now all that remains is to build walls higher and shelter behind them. Now, the lie says, the world is safe.
The Khan bowed his head.
All emperors are liars.
He remained still, as gaunt and lean as a hunting hound, his cloak hanging stiffly about him. He did not move. He felt as though moving, even by a fraction, might break what remained. Around him, the reflecting caves sighed with emptiness, their majesty in tatters. At least amidst all the numbness, the truth was now known. The choice could be made, for the traitor had been unmasked. Duty could now be done. The call to war could be given. But for all that, still he did not stir. The dream had died. Ilya glanced up towards Hasek's position, and nothing she saw gave her any reassurance. She looked around at the bridge, as if for the first time, watching the multitudes at work, trying to see if any of them were as unnerved as she was. The Swordstorm's command nexus was a truly colossal space, big enough to accommodate the hundreds of crew responsible for monitoring and guiding the battleship into combat. Its ridged walls soared away on either side of a cavernous interior, each one studded with terraces glowing brightly from the light of picture screens. Lumen-banded pillars 5 meters in diameter thrust up from the marble floor, terminating in the far distance of the vaulted ceiling. A whole series of platforms ran away from her vantage, each one housing a different cluster of White Scar's officer serfs, or Mechanicum tech priests. The entire space was dominated by the enormous arch over the far observation deck. Prospero's horizon curve was visible through the armor glass, dark as smoke and angry with snarled cloud cover. Lightning ran across the upper atmosphere, like dancing tongues of silver. Ilya swept her gaze back to Hasek. He was busy at a sensor pillar under the arch, surrounded by glimmering hololiths and gesturing incessantly. Servitors and mortal crews scurried to comply with whatever orders he was giving them. Dozens came and went, bowing and proffering data slates. Halgi stood beside her, saying nothing, sunken into an expectant silence. Ilya turned to her own screens. Ships were still moving out of the deployment pattern. The Quo Fian had withdrawn to the far side of the planet. 2 smaller frigates had broken off contact entirely after a series of strange vox bursts. She ran an auger sweep, and it was then that she first saw them. 4 large ships heading in-system fast. They looked to be just minutes out of maximum resolution, and their Auspex profiles still scattered the feed with interference. It was possible that they would be accompanied by smaller vessels too, as yet invisible to the fleet's sensors. "Have you seen this, Halgi?" she asked, pointing to the rune glyphs. Halgi nodded.
"Incoming ships?"
"They have no identifiers," said Ilya, frowning. "They're big. Thrown their battleships."
"It is under control."
"It's not bloody well under control." Ilya felt like hammering her fists on Halgi's armor. He was so calm, so unconcerned. "You're sitting around like you've—" She did not say arranged it yourself. She glanced up at Hasek again. He was surrounded by 24 White Scars in heavy battleplate, stationed around the edge of the observation deck like an honor guard. The Noyan Khan showed no signs of surprise, nor did anyone around him. "We have to raise shields," she said firmly.
"That is the Noyan Khan's decision."
"It's procedure." Halgi avoided looking at her. Ilya thumped her fist into the pict feed and felt it flex. "Damn you, Halgi, what's going on?" Halgi shook his head.
"Calm yourself, Zu. All will become apparent."
He was like a rock-crete wall. With a sudden lurch of realization, she realized that Halgi was not her ally and her guide. He was her chaperone. She could no more have escaped his attention than she could outrun a jet bike. She whirled back to the nearest screen, her cheeks burning with anger. Runes swam across the console before her, each one indicating a ship shifting out of position. "Where's the Khan?" she muttered, her fingers dancing across the controls. The 4 ship signals kept tracking across the void, heading with remorseless efficiency towards the White Scars formations. Just as at Chondax, the entire fleet seemed incapable of responding to them. She ran an augmented sweep on the signals, pulling them to a different monitor. Grainy images resolved. It was hard to tell from the distorted profiles, but the ships looked grey. Pale grey, like the images of Luna she had seen so many times on propaganda picts. She killed the feed, despairing of making sense of it. Then, just as she was about to look away, she detected a familiar signature edging towards the Swordstorm. The Kaljian, one of the smaller attack frigates, one of the last she had pulled into muster before the Alpha Legion had attacked. It was not so much drifting into range as sidling. Ilya glanced up at Halgi, whose attention had shifted to Hasek again. He didn't notice her, and was not checking the pict feeds. She almost said something, then changed her mind. The Khan was still out of contact, and matters were clearly being run by others. It was up to her to decide who was acting in whose best interests. She kept her head down. She said nothing. Carefully, trying to remain as calm as possible, she started to work. One by one, the Swordstorm's defensive schematics, began to scroll down the console. Quinjar hunkered down in the rubble. His targeting system still gave him nothing. The rest of the squad crept through the darkness, hugging close to the twisted heaps of debris. Above them, Prospero's unquiet skies cracked and grumbled. He could already see the column, standing like a sliver of bone amidst the swirling dust. Just one more barricade to clear, and they would be back in the square.
"In position,"
he voxed to Arvida.
"Whenever you're ready,"
replied the Thousand Suns legionary. Quinjar checked the location of his battle brothers. 8 runes blinked on his retinal display, each within 5 meters. Bolters were no use, he had decided, so his warriors went into battle with tulwars or glaives or lightning claws, all of them wreathed in the crackling discharge of electric-blue energy fields.
"Stay close,"
he warned, slowly turning his 2 curved blades.
"Secure the pillar. Then I will try to get a location reading."
He broke from cover, loping over the broken terrain and skirting the worst of the wreckage. His squad did the same, streaking out into Prospero's eternal night. They went low, silent, like wolves on the scent. Arvida took up position in the midst of them. He travelled more stealthily than the Terminators, knowing the terrain perfectly and not hindered by their massive armor shells. His gauntlets were already glowing with slivers of warp fire, lighting up his battered crimson plate. Quinjar was the first into the square. Its surface was more pitted and treacherous than it had been before, with ravines running across the pockmarked rockcrete and huge areas slumped down into smoking craters. He ghosted across the remains, keeping his blades raised the whole time. As he went, his blood pumped hard around his system. There was nothing but silence surrounding him. It could have been the underworld itself. Then, just as the central column drew into range, he heard the first trace of buzzing. He whirled around to see a Psyche-Nuine materialize over him, coalescing instantly as if sucked from the atmosphere itself. He saw the trailing limbs, the mandibles clicking, the swollen brain parts. Just as before, the creature was translucent and glowing like corpse gas. It swooped at him, plunging fast, wings blurring. Quinjar braced, waiting for the impact. At the last moment, he struck upwards, aiming for the narrow waist between thorax and abdomen. The Psyche-Nuine blundered blindly into the path of his swords. Both blades hit their target, sinking without resistance into etheric matter. Quinjar immediately felt the awful draining cold that made his muscles seize and his mind lock. Then he heard Arvida cry out, and a bolt of something like lightning slammed into the insectoid body. The glowing exoskeleton instantly hardened, solidifying like ice freezing. Chitinous membranes clustered into being, membranes toughened, fluids pumped. Quinjar's blades now bit, and he sliced them both crossways. The Psyche-Nuine screamed, and its body severed. Sticky residue slapped across Quinjar's helm. The buzzing became a strangled flail. By then he was moving again, leaping away from the disintegrating creature's carcass. Other Psyche-Nuine had spun into the square, and were lurching towards the Terminators with the same eerie blindness as before. This time, when they latched on, Arvida was ready. Positioned in the centre of the squad, he opened his gauntlet and sent bolts of warp fire crashing into them. When the bolts hit, the half-corporeal creatures crystallized into physicality. Once in that state, the white scars could take them on. Quinjar ran quickly, spinning out of contact with a reeling Psyche-Nuine and charging towards another. Just as he crashed into contact, its shell hardened, ready to receive the cut of his energy field. The creature reeled, its abdomen slit open and leaking. Quinjar pressed the attack, making his blades whir. He eviscerated it in 3 savage cuts, snickering the swords in tight switchbacks, slashing the warp beast apart and leaving it in chunks. He felt a cold rush of satisfaction. This was fighting he could undertake. He was faster than them. He was sharper. More materialized, first a few, then dozens. The cluster above them became a swarm, all drawn by the presence of live souls encroaching upon their domain. Ever stranger creatures emerged among them. Giant scarabs with glossy outsized shells, towering mantids that scuttled across the rock, vespid-like beasts with engorged twin stings. Prospero's bizarre menagerie of psychic fauna resurrected jerkily around them, shimmering with spectral evanescence. Bloated cranial mounds glowed, multifaceted eyes glinted sightlessly. Arvida worked hard, throwing bolt after bolt at the emerging horrors. The White Scars kept fighting, hacking their way towards the pillar, their blades dripping with luminescent ichor. Quinjar saw Garul plough straight through a newly solidified Psyche-Nuine, his glaive whirring with incredible speed. Rojian ripped a scarab apart with his claws, drenching himself in glistening liquids as the hard shell blew apart. But the numbers began to tell. As Quinjar reached the faint shadow of the column, one of the wasp-like insectoids came right at him. Arvida was slow to respond, and Quinjar's blades whipped through nothing. He felt his soul tug agonizingly, and tried to withdraw. The thing pressed into him, sweeping its grotesque stingers around for the kill. Quinjar lunged, aiming at the closest curved spike. At the last moment, Arvida cracked a bolt into the wasp's body. One of Quinjar's blades severed the solidified stinger, the other jutted deep into its thorax. He wrenched both blades outwards, ripping the creature open. By then more were coming in. Kaghun was gripped by one of the mantids, his soul wrenched from his body before Arvida could react. The warrior's unearthly screams lingered as the diminished squad fought on towards the centre of the square. The spectres kept on materializing, bursting into ghoulish life from all directions, spilling out of the air. Arvida worked frantically, lighting up the skies with his sorcery, but it was not quick enough. Still there was no signal, no location reading for the Khan. Quinjar moved with all the speed of his heritage, driving the Terminator plate hard and making the servos whine. His blades plunged and darted, evading the glowing forms of the ethereal and stabbing unerringly into the solidified flesh of the corporeal. His mind fixed into a tight vice of concentration. All he saw was the movement, the strikes and the angles, bleeding out of the night like iridescent nightmares. The warriors of the Keshig withdrew into a tight huddle, protecting Arvida even as his witchery allowed them to fight. The broken column reared up at their backs, severed and implacable.
"We cannot hold for much longer,"
Arvida voxed coolly.
"Stay where you are,"
grunted Quinjar, scything his blades into the path of a scuttling mantid, slicing its limbs open and sending it crashing to the ground.
"He must be close."
He heard a buzz and spun to his right, decapitating a Psyche-Nuine streaking in just above waist height. The blow was judged expertly, but Arvida's warp craft had not completed properly, and before Quinjar could pull the swords away, he felt the icy pull of the ether. He jerked away, but too slowly. Another Psyche-Nuine came out of the dark, as translucent as smoked glass. It swerved in on Quinjar. He had no time. Arvida was now occupied with his own fight. His warriors could not help. With a sudden lurch, Quinjar knew that he could do nothing to protect himself.
"Kagan!"
he roared defiantly, bracing for impact. The creature blasted apart, spinning into 1,000 fragments that sailed high across the ruins. Wing fragments and body parts burned like stars before blazing out, sending a shockwave screaming across the square and making the dust dance. The air itself seemed to rip apart, scattering Psyche-Nuine and sending them tumbling. A tall figure stood on the far side of the annihilated phantasms, silhouetted against the dull burn of Prospero's long death agony. His sword glowed with etheric residue, as though dipped in molten iron. His fine armour was crusted with dirt and dust, much of it smouldering red-hot. The spectres hung back then, their will suddenly wavering. The swarm fell away, rising clear of the new blade in their midst. For a second, lost in shock, Quinjar just stared at the newcomer, breathing heavily. Then the armoured figure spoke, and all became clear.
"Leave them, Shah,"
growled the Khan, striding after the retreating horrors, his long dao blade shimmering, his armour's trim glinting like newly mined gold.
"You can't hurt them. I can."
The Khaljan pulled into strike range, and the shadow of the Swordstorm rippled over it. Waiting just inside the open hangar doors, Shaban looked up at the vastness of the hull as it slid through the void, blotting out the stars beyond. He observed the engine housings, the ventral shield generators, the flank lances, all embellished with ornate las emplacements and close-range cannons. His Brotherhood were mounted and ready. They lined up in ranks on the hangar deck. 500 bikes growled and spat as their engines revved to their full pitch. Sujutsu-patterned void bikes were larger and more brutal than the scimitar-class machines, with enclosed thrusters and a far more potent power source. They were more like one-man fighters than speeders, and an armour-sealed White Scars legionary could use them for short bursts in the void, just as other legions used their speeders for atmospheric work. Shaban leaned back in his saddle, running final checks on the bike's system. Its centre-mounted heavy bolter keyed up, and the bracing clamps slid back. He rose above the rockcrete, buoyed by a thrumming layer of grav repulsion. All around him his brothers did the same, and the hangar filled with the oily stink of thrusters belching smoke.
"Think they will fire on us?"
voxed Jotchi, bobbing alongside him.
"We find out now,"
replied Shaban, before pressing the throttle down. His bike leapt forward like a living thing, growling down the long hangar exit ramp, streaking out through the atmospheric shield and into the silent void beyond. His Brotherhood followed close behind. 500 bikes shot clear of the Khaljan's hull and dispersed into the vacuum, each one trailing a line of sooty backwash. Shaban increased speed, and the looming shape of the Swordstorm wheeled above him. The bike swayed as he pulled it round, aiming for a run along the near hull edge and towards the ventral shuttle bays. Huge sensor towers, hanging from the battleship's underside like stalactites, raced by as he reached full velocity. The Brotherhood tore towards the ingress points, spread out wide, just as if they were horsemen tearing across open grassland. Shaban saw the first set of bay doors race noiselessly towards him, and ran a sensor sweep on the entrance zone.
"Blast shielded,"
he voxed, drawing closer to the hull. He hurtled further down towards the battleship's stern, veering between communication nodes and jutting weapon housings. The Brotherhood swept past the first docking bay and powered on to the next.
"They will all be protected, Khan," remarked Jotchi calmly. "Are we going to have to fight our way in?"
Shaban tilted to avoid a massive lance barrel.
"If we have to."
He shot downwards, aiming for the Swordstorm's keel. A thicket of sensor vanes hung vertically, barring his path, and he picked up speed to clear them. They did not have long. The Sensorium officers on the flagship would already be tracking them, frantically voxing the Khaljan to demand why so many flyers had been launched. The window of operation between them taking off and Hasek taking precautions would be measured in seconds. He pulled under the keel point, missing the tip of a sensor vane by a helm's width, and hauling the bike around hard. The far side of the Swordstorm yawned away above him, vast and precipitous.
700 meters,
he voxed, locking on to the next docking bay.
Full throttle.
The Brotherhood streaked towards it, hugging the battleship's hull plating and swerving between the hundreds of protuberances and snaking trenches. The first flickers of lasfire blazed past them like shooting stars, barely visible at such extreme velocities. Cannons further up the battleship's cyclopean flank opened up first, swung back tight against the ship's side to target the hurtling speeders. Several found their mark, sending bikes careering into the hull plating or spinning, thrusters blazing into the void.
"They dare!"
voxed Jotchi, outraged. Shaban poured on more power, cleaving to the underside of the Swordstorm as close as possible. He had hoped deep down that his Legion brothers would not have used their weapons to prevent them from boarding. If they were truly serious, it would take them just a few minutes to obliterate the entire Brotherhood.
They cannot mean to do that. Even now, with all that has happened, they cannot mean to do more than warn us off.
The next bank of docking bays was shielded and closed, all of them too heavily buttressed to be blasted through quickly.
"Spread out,"
he voxed, scanning ahead for a way in. Only seconds remained until the situation would become irretrievable.
"Use full hull width. Maintain speed."
He pushed his bike even closer to the ship, grazing the underside of an exhaust vent and nearly clipping a power conduit. The lasfire picked up, finding its range and growing in density. The gunners were good, and well used to tracking objects at high velocity. More bikes exploded, tumbling through the void before crashing in silent streaks of igniting promethium. His helm display flashed red, stabbing at him with the call signs of the dead.
"Faster!"
he snarled, unwilling to pull away. There would be no second chance. His brothers knew it, and followed his lead tightly. Their engines flared in the dark, burning almost beyond their tolerances.
"Khan!"
voxed Jochi through gritted teeth. For the first time he sounded unsure.
"When do we—"
Then Shaban saw it on his helm display. A single docking port, unshielded, unbarred.
"That's it! Follow me in!"
Shaban ordered, swinging his bike upwards and kicking on towards the signal. He tore through the oncoming hail of lasfire, jerking and ducking to avoid the beams, sweeping past a whole row of angled torpedo launchers and streaking towards the signalled port. He had no idea why it was unprotected, but it saved them the ruinous task of trying to blast an entrance. Its marker lights were on, strobing into the open jaws of the docking chamber, beckoning them in, as though someone on the flagship actively wanted them to break the cordon. Shaban kicked the retros at the last moment, skidding around in zero gravity, then powering into the Swordstorm's inertia bubble. His bike's grav plates whined instantly, adjusting to the rapidly moving environment, before locking on to the docking bay floor and righting him. Shaban slewed into the chamber beyond, swinging his bike about and decelerating hard. The hangar stretched off around him, almost empty save for a few Arvus landers and a bulk shuttle held in place by docking clamps. He could already hear warning klaxons sounding. The Brotherhood followed him in, dropping to the deck as they swooped under the docking bay roof. The riders killed their engines, leaping from the saddle before the last of the roaring had died down, and their mounts coasted to a steaming standstill. Shaban kicked his bike away and sped for the doors at the far end, drawing his glaive from his back as he ran. The energy field spat into life.
"To me!"
he roared, noting how many life sign runes were streaming through the hangar. More than 200 had already broken through. Many more were coming in. Jochi reached him, sprinting hard, bolt pistol in one hand and tulwar in the other.
"Command, Bridgelock!"
he voxed to the rest of his brethren.
19 levels up!"
Shaban nodded, reaching the exit ramp and powering up it towards a huge pair of half-open blast doors.
"We'll be there in no time,"
he grinned. The last of the Psyche Nuine disappeared into the ruins, leaving nothing but ghostly trails of witchlight over burned-out buildings. The Khan watched them go. His blade ran with luminous ichor, dripping in teardrop clumps to the dust. Dozens of carcasses littered the earth around him, some still twitching in jerky displays of insect agony. Killing them had been straightforward enough. It was a matter of belief as much as anything, attuning himself to the potential that existed within him, just as it did in all of his brothers. They were, every one of them, creatures of the warp, whatever Malkador told the masses, and whatever Russ or Angron might like to believe about themselves.
It runs in our minds, like blood in a vein.
Quinjar and the surviving Keshig warriors gathered around him. As he turned to acknowledge them, the Khan noticed more silver flashes running along the horizon. The rumble of thunder had grown louder during his absence. The clouds were racing now, jostling like herds of Adun on the stampede. Quinjar bowed.
Kagan,
Do you have a fix on the sword storm? The Khan asked, glancing back up at the unquiet skies. He could sense the static in them, laced with strands of vivid ether essence.
Not yet.
The Khan turned back and caught sight of the Thousand Suns legionary among the others. For a terrible moment he thought that it was Ahriman. He wore the same crimson armor and bore the same arcane sigils.
You, he said. Who are you?
The sorcerer bowed.
Revuel Arvida, Lord. Fourth Fellowship.
The Khan regarded him. He could see the vigor of the psychic soul glowing inside him like a candle flame, weakened by privation, but still vivid.
You are the last.
As far as I know, said Arvida. Unless...
There is nothing down there, the Khan said. Not any more.
Did you find what you were looking for? Asked Quinjar.
The Khan thought on that. It was hard to know what to say. He had never known what he was looking for in truth. He had hoped, as had always happened in the past, that the quarry would fall into view before him, leaping away on the edge of sight, poised for him to run down. Now that he had ended the chase, though, it was hard to decide what kind of thing had been encountered.
I know more than I did, he said.
Then who is the traitor?
The Khan smiled bleakly.
Everything we were told was the truth. This world bears the kill mark of Russ, just as we were told. But Magnus had already fallen, just as we were told. Behind them all stands Horus, the Lord of Primarchs.
He looked up into the skies.
They were all to blame. There is no one traitor. There is only a web, stretching back in time, clutching at us all. And now it comes for us.
Above the column the clouds began to glow. A vibrant shard of light speared down from the smog, crackling as it hit the stone below. The Terminators turned to face it, powering up their weapons. Quinjar stepped in front of the Khan. Only Arvida remained unmoved.
I have felt him following us for a long time,
murmured the Khan, watching the energy lash and snake. Plumes of dust blew up, snarling in electric arcs and making the air hum with static.
He has been on my heels since Ullanor. He has finally caught up.
The Keshig moved into a loose semicircle, poised to strike. None of them would move before the order was given, though. They were the extension of the Khan's will.
Do not try to prevent him,
said the Khan calmly, watching dark shapes solidify within the raging wall of light.
He is beyond all of you. How could he not be? He is my brother.
Chapter 20. Hasek watched the augur readings with a growing sense of unease.
Are you sure?
He demanded, swinging around to face Taban.
Can there be no mistake?
I do not think so, Noyan Khan,
replied the Sensorium Master, peering intently at the lenses clustered around him.
I am as surprised as you, but I will check to eliminate the possibility of error.
Hasek turned to Goghal, commander of his Keshig.
What of the fleet? The Korfan is moving to engage them. I cannot make contact with the bridge. Hibu is not responding from the Chinza. I have reports of disorder on many vessels now.
Hasek exhaled irritably.
We do not have time for this.
Goghal looked over his shoulder briefly. Far away, back down in the depths of the lower bridge, the Terran woman was still working hard at her station.
The Khaljian has landed borders. Even here, my lord, we are not...
Shiban ship?
I believe so. Open a Vox-link to the incoming flotilla, ordered Hasek. Prevent any of our vessels from opening fire on them. This is the moment. We hold here. We wait here.
He turned to the dozens of white scars around him. They were Khans, captains, senior ship officers, and mortal commanders. just a few of those who had been persuaded, and who were now working to free the Legion from the hand of tyranny. Some, like Taban, were members of the flagship's crew. Others had come with him from the Chin-Za. They remained resolute. They had no choice.
Incoming vessels are not responding, replied Goghal quietly.
Hasek cursed.
Why not? I have run repeat scans, interjected Taban. There was no mistake. Teleportation was detected. Locus fixed on Tizca.
He looked up at Hasek.
They appear to have gone direct to the source.
Hasek felt his frustration rising. This was not what had been arranged.
Can we get a fix? Can we send that?
Klaxons suddenly burst out across the bridge, echoing in the high vaults. White Scar's warriors all around the key stations locked their bolters and began to move towards the many entrances.
A boarding party approaching, Noyan Khan,
reported Goghal, drawing his own weapon from its holster. His voice was almost reproachful.
Orders to repel?
Hasek cast his eye over the command bridge. For all its size, it was stuffed with throngs of bodies. Menials, station operators, space marine squads, tech priests. Hundreds of them, all at his command. At the heart of it was his own Keshik, the unbreakable retinue of Terminator-clad veterans, just like the Kargan. A lone brotherhood posed no real risk. They had run the calculations. But still, he had hoped to avoid full-scale combat in persuading others to the honourable course. Perhaps that had always been a foolish hope.
We are secure here, said Hasek coldly. Tell them to hold the enemy at the entry points.
Goghal bowed.
And what of them?
Hasek turned back to the arch of the massive observation portal. He could see them with his own eyes now. 4 grand warships, each clustered with escorts, burning towards them out of the glare of Prospero's sun. They were moving slowly but purposefully, a far cry from the disruption sweeping across the White Scar's fleet.
They are not 16th Legion, Noyan Khan, said Goghal. I can see that. Why did they not make contact? Why the silence? This is the test, brothers, Hasek announced, turning back to the warriors around him.
Even as he did so, he heard the first hard bangs of bolter fire echoing in the levels below.
This is what we have been working towards.
He drew his own blade, the Chagorian Talwar that he had borne into battle since the first days of the Crusade.
It cannot be halted now, he said. For the sake of the Imperium, no backward step.
Shaban burst into the corridor, running hard. A dozen of his warriors flanked him, and they raced along together, followed closely by the rest of the Brotherhood. Menials pressed against the walls to let them pass, wide-eyed with shock. Warning klaxons rang tinnily, followed by ship-wide emergency warnings. Many of the ship's crew were armed with las weapons, but had nothing that could stop several hundred primed and armoured White Scars on the rampage. The Brotherhood pushed up, deck after deck, not encountering any resistance that they could not sweep aside with unconscious ease. Near the end, Shaban broke into one of the halls below the bridge level. A vast space with curving marble walls and banks of glowing sensor lenses. Hundreds of tech priests and mortal officers scattered ahead of him, breaking like herds of prey before a hunter's arrowhead formation. He did not even see their faces. They passed him in a blur. Ranks of cogitator logic engines swept by, as tall as warhounds and steaming from superheated valves and transistor columns. As he sprinted clear of the last of them, the first hammering salvo of bolter fire cracked into the walls around him. He skidded to a halt, dropping low and scanning for the source of the incoming shots. A wide staircase ran away from him, less than 20 meters ahead, ascending steeply to the far end of the hall. Terraces radiated along the walls on either side of it, all stuffed with servitor stations. Halfway up the staircase, on a colonnaded landing area, a line of White Scars waited. They were well established, already crouched in fire positions and able to shelter behind the curve of the pillars around them. Beyond them lay the approaches to the strategium and bridge. Their commander did not make any attempt to stay in cover. He strode to the forefront, bolter in one hand, power sword in the other.
"Go no further, brothers!"
he shouted, and his vox-amplified voice echoed around the hall.
"That is enough! We will fire if you force us!"
Shaban looked up at him, and his heart sank. It was Torgun. The Terran had come with at least the majority of his brotherhood, 200 detectable, surely many more remaining out of sight.
"This cannot go on,"
replied Shaban, holding position. Behind him, his forces advanced slowly under the cover of the logic engines.
"You are not the master of this legion, Torgun."
"Nor are you, brother,"
Torgun replied, gazing down at him from his vantage.
"The bridge is sealed."
"What of the Kargan?"
"Hasek speaks for the Kargan."
Shaban felt his blood run hot. No one, not even the Emperor himself, spoke for the Great Khan.
"It is not just me," Shaban voxed. "Others will resist, all across the fleet. The Legion will not take Hasek's lead."
"They will come around," said Torgun, though he sounded almost as if he were working to convince himself.
"They will see it, just as the Kargan will when he returns."
Shaban examined the stairway approach. It would be difficult. The defenders had the height advantage and the cover advantage. But did they truly believe in this? Would they hold the line for Hasek in the way that they would for the Kargan?
"You can still withdraw," voxed Shaban. "I know you, brother. This is not why you joined them. You never intended it. Lower your blades. This is no longer about loyalty. It is over."
Torgun only hesitated for a fraction of a second, just a mere fragment of a chronoslice, hardly detectable. Still, he hesitated.
"I have my orders, Shaban," he said defiantly. "Come no further. We will fire on you."
Shaban nodded grimly. He transmitted a silent command to his brotherhood over the comm.
"Go swiftly. Go surely. We do this for the Kargan." "Then I am sorry, brother," Shaban voxed, clutching his glaive two-handed and tensing for the charge. "Believe me, I am. Now."
With a deafening roar, the Brotherhood of the Storm burst out of cover and surged up the stairway, charging into the incoming torrent of bolter shells as the hall exploded with light, sound, and fury. The Khan watched the last of the warp energies tear away. He watched the ash settle and the residual snags of ether burn ripple into nothing. Then he watched 7 figures within the maelstrom emerge. 6 of them were legionaries. They were clad in pale, thick-slabbed Terminator armor and carried huge reaper scythes. Their pauldrons were olive green, and the links between the plates were cold iron. They were massive, heavier set than Quinjar's retinue, hunched at the shoulder and leaking pale green vapor from the last of the teleportation beams. The 7th occupied a different order of power. He towered over them, clad in plate of bare brass and corpse-white ceramite. A long cloak of dark green hung down from high-rimmed shoulder guards. Skulls dangled from chains about his belt, some human, some Xenos. A long pistol nestled among them, drum-barreled and studded with bronze kill markers. His eyes were amber, glinting from under the deep shadow of a tattered cowl. An ornate rebreather covered the lower half of his face. Coils of oily gas spilled from the lining of his battleplate, dribbling down the skull-painted surfaces and hissing on contact with Prospero's death-dry soil. Tubes running from the rebreather mask gurgled with fluids. His breath came in clogged wheezes.
"Jagatai,"
said the Primarch Mortarion, planting the heel of his enormous scythe into the dust. The Khan looked up at the blade. It was known as Silence, the greatest of the 14th Legion's infamous man-reapers.
Mortarion,
the Khan replied, nodding in acknowledgement.
This is not your world.
Nor yours. And yet here we both are.
Mortarion's honor guard, the Death Shroud, spread out silently across the ash. Quinjar's warriors fell into a mirror formation. The two forces faced one another, just a few meters apart. Above them the lightning rippled and the thunder growled. The Khan felt his muscles tense.
If you came for Magnus, he is no longer here.
I came to find you, brother. Things have changed.
You noticed.
Mortarion smiled behind his mask, making his mottled cheeks crease.
I have plenty to tell you, Jagatai. There are opportunities here. The cost of error has never been higher. The rewards beyond imagination.
The Khan observed him guardedly. Mortarion had always been hard to read.
You are here to persuade me, then? He asked. You think, after all this, there are any more arguments to be made?
Mortarion reached up with his left hand and pushed his cowl back. A pallid grey scalp was revealed, though it still bore the noble countenance of the Gene Brotherhood. Deep bags nested under his sharp eyes, and wisps of gas rose up from the collar about his neck.
Listen, he said. Just listen. You might learn something. Even you, my proud brother, can still be tutored.
The Khan left his blade unsheathed, holding it loosely by his side. Mortarion's power seemed to have grown. Something burned in him, dark like old embers. His flesh was somehow bleaker, his stance a little more crabbed, and yet the aura of intimidation around him had been augmented. Back on Ullanor, even at the height of triumph, he had not had quite the same heft. The Khan recalled his brother's words.
Then what would be the wager on us, brother? What would you pay if we fought?
Say what you came to say, said the Khan.
Mortarion bowed, half mockingly.
I have travelled a long way to find you, he rasped. And now, look around. We have all the time in the universe. All we have left to disturb us are the dead, and they do not stir.
He smiled again, as mirthless and dry as before.
Yet.
Shiban shouldered into a brother legionary, sending him staggering back up the wide marble steps. He spun his glaive, sweeping it through the air crossways and cracking the bolter free of the stricken defender's gauntlets. Then he plunged it down, punching the blade tip through his victim's armor cabling and severing the oxygen feed. Torgun's warrior gagged, tearing at his throat, and rolled across the steps into the path of Shiban's charging brotherhood. The volume of fire was horrific. Even running at speed, darting and ducking as they came, dozens had been cut down. The bolt shells cracked hard into ceramite plate, ripping it apart and sending legionaries flying backwards. Right up until the order to charge had been given, Shiban had not been sure they would really open fire. Torgun had been as good as his threat, though, and his warriors had done their duty. The Brotherhood of the Storm surged up against the hammering deluge, sprinting in loose formation. For every one of them knocked back, 10 more gained ground. Soon they were up amidst the colonnades, and the fighting switched to close range. Brother locked blades with brother, and the echoing din of bolter fire was joined by the acrid snarl of energy weapons. Shiban turned to face another defender, given away by the moon icon upon his pauldron, but otherwise almost indistinguishable from any other warrior in the melee. They locked blades in a flurry of vicious strokes. Shiban whirled his Guan Dao, blurring the disruptor trail before jabbing it straight ahead, impaling the warrior under the breastplate. He wrenched the blade deep, twisting it into the flesh beneath before yanking it clear. If the enemy had been a greenskin, he would have kept going, carving into the organs, making sure. But these were his brothers. He had no wish to kill if it could be avoided. He immobilized, shattered bones, throttled and bludgeoned, then moved on, sprinting further up through the throng of warriors towards the summit. The fighting was bizarre, close-packed, frenzied, confused and brutal, but strangely detached. No fighter whooped or cried out in battle cant. They fought with a cold discipline, going through the movements with consummate skill, but taking no joy in it.
"We have become wretched,"
thought Shiban, as he powered up through the press of bodies, twisting, punching, lashing out.
"We have become what we once hated."
He thrust upwards, smashing a defender out of his path with a haymaker from his gauntlet. "You always went too fast, brother," came a familiar voice from above. Shiban ducked, feeling the blade swipe lash across him. He dropped to one knee before driving upwards again, glaive extended. Torgen was too quick, evading the disruptor point and parrying with his power sword. The blades crackled together in a storm of energy auras, before leaping apart.
"What did they promise you?"
snarled Shiban, coiling for another strike. Torgen thrust first, handling his tulwar with suitably impressive dexterity. They clashed again, exchanging a flurry of heavy blows before springing back apart.
"Nothing,"
he grunted.
"It's about loyalty."
Shiban pressed the assault, using his glaive's reach to batter Torgen onto the back foot.
"Loyalty!"
Torgen countered at speed. Sparks showered across his armor as the energy field snarled and burned.
"Horus is the War Master.
Why do you resist it?" Then he broke free of the sequence of blows and launched his own strike, ducking around the glaive and angling in low.
"That is not enough,"
gasped Shiban, only just blocking the strike and nearly losing his footing. All around them warriors grappled and cut, blasted and blocked, gripped in 100 jewels of their own. Shattered masonry flew from the architraves above them, smashed loose by bolter fire.
"You know it! You've been used!"
Torgen fell back, retreating a pace up the stairs to give himself room, and Shiban went after him.
"Used?"
Torgen scoffed, incredulous.
"Where is the Emperor, brother? Where are the legions at his side? Look at the world below. Look at it!"
Shiban crashed into contact again, swinging the glaive in a tight arc and hammering against Torgen's defense. Together they rocked and swayed, climbing steadily, surrounded by the tumult of combat. The summit of the stairway drew closer. With a burst of exhilaration, Shiban saw that they were forcing the defenders back.
"Give this up," urged Shiban. "You can still call it off."
Torgen fell back again, reaching the landing beyond and letting Shiban come to him. Bolter fire hammered out again, launched from positions further up, hidden against the pillars and terraces of the bridge's main antechamber. As always, Torgen had organized his defences well. There were layers after layers, each harder to breach than the last.
"I have my orders,"
Torgen said again, repeating the words with the same growl of defiance. By then he stood at the entrance to the antechamber, covered by bolter fire arcs and flanked by his steadily retreating brotherhood, sword held in guard, stance resolute. It was hard not to admire his conviction. Shiban had always noted the way that the Terrans fought in defence, steadfast, gritty, bloody-minded. There were things to learn, even in the heart of the madness.
"Damn your orders!"
Shiban roared, rousing his warriors for the final push.
"For the Kargan!"
With an answering wave of aggression, they surged up the final incline, sweeping over the lip of the stairs and into the new storm. Torgen held position, and the two of them slammed back into the duel, blades whirling in a storm of flaring disruptors. Mortarion took a few steps towards the Khan. Quinjar moved to intervene, but the Khan gave him a wordless battle sign, and he retreated with the others. The two Primarchs stood alone, shadowed by their respective bodyguards. Mortarion was a little broader, the Khan a little taller. Mortarion's armour was heavy, almost crude, where the Khan's was fine-wrought. Silence was a gigantic weapon, forged from a chunk of adamantium and glittering with Archaeotech fixings. The Khan's dowel was a slender, perfectly curved piece of flawless metal, deriving its strength from its form rather than its size. It could be made to move faster than any blade in the Imperium. Speed against implacability. An interesting contest.
"You are not meant to be here," said Mortarion. "You were meant to join the Alpha Legion at Alaxis."
The Khan nodded.
"Or return to Terra." "We did not wish that. Why would we?"
"The Alpha Legion held us at Chondax. They wanted us to hear from Dawn."
Mortarion raised a hairless eyebrow.
"Indeed. You surprise me, but perhaps you shouldn't. It seems that Alfarius is never wholly of one mind."
He chuckled darkly.
"He plays a dangerous game. His own intrigues will throttle him."
"So, why you?" asked the Khan.
"Why not me, brother?"
"I assumed it would be Horus."
"Vanity. He has many things to keep him busy."
The Khan's eyes narrowed. Mortarion did not seem too sure of himself. For all the show, all the projected force, he was on shaky ground.
"Horus didn't send you, did he?"
"That means nothing."
"It means everything,"
said the Khan, studying his brother's reaction.
"Magnus told me how the war stands. Some souls are still to be decided on. There were always those of us on the edge. I was one. You were another."
Mortarion snorted.
"My legion was at Istvan, so put aside any thoughts that we are not committed. The outcome is already determined, and your choice is simple: preservation or destruction. Come, Jagatai, you've never even believed in unity. You saw through it even when Guilliman was lecturing us all to tears, back when there was still Xenos standing between our father and the galaxy's edge."
"Then tell me the alternative."
"A galaxy of warriors," said Mortarion. "A galaxy of hunters, where the strong are given their freedom. A galaxy in which there is no dead hand at the tiller, constraining us, lying to us."
"And all this led by Horus?"
Mortarion shrugged.
"He's the start. He is the champion, the sacrificial king. He may burn himself out to get to Terra. He may not. Either way, there will be room for others to rise."
Mortarion drew closer, and the Khan smelled the chemical tang of his armor.
"You should never have thrown your lot in with the Angel, brother. Let alone Magnus. I hated to see it, the three of you, getting dragged in deeper. I always thought you'd break away, see through it, get tired of the hypocrisy."
"They were never hypocrites."
"No."
Mortarion exhaled a parched laugh.
"I hoped you'd have understood them sooner. It's the warp, Jagatai. Our father tried to pretend it wasn't there, as if he weren't already up to his elbows in its soul-sucking filth. It should have been cordoned off, put away, forgotten about. It's not for us. It's a sickness, a blight."
Mortarion became agitated. He calmed down slowly, wheezing through his gas-shrouded mask. The Khan heard a faint hiss, and guessed at what kind of suppressants had been shunted into his bloodstream.
"I see what has happened," he said quietly.
Mortarion cocked his head.
"Oh."
"You were always sincere. I will give you that," said the Khan. "You never hid what you wanted. I can guess how you thought it would go. First hobble the sorcerers, silence the witches, drive them out, and rule passes to the uncorrupted, the healthy. That was your great project. You even told me of it that day on Alinor. I thought back then that they were empty threats, but I should have known. You do not make empty threats.
As the Khan spoke, Mortarian's mask-locked expression remained inscrutable. Every so often his eyes would go filmy, or his finger would twitch. There was a kind of febrile energy about him, spilling out of the cracks, just as the noxious fumes did.
"But it has gone wrong, hasn't it?" the Khan went on. "You have completed your great mission, but there are more sorcerers than ever. Horus has sponsored them. Lorgar has shown them new tricks. If Magnus has not already made up his mind, then he soon will, and then you will be surrounded. You've destroyed the Librarius, only to find the witches are now untrammeled. They played you well. You have done their work for them, and soon you will be dragged into it yourself, as warp-sick as they are."
You think that...
"I see it perfectly. Magnus showed me. Your legion may be free of it for now, but the change will come. You made your pacts, and now they will come to collect. You fool."
Mortarian stiffened. His eyes blazed with anger for a second, quickly quelled.
"You do not—"
"And that is why you came to find me," said the Khan. "You've run out of friends. Who will stand with you against the Ether Weavers now? Angron? What an ally. Kurz? Good luck."
The Khan gazed at Mortarian disdainfully.
"You've tasted the fruits of treachery and found them bitter. Don't drag me into your ruin. You're on your own, brother."
Mortarian's expression fractured behind the mask, shifting into an enraged snarl, disfiguring rapidly. Silence quivered, and he took half a step forward, his free fist clenching.
"I came to give you a choice,"
Mortarian said, keeping his voice under control with some difficulty.
"Half your legion are already declared for Horus. The others will follow wherever you order them. Our father's time is over. You can be a part of the order that replaces him."
The Khan smiled, a cold smile, imperious in its contempt.
"A new emperor?"
Mortarian glared back at him, though he could not hide the doubt.
"Why not? Why should it not be you?"
The Khan nodded, finally understanding.
"Or you? Why not indeed?"
He drew closer, noticing for the first time the discoloration of the skin around the edge of his brother's rebreather. How long had he worn it?
"I'll tell you why. Because we were never the empire builders. We were the outriders. You chafed at it. I embraced it."
Mortarian began to back away. As he did so, silence crackled into life, sparking with green-tinged energy. The Death Shroud lowered their scythes in a combat posture.
"Then you will not be persuaded," said Mortarian,
his filtered voice sunken into a surly growl.
"A shame. I invested much energy to save you, brother. I shall take no pleasure in your destruction."
Behind the Khan, the Keshig readied their blades.
"And there is the difference between you and me," said the Khan, moving his dhow into guard. "By the time I make my kills, I am always laughing."
Chapter 21. It was poor fighting, cramped and bitter. None of them let loose with the flamboyance that they were used to. Shaban urged his brothers onwards, trying to instill the virtues of greater speed, greater power. Torgon did the same, exhorting those about him into a typically dogged defence. Neither side relished the carnage. Blood began to splatter across the marble, trodden in and smeared by hundreds of tramping armoured boots. Blades found their mark, cutting between breastplate and pauldron, punching into leather-brown skin and lacerating transhuman organs. The enclosed spaces rang with the peculiar noises of Space Marine combat, amplified roars of aggression, the judder and crash of bolters, the snarl of power weapons clashing. Shaban and Torgun fought at the heart of it all, feinting and thrusting as they circled one another, each going for the opening just as the other closed it down. Neither had made a mistake. They fought perfectly, each adopting the style of their homeworld. Torgun was methodical, solid, organized. Shaban was creative, dynamic, persistent. The Brotherhood of the Moon fought as competently as their Khan, but it steadily became apparent they had taken heavier casualties during the initial engagement than the attackers. Despite the early advantage of high ground, they were driven back further into the chambers beyond, step by bloody step, forced up into the bridge's lower antechamber and on across the long hallway beyond. Shaban fought on, feeling the first spikes of fatigue in his arms and ignoring them. Torgun was not giving up.
"I will never understand it,"
Shaban snarled, spinning into contact, pivoting on his left foot to slam the glaive into Torgun's midriff.
"I will never understand why." "No, you will not," grunted Torgun,
parrying the blow but staggering back. A bolt round whistled past his shoulder, grazing the pauldron and scarring the half-moon icon.
"You had everything,"
pressed Shaban. Anger was driving him now, not exuberance. It was a wretched feeling. Torgun held his ground, working his blade expertly in a figure of 8 before going back onto the offensive.
"It wasn't mine."
The snatched words carried a taste of resentment.
"None of it was mine."
His blows became more vicious, and Shaban had to work hard to meet them. Torgun's fury eroded his discipline, though, and Shaban countered hard, nearly stabbing the glaive point clean into his chest.
"You had whatever you wanted,"
said Shaban scornfully, driving him back another few meters. All around him his brothers were doing the same, fueled by the greater fervor. They knew exactly where their allegiance lay.
"You know nothing of what I wanted," said Torgun. "You could never see beyond Trigoris."
Shaban laughed, a sour, joyless snort.
"Trigoris is everything, brother."
Torgun ceded more ground, following the path of his steadily retreating brothers through rows of Gothic arches.
"Exactly."
The fighting surged up a shallow incline, overlooked by vast chandelier lumens of gold and glass. Shaban's forces pushed up through the narrowing space, gaining ground with every surge. Many fell to the concentrated volleys of covering fire, their armour pulverized in the withering barrage, but their momentum was not halted. Torgun's forces had lost too many warriors to hold the ground, and now struggled to keep them back. Shaban drove onwards, beyond the ramp's summit and through the previously sealed doors into the lower reaches of the command hall. The ceiling soared away from them, impossibly high up, studded with glacaic and lit by 1,000 suspensor globes. The bridge's hubbub of activity was drowned by the thunder of combat. Hundreds of servitors and crew lit up the proximity detectors in Shaban's helm display. The space opened up before them, packed with bodies that milled like the crowds on a hive world.
"Secure the tactical stations,"
he voxed to his brothers, still fighting hard.
"Keep together. Watch for strikes from the sensor pits."
The Brotherhood tore out into the main hall, driving the defenders before them in ragged, battered squads. Just as the arch of the observation deck soared away ahead of them, Torgun's forces fell back en masse. Torgun himself broke from combat, the last of the defenders to do so, following his retreating warriors. They all went quickly, decisively, as if the move had been long planned. Shaban's instinct was to charge after them, cutting them down as they broke. All around him his brothers did the same, sprinting ahead to run the enemy down.
"Withdraw, then return."
"No!" Shaban roared, suddenly seeing the danger. He skidded to a halt, crouching down, just as the hurricane hit. From high up on the terraces on either side of the bridge, lodged many meters up between the pillars and suspended platforms, massed bolter fire tore up the floor in a cloud of debris. Many of Shaban's warriors, having pursued Torgun's retreating forces too closely, were caught up in the wave of impacts, their armour shredded. The rest of them retreated to what cover they could, cogitator banks, sensor stations, observation gantries. Shaban made for the shadow of a huge raised platform, crowned with brass frame view screens. Just as he did so, the wave of bolter fire ceased. Moving carefully, he shifted around the foot of the platform and scanned the area ahead. Torgun's warriors had hunkered down in a long line across the servitor pits, bisecting the hall. Dozens of sharpshooters were stationed above them on the terraces, holding fire for now, but still primed. Beyond that, he saw more heavy infantry holding position around the epicenter of the bridge itself, the command throne. Hassic's own Keshig were amongst them, hulking in Terminator plate. Other defending White Scars occupied strategic points on the observation deck beyond. There must have been hundreds in total. The bridge was covered, locked down, utterly secure.
"This is enough, Khan," came Hassic's voice from the throne.
Ilya cowered behind her Auspex station, hunched low with her hands over her ears. The noise when they had broken in was incredible, a hammering, drumming wall of sound, punctured by vox-augmented roars of belligerence. Space Marines in everyday life were intimidating enough. In combat, they were astonishing. Halgi had broken away from her position as soon as it had happened, rushing up the steps to a vantage point closer to the command dais. He had drawn his bolter and held it two-handed in front of him. Disorientated, thrown by the horrific storm of damage around her, Ilya had hardly noticed him fire, but he had not hesitated for a moment. As though it were the most natural thing in the world, he had opened up on his comrades, joining in the barrage that had sent them reeling backwards and scrambling for cover. It had clearly been arranged. Halgi had known that they were coming. She glanced up, through the damaged remains of her cogitator units, and towards the command throne. Hassic looked as stoic as ever, addressing the crouching intruders, trying to get them to stand down. Ilya's gaze travelled up to the rooflines. Marksmen had been placed high up the walls. There seemed to be armoured warriors everywhere. The rest of the mortal crew were doing what she was, cowering out of the gun lines, lost in shock. Ilya crawled over to what remained of her console and stared at the Auspex readings. The 4 incoming warships were drifting closer, utterly incautious, prowling through local space as though they owned it. Now, up close, she could see the fleet markings. 14th Legion. The Death Guard. That seemed as incongruous to her as anything that had happened since the encounters at Chondax. Had Hassic arranged the rendezvous? If so, why? Ilya scrabbled to pull up more data from the cracked screens. With Halgi out of the way, she could work more quickly. More ships entered auger range, 2 of them burning through the outer system at high speed. No markers, no idents, just sub-warp signatures and the telltale flicker of void shield activation. Ilya stared at the signals for a while, unable to gauge where they had emerged from or what they were doing. The White Scars fleet was paralyzed. Their ships were not moving to counter either threat closing in on them. If what was happening on the Swordstorm was taking place on the other warships, then Ilya could see why. The Legion had turned upon itself, as if hidden divisions had suddenly been exposed everywhere at once. Of course, she had played a part in it. The Khaljian's warriors would have had a harder time getting on board the ship if she had not deactivated the defences over Docking Bay 567. That had been Halgi's fault. She had never liked to resort to deception, whatever the cause.
"Where is the Kargan?"
came a shout from the far end of the bridge hall. A Space Marine's voice filtered through a helm vox. It was a good voice, hard, with Tregorian depth to it, but untainted by rancour. Ilya was instantly glad of the choice she had made.
"He will return, Shaban," Hassic replied. "This is pointless. We are not traitors. It will all be resolved."
Traitors. The word chilled her. She remembered what Quinjar had told her, and the snippets of information she had gleaned from talking to the Kargan. With a twist in her stomach, She knew what would happen next. The stakes were too high to leave things hanging unresolved. The invaders were going to charge again. This time it would not stop. Not until only one faction remained on the bridge. Traitor or loyalist, whichever was which. She couldn't just watch. It would almost certainly be futile, possibly suicidal. But standing idly by had never been her way. With her palms slick with nervous sweat, Ilya prepared to move.
"Hold position,"
Shaban signaled to his surviving warriors, all pinned down close to where they had burst in at the near end of the hall.
"Stay in cover."
"I have no wish to kill you," cried Hasek. "You are outgunned, heavily. Let this be an end to it."
Shaban turned to see Jochi, who was crouched down in the shadow of a pillar a few meters to his right. It looked like he had taken a hit and was breathing heavily.
"What do you think?"
Shaban voxed. Jochi shook his head. Shaban knew what expression he would be wearing under his helm, a rueful smile.
"Too many,"
he replied. Shaban nodded.
"Far too many. But you will order it anyway."
Shaban ran another sweep of the chamber. They were outnumbered 3-1, and the defenders were better armed and better placed. It would be a massacre, with no guarantee of getting even halfway to where they needed to be. But he might at least make it to Hasek. That would be worth something.
"On my mark,"
he voxed to what remained of his warriors.
"The throne is the target."
He heard the slam and click of bolters being reloaded. All around him his brothers made their final preparations.
"If we are to die here,"
he added, taking up the glaive again and preparing to burst from cover,
"then we will die fighting. For the Khan, brothers! For the Khan!"
Ilya jumped to her feet, her heart pounding, and ran into the open.
"No!"
she shouted, ludicrously, as if any of them would pay attention to the sudden intervention of an old woman with no combat training. She stood up, shaking with fear, determined to do something.
"Why are you doing this?"
Her words were never heard. Not by the assembled White Scars, not even by her. A deafening roar boomed through the entire bridge, like a starship engine keying up to burn. An eye-burning light blazed, followed by the lash of energy coiling. The iridescence blew out almost as quickly as it had come, leaving clanging echoes in its wake. Ilya blinked hard, her eyes watering madly. By the time her vision had cleared, the bridge looked like a very different place. Hundreds more White Scars legionaries stood arrayed in ranks across the outer circle of the bridge, all aiming their bolters at the command throne. The acrid residue of teleportation hung in the air, making the hairs on her neck stand up. For a moment longer, she remained entirely bewildered. Then she recognized the master-crafted Terminator plate of Jemulan Noyan Khan, with his retinue of veterans at his back, and carrying a hissing power sword.
"Stand down, Hasek," Jemulan said firmly. "The attempt to alter our path has failed."
Hasek made no move to comply. To Ilya's eyes the forces now looked evenly matched, which made her heart sink further. Combat between them would rip the bridge to pieces.
"Not at all, brother,"
Hasek replied.
"It is just incomplete. Do not stand in the way of progress. You do not have the whole picture." "No doubt, but this is not your choice to make." "It is the only choice." "Then it is no choice at all," Jemulan replied.
All around him, his troops picked out their targets. Ilya felt like shrinking back behind her sensor console. The tension hung heavily, like a thunderhead about to break. She started to move, ducking down below the line of cogitator housings and crawling back into something like cover. As she did so, she noticed the teleportation platform, still operative but a long way away. With her heart in her mouth, she began to move towards it. As she did so, she heard the command that she had dreaded, issued from the vox grill of one of the commanders. She did not even recognize which one.
"So, There is nothing more to say. Open fire!
The Khan struck first, moving faster than thought, his cloak swirling about him. Mortarion met the blow with his scythe, and a radial wave shot out from silence, throwing up the ash in swirling clouds. The Death Shroud lumbered into range, swinging their own scythes. Quinjar's warriors engaged them, charging across the cracked stone and bringing their blades to bear. Neon-blue claws clashed with heavy iron, sending dull clangs resounding across the empty square. Amidst the ruins of Tizca, the two forces slammed together, moving like choreographed dancers as the eyeless faces of old statues gazed down at them.
"I see your mind, brother,"
hissed the Khan, hammering home the attack.
"You would turn me, or end me."
Mortarion grunted as he blocked the incoming Dao. He moved far more slowly than the Khan, but everything he did was solid, dense, and indomitable.
"If you're stubborn enough not to see the chance here, then yes, your time is over."
The Khan laughed. Wielding his blade again freely felt good. The Syke Nueen had been a trivial challenge. Going up against a fellow Primarch was the kind of test he had missed for too long. He darted in close, spinning on one boot before thrusting his sword at Mortarion's midriff. The strike was blocked, but the Death Lord stumbled.
"So slow,"
taunted the Khan. His blade danced, flashing like the lightning above. Every strike was weighted heavily, slicing chunks from Mortarion's thick plate as if it were corroded scrap.
"You got everything wrong. Why exchange one master for another? And do not take me for a fool. Only one soul may rule from the throne world."
He heard the clash of blades around him, the soft rush of bolter discharge and the heavy bang of the shells detonating. More cracks opened up underfoot, glowing red like molten steel. Muzzle flashes lit up ruined carven images on ancient stonework, starkly revealing the Prosperine occult devices engraved upon every facet. Mortarion rallied, breathing hard. Though his reflexes were slow, his strength was impressive. He'd already taken blows that would have felled a lesser warrior, and yet seemed barely troubled.
"Your legion called out,"
he snarled, wielding silence in deadening sweeps.
"You have cells operating in every brotherhood, desperate to serve. All we did was answer them."
The Khan laughed again. He felt alive, unfettered, free for the first time in months to act.
"The lodges, eh? Secret societies? You think that'll be enough to drag us behind the War Master?"
Mortarion dug in, and his heavy boots sank into the ash. The Khan launched a series of blistering Dao blows, glancing off the Death Lord's thick pauldrons and sending him reeling.
"I let them meet,"
the Khan said. His blade was moving brutally, smearing with speed and clanging from the scythe.
"I have always let them. I am not a tyrant, brother."
Mortarion started to rally, meeting the Khan's fury with resolute efficiency. He took a stride back in close, planting his feet widely to close down another incoming stroke. The two weapons twisted and rebounded, sending sparks flying through the gloom. The intensity of it was vicious. Every perfect movement was vindication of the Emperor's gene majesty, albeit exemplified in two totally different aspects. The troops battling around them, themselves titans of combat, were reduced to irrelevance, like mortal warriors straying into the quarrels of gods.
"We are all tyrants,"
Mortarion rasped, picking up the pace of his scythe blows.
"Do not fool yourself. We were bred for nothing else." "Not I,"
said the Khan, whirling around him, moving with an almost unconscious balance.
"I care nothing for dominion. Never have. You, on the other hand, you yearn for it."
The Khan drove Mortarion back further, pounding and pummeling him across the square's margins and towards the edge of the broken pyramid. They reeled together under the shadow of Photep's arch, the old entrance to the immense vaults within, now roofless and gaping. The Khan felt brief flashes of warp fire, and guessed that it was Arvida. He heard Quinjar's battle cry, and gloried in it. The Keshig master was a superlative warrior, and he had no fear for him, nor any of the others. They could fight now. They knew the enemy. They could see him, and that was enough.
I deserve it,
Mortarion wheezed, gasping into his rebreather as he laboured under the assault.
I always deserved it. You could have joined me.
The Khan did not relent. His blade was like a shard of starlight, fierce and irresistible.
Your time will come.
You tell me the warp should be forgotten, shut away.
How little you know.
It will come for you now.
Killing you here will be a mercy.
I can already see your future darkening, dragging at your very soul. The two of them thundered across the base level of the pyramid, followed at every step by the echoing clash of arms around them. The edifice's open carcass rose up high above, its broken spars jutting upwards in perfect geometry towards a non-existent apex. The old internal walls, half slumped into rubble and riddled with yawning gaps, twisted away from them in a labyrinth of complexity.
All futures are dark now,
Mortarion replied, swiping savagely and backhanding his scythe into the edge of an exposed archway. The keystone smashed to rubble around him.
You have no idea what Horus has become, nor the Emperor. They are both monsters, but you have chosen the wrong one. Horus is a fighter. He is one of us, not some immortal aberration.
The Khan laughed as he pursued him, this time from genuine pleasure.
Immortal aberration, he mused,
dragging his blade down at a sharp angle and nearly severing a thicket of Mortarion's feeder cables.
We all share his blood. What does that make us?
More powdered stonework, destroyed by Mortarion's wild scythe blows, bloomed in a cloud around them. Bolt trails whined and punched through the haze before cracking into what remained of the architecture. Uncaring of anything but their own contest, the two Primarchs hacked their way towards the pyramid's core, overshadowed by immense pillars and gaping roof curves, trading blows of such heft that the earth shuddered beneath them.
Just what do you think will happen here?
Spat Mortarion, digging in again and halting his backward course. His armour had been hacked into a tattered parody of its former solidity.
Think you can behead me, like Fulgrim did Ferrus?
The Khan missed his aim then for the first time.
Was that true? Was Ferrus gone?
Mortarion surged back at him, kicking the hilt of silence hard into the Khan's leading leg. The ivory greave plate cracked, fizzing with energy as the ceramite fractured. The Khan veered away from the follow-up strike, nearly losing his footing entirely. He staggered backwards as Mortarion went on to the offensive.
Oh, yes, he's dead, Mortarion rasped. The numbers are against you already. They will only get worse.
The Khan glanced upwards, up into the immense voids of the pyramid's heights. Tiny flecks of glass rained down from the smashed apex, sparkling bloodily from the fires kindling in the fissures below. Prospero's landscape growled its sullen anger, as though the world itself were outraged at a second duel of Primarchs upon its soil. The carbon-dark sky, starless and empty, roiled above the jagged moor of the summit. Mortarion's cloak spread wide, buoyed by hot updrafts from the cobweb of glowing crevasses. For a moment he looked like some vision of the underworld, a phantom of old Trigoris, consumed by Yaksha, eternal and devilish. The Khan fell back further, holding his dhow two-handed. Mortarion was strong as the roots of the Urlav Mountains, but he was slow. The two of them were perfectly matched, like two sides of a medal.
If we fought on the same side, he and I, countering our weaknesses, could anything stand before us? He thought. Even Horus, even the Emperor.
He gazed into Mortarion's pallid face and saw the resentment burning there, just as it did in him.
He is lost. We have all been betrayed.
The Death Lord strode closer, sweeping silence low and hard, his expression curdling into hatred, his sclerotic breath low and rapid.
Come then, brother,
said the Khan, bracing for the impact once more, holding position amidst the glass tiers of Magnus's lost city.
Let us decide this, you and I, for eternity.
Yasugai stood upon the Sickle Moon's command bridge, watching Prospero grow rapidly in the forward view. Lushan, armoured for the coming combat, bellowed orders to the crew, no doubt still convinced that the ship was going to break up around him at any minute. The last stage had been the most punishing of all, tearing at the Geller field and ravaging the warp drives. Yasugai had heard the screams of Yaksha even in his waking hours. When he went to assist the navigators, the beasts had been clearly visible in the seething hell beyond the real-view blisters, ramming up against the ship's warp-wake and scrabbling at the hull as it tore through their domain. They had almost lost the Hesiod, but a combination of Henrikos's tech mastery and the combined efforts of Yasugai and the navigators had somehow got them through. They had broken into real space at the closest vector possible, after which the engines had burned like miniature suns to bring them into orbit around the dying world. Even from far out, Yasugai felt the psychic terror still resonant on the planet, like a blackened scab over an old and deep wound.
"What of the fleet?"
he asked again, unable to make sense of the data that his senses were giving him.
"Out of position,"
replied Lushan disbelievingly.
"Scattered. No defensive lines, nothing."
Yasugai felt deep unease. Some of the White Scar's warships were visibly drifting, others moving to intercept one another. None of them were responding to the Death Guard vessels coming in to engage them.
"Bring lances online," he ordered. "Take us at the Death Guard formation and open fire. Hit them with everything we have."
Lushan nodded and barked orders down the chain of command. Almost instantly, the Sickle Moon's course switched, taking the ship hard away 2 points to starboard and thundering towards the closest 14th Legion battleship. The bridge filled with the growl and judder of weapon systems powering up, and void shields rippled across the forward viewports. They had moved efficiently, but they were still slower than the Hesiod. Henrikos's thirst for vengeance drove him harder than all of them. His machine-spare voice hissed over the bridge-com.
"We don't have the guns to take them all on," he observed.
"Do not need to," replied Yasugai in Gothic, watching as the enemy hurtled into range. The Death Guard looked complacent, concentrated on drawing close to the embattled White Scar's fleet.
"Something very wrong. Need only to clarify thoughts of my brothers."
"What are they doing? It's like they're fighting."
"They will come around."
"And the Khan? Do you sense him?" Yasugai glanced at the dark orb on the screen, now filling half the scopes. He sensed nothing but the residue of some enormous warp agony, as if the entire population had been wrenched out of their bodies and shriven. The planet was still wrapped in etheric energies.
"No," he said grimly. "Not yet."
Henrikos sent a low grunt over the comlink, as if that confirmed something he had long suspected.
"Changes nothing," he said. "We can still hurt those bastards."
Yasugai nodded, gauging the rapidly closing space between their vessels and the enemy. Both the Hesiod and the Sickle Moon were far smaller than the 4 main enemy ships, and they had escorts already racing to intercept.
"That we can, my brother," he said quietly.
Chapter 22. Mortarian's raw strength was renewed. Facing it full on, the Khan doubted that any of his brothers, save perhaps Ferrus, could have matched it. The Death Lord absorbed every strike that connected, sucking the power out of the blows like a leech, taking the hits and coming back for more. The tenacity of the Death Guard was legendary, as was their ability to absorb punishment and just keep coming. Now, witnessing them in combat for the first time, he appreciated just how true it was. The silent Death Shroud were as implacable as their master, still fighting with the Keshig amidst the wreckage. Warriors of both sides had already fallen, their bodies caked in the drifting dust, but the fighting continued around them, bitter and unyielding. The pyramid's vast interior rose up around the combatants, terrace upon terrace, blotting out what little light remained under its blackened shell. The two Primarchs had torn through what must once have been the antechambers and audience halls, kicking aside fire-crisped books, old instruments, and carbonized artifacts from 1,000 worlds. Now the heart of it loomed before them, a circular floor of obsidian, ivory traced with mystic swirls of silver and clogged with the atrophied cadavers of the long-fallen. Banded columns as wide as rhino transports towered all around, rearing up into the gloom like sentinels. At the very centre, inlaid into the dust-streaked floor in gold, was the eye of Magnus, still glistening faintly even beneath the filth that caked it. Directly above them, hundreds of meters up, was the apex itself, open to the fury of the skies. As they broke into the circle, the Khan felt himself tiring at last. Never, in uncounted years of combat, had he felt more than trivial stirrings of fatigue. He had fought the greatest champions of Xenos races, had brought down creatures that stood as tall as warhound titans, had carved his way through fields of greenskins as violent and unending as the tides of the sea, and still he had never felt the bone-deep drag that Mortarion inspired. Only the Primarchs could destroy the Primarchs. Mortarion began to laugh in his coarse way.
"I never had it this hard, eh?"
he grunted, still wielding silence heavily. He was suffering too. Blood flecked his cheeks and forehead, and his rebreather rattled as he hauled in thick breaths. The Khan launched another attack, flourishing the dao before searching for a way through Mortarion's stony defence. He was still faster, still more accomplished with the blade, but it was like duelling with entropy itself.
"You neither,"
the Khan observed, gesturing to the lines of reddened sweat trickling down Mortarion's ash-grey temples.
"True enough."
Mortarion's voice gave away his regret. Even amidst the slow-burn resentments, the long bitterness, the Death Lord was still sane enough to see the irony of the situation. The Primarchs had been bred to fight as part of one army, each brother making up for the deficiencies of the other. For all the jealousies and rivalries, in terms of raw conquest, that army had been perfect. The Emperor's vision, the great crusade for unity, sweeping across the stars, governed by 20 immortal avatars of his own unmatched psyche, had been impeccable. Now, though, here they were, brawling amidst the embers of Russ's vandalism. The fall was already severe, and they both knew that it would plummet deeper before the end.
"You could recant,"
the Khan said, falling away from a whistling sweep of the scythe just as it angled at his helm.
"Horus does not own you."
Mortarion snorted.
"No, and he never will.
You have seen our father's glory unleashed. None of us could stand against him."
Mortarion surged back on the offensive. Around them the columns flickered and leapt with the reflection of fiery disruptor energies.
"He is hobbled by his own mistakes. The throne room is a den of nightmares, one that he cannot leave. The field is open. It is ours to claim."
The Khan beat away a scythe strike and went for Mortarion's gorget. At the last minute, he jutted the blade down, slipped below the defence, and cut a long gash in the Primarch's breastplate. This time the blade cut deep, paring already fractured armour and delving into the ribcage below. Mortarion grimaced and jerked clear, cracking the Khan's sword away with his scythe shaft and staggering backwards.
"There is nothing to seize,"
growled the Khan, going after him.
"Nothing but burned earth. Look around you. You will make this the whole galaxy."
Mortarion snarled defiantly and barreled back at him, using the scythe like a halberd and smashing the hilt into the Khan's midriff. The Khan lurched away, stumbling across the uneven floor, and Mortarion lumbered after him. More blows came in, hard, heavy, earth-shaking blows. The Khan was driven further, only barely able to weather the explosion of fury directed at him. When they slammed together again, the impact was bone-jarring. They tore into one another, each strike powered by raw defiance. Fragments of armor flew like shrapnel. Gas exploded from Mortarian's store of vials as the glass was shattered, nearly blinding them both. Blood flew in straggling splatters, trailing across both combatants and staining their armor. As they hacked and countered, neither giving up so much as a centimetre of ground, it mingled upon the blade's edges, as rich and dark as wine. As the Khan fought on, the taste of copper in his mouth and the burn of acid in his muscles, he felt the law of the plains nag at him. He needed space, room to use his speed. He had to break free, to turn the fight to his strengths, to rip clear of Mortarian's cloying grasp. Summoning up one last burst of energy, the Khan bludgeoned aside the scythe and pulled away, beckoning his adversary to come after him. The Death Lord held silence high, casting a sickle shadow over the eye device upon the floor. His ripped cloak billowed out in an almost parodic vision of old legends, the Reaper myth of 1,000 human worlds, summoned into life on a world of extinguished souls. The Khan held position, panting hard, trying to drag up energy for the final clash. His heart thudded, his lungs burned. He held the dhow poised, waiting for his enemy to move.
"Come to me. You can see my weakness."
One thrust. One perfect thrust, angled precisely. He had the strength for that. It would have to be flawless. If it were not, no defense remained. Nothing else would suffice for this enemy. No lesser move would accomplish the kill. But Mortarian did not move. He stood, rigid, as though suddenly listening for something. His scythe fell into guard. A thin coughing broke from his mask, which the Khan soon realized was an exhausted kind of chortle.
"So, the choice has been made."
The Khan held his ground, unsure what he meant. Mortarian gestured to the death shroud, and they began to pull back towards his position.
"Our ships are at war, brother,"
wheezed Mortarian acidly, limping into retreat.
"This was not what we were promised, but I will not lose a fleet for this fight."
The words blurred from all the blood bubbling in his mouth, spilling out from the edges of his mask.
"Mark it, though. This thing is eternal between us now. You and I, our fates bonded in this place. Remember that. It was here that it started."
The Khan felt the dust stir around his feet. Coils of marsh-green energy rippled down from the pyramid's open apex.
"And when we next do this,"
rasped Mortarian,
"the lines will already be drawn."
He saluted mockingly, and spears of hard-edged light suddenly lanced down from above, bursting through the cloud cover and crashing through the heart of the pyramid carcass. The Khan sprang forward, seeing too late what was happening. The dhow moved quickly, blisteringly fast as he had ever moved it. If it had connected then, it would have stabbed straight through Mortarian's neck, darting over his guard and severing the coils that kept him breathing. But in an instant, the Death Lord and his retinue were snatched away, sucked into the vortex of the warp. The world's wind howled in their empty wake. The ash stirred, the lightning forked. The Khan, carried by his momentum, staggered through the empty space where his enemy had been. He whirled around, wrong-footed, still poised to strike. Quinjar faced him, unblooded but for his blades. The Thousand Suns legionary was still there, as were 5 of the Keshig.
"Get me back to him!"
the Khan roared, still pumping with aggression. The hunt had not been concluded. The kill had been ripped away. Quinjar lowered his weapons. For a moment he said nothing, but faint clicks from his helm gave away the attempts he was making to contact the ships in orbit. Then he shook his head. Whatever means the Death Guard were using to penetrate Prospero's ether barrier, it could not be replicated. The Khan turned to Arvida. "This is your world," he hissed. "Get me off it." The sorcerer looked unsteady on his feet.
"Your ships are still in orbit."
Arvida glanced at Quinjar.
"The barrier is the problem."
"I believe so."
"It will be difficult,"
Arvida murmured, looking back at the Khan.
"I can only manage a short while. Let us hope someone is watching carefully."
The Khan nodded. "Do it." Arvida backed away, the others giving him plenty of space. He collected himself, clasping his hands together. Witch light coalesced around him, drawing to his armor like spinning stars. Flickers of silver kindled upon his gauntlets, picking up strength. In a few moments both his hands were blazing with light so intense that it was hard to look at. Then he extended both hands heavenwards and released a column of coruscating luminescence, electric white and searing hot. It shot out vertically, leaping up the central shaft of the pyramid and bursting into the skies above. He staggered, only just keeping his feet, but the line of ether force kept thundering out of him. The sky ignited into a chain reaction of silver. Answering peals snapped out from above as hard as thunderclaps. A lattice of iridescence cobwebbed across the underside of the cloud cover. For the first time, the unbroken wall of occlusion broke, revealing a rainbow spectrum of lurid shades beyond it that burned and danced like aurorae. Arvida himself began to shimmer, his crimson armor blazing. The incandescence intensified until it became blinding. For a moment, the Khan thought that he might be staring straight into the Astronomicon itself, and had to turn away. He looked upwards, over to where Arvida's released energy still shot into the turbulent skies. "Now we hope," he muttered darkly. Shiban's elation at Gemulan's entrance had been short-lived. The forces were now even, each carrying devastating amounts of firepower. Every stage of the escalation had brought the ruin of the Legion closer. Weapons that had been made to turn upon enemies were now opening up at one another. He stayed crouched, his Guandao activated and ready, gauging where to strike. Hasek and his forces still had control of the command throne area at the far end of the bridge hall, plus the high observation deck and the wall terraces. Gemulan's troops had teleported in 2 groups along the flanks, and the bulk of them were at the near end, clustered amidst the sensorium stations. There was plenty of cover for both sides, though the presence of hundreds of mortal crew members, locked down at their consoles and stricken with uncertainty, made the prospect of a clean confrontation less likely than that of a collateral bloodbath. The prospect filled him with a sensation close to nausea. How have we come to this? How has this madness taken hold? Putting aside such thoughts, Shiban leapt from cover. "To me, brothers!" he roared, beckoning them back into the fray. His brotherhood surged into the open again, keeping low and sprinting towards the enemy. The fighting was just as tight and claustrophobic and horrifying as it had been before. Space Marine crunched into Space Marine, full-blooded and committed. Gemulan's Terminator retinue crashed through balustrade railings to get at their counterparts, already laying down a blistering curtain of combi-bolter shells. Ornate pillars and buttresses took damage, quickly becoming pocked and cratered. The mortal crew, unable to do anything in the face of such unleashed fury, cowered behind what defences they could find. All but one. A grey-haired woman. Her army general's uniform, rumpled and torn, ran straight towards Shiban as he charged the servitor pits, waving her arms frantically. Shiban's first reaction was to shove her aside and get to the enemy. Jochi and the others streaked ahead of him, leaping over stairways and around obstacles to charge at Torgan's warriors. Something in her eyes stopped him. She was desperate, not to survive, but to get his attention. Her face was familiar. He had seen her before somewhere. "Stop!" she shouted, bawling her lungs out over the roar of battle. "The Kargan! I have a locus!" Shiban scraped to a halt. She looked incredibly frail, out in the open with no blast armor, not even a lasgun, and he towered over her.
"The teleport platform," she panted. "Get me to it."
The chamber was 200 meters away across an open stretch of marble flooring, crisscrossed with bolter trails. Already the columns were taking hits, caught in the concentration of fire between the rival factions. She would never make it. Even he might struggle.
"Who are you?"
he demanded, moving around to shelter her with his armored form.
"Damn you!"
she screamed, looking like she might punch him.
"Who do you think opened the docking bay doors? I've got a lock. You understand? Get me there or watch your legion destroy itself."
Shaban glanced again at the teleportation platform, looked back at her pleading expression, and made up his mind.
"Don't struggle,"
he said, scooping her up under his left arm. She weighed hardly anything.
"Just hang on."
Then he took off, head low, sprinting as fast as he could. The first shell hit him only a few meters out, colliding with his right pauldron and nearly knocking him onto his chest. He staggered away from the impact and kept going. He made it halfway across the chamber before being struck on the leg, a direct hit. The ceramite of his knee guard shattered, driving shrapnel through the armoured layers beneath. He fell, crashing to his knees, arching his body to protect the mortal who still clung on. If she screamed, he did not hear her. The thunder of battle roared all around him, growing in volume as the two sides locked in earnest. He got to his feet again, ignoring the blaze of agony in his leg. He dragged himself towards the chamber, still keeping the woman sheltered. More hits came in, a bolt round to the back that exploded against his armor's power pack, and another hit to the same leg that made his vision go black with pain. A plasma bolt smashed into his damaged pauldron, glancing from the curve but showering the wound with molten metal. He kept going, gritting his teeth against the agony. As the platform's columns rose above him, he pushed the mortal clear before his falling body could crush her. She crawled free, darting into the relative safety of the chamber's inner mechanisms. Shaban looked up, bleeding heavily, and saw her reach a control point. As more bolts exploded against the circlet of columns, she frantically punched in a series of codes, and the apparatus began to hum with building power. A second later, and the space between them exploded with light. A hard bang shot out, radiating across the entire bridge like a series of crack grenades going off. Electric spears forked out, lashing and snapping at the columns before shuddering out again. Shaban watched the woman recoil from the roiling sunburst, shading her eyes with her hands. For a moment, he could not see anything within the seething mass of energy. Then figures clarified within it. White scars in Terminator plate, and a space marine in red armor on his knees from exhaustion. Before them stood a greater silhouette, massive in ornate armor, his cloak shredded to ribbons, his face an armored mask of burns and heavy cuts. He strode out from the failing storm of light and cast a baleful gaze across the bridge. The hall was still in torment, with brothers at each other's throats, lost in a maddened world of battle cries and muzzle flares. Shaban coughed up blood, unable to move. The Khan walked clear of the teleportation platform, twisting his helm off as he came. He gazed out across the bridge, his severe face twisted in horror. For a moment he did nothing but watch the carnage, shock etched on his features. Shaban's mind raced back to Chondax, to the last time he had been so close to the Primarch. Back then he might have been content to die to achieve such an honor, for that had been inglorious battle against the Xenos. This, though, was different, for so much still remained in the balance, and there was precious little glory in what any of them had done. He tried to rise, but the pain rushed back in, blinding him, filling his head with a throbbing swell of agony. He tried to drag himself closer, to speak, but could not. He felt his organs giving out, followed by a cold wave of numbness across his chest. His helm clanged to the deck, and all went dark. The Khan strode down from the platform, his Keshig following him closely. Ahead of him, the command hall remained swamped in combat. Many of those close enough to the teleportation flare to hear it over the clamour of the fighting broke off in sudden confusion, but others remained committed, locked in the storm of bolt shells that crisscrossed the entire space. For a terrible moment, the Khan witnessed the warriors of his legion at each other's throats. Mortarian's words rang in his head, as mocking as that final salute.
Half your legion are already declared for Horus.
He scanned over to the command throne. The fighting was heaviest there. With a lurch of recognition, he saw Hasik occupying the dais, fighting hard to repel a surge from Gemulan's warriors.
Quinjar, with me,
he snarled, striding out. The Khan's battered body carried him into the heart of the storm. His dhow felt heavy in his grasp, still slick with Mortarian's blood. The Keshig came with him, forming a protective cordon around their Primarch. As he swept through the heart of it, some of the fighting broke down. Warriors looked up from their jewels, seeing the ravaged armour of their Primarch again, as he strode up to the throne, as if realizing only then the depths to which they had sunk in his absence. The echoing cacophony of bolter fire abated. Hasik was waiting for him. The bridge fell silent. Warriors remained in position, their weapons still poised. Every eye was fixed upon the command dais.
Noyan Khan,
said the Khan coldly, climbing the steps and looking down at Hasik.
What madness is unleashed here?
Hasik kept his blade in hand. His expression was inscrutable behind the lenses of his Terminator helm.
It was for all of us,
Hasik said. But even behind the rasp of the Vox grill, his voice betrayed his uncertainty.
For the Legion.
You knew I would come back, said the Khan. Or did you also plan to keep me away until the fleet was secure in your hands? Was that your hope?
Hasik's weapon hand twitched.
I wish to see you and the War Master united once more. That was my only hope. The whispers of the faithless could not be allowed to prevail.
Faithless?
The Khan swept his gaze back across the bridge.
You cause this, and call others faithless?
Hasik bristled.
It can still be achieved, he cried. We made mistakes, but nonetheless we see the truth. He has called. We must follow. That has always been the way.
You have been lied to.
But, Lord, you gave no command.
You were told to wait.
Do not end this now,
urged Hasik, taking a step closer.
Give me time. Let me explain.
There is no more time.
Lord, I beg—
Enough!
Roared the Khan, raising his blade. Perhaps unconsciously, perhaps without meaning to, or perhaps through some misguided belief that his cause lent him the power to do so, Hasik lifted his own in response. The Khan pounced, sweeping his dhow hard and locking edges with Hasik's tulwar. With a twist, he wrenched the sword from the Noyan Khan's gauntlet, then switched back and plunged the dhow's point deep into Hasik's midriff. The strike was aimed with perfect precision, lancing through the Terminator plate with a hard crack of disruptor discharge. Hasik went rigid, impaled just below his hearts, unable to respond as searing energies rippled across his body and locked him in paralysis. Slowly, grindingly, the Khan hefted Hasik off the ground one-handed, pulling him upwards until their faces were level. His blade kept Hasik in position, bearing his full weight and preventing him from responding. With every ounce of his post-human strength, the Khan reached for Hasik's helm with his free hand and wrenched it from his head, casting it to the ground in contempt. For a moment they stared into one another's eyes, one face white with shock, the other rigid with anger.
You say you see the truth, snarled the Khan.
You know nothing of the truth.
If you had done as I had commanded, I would be telling you of it now. Instead, I will only tell you this. The Legion is the Ordu of Jagatai,
and none bear their blades in it save by my word. Thus it has been since we first fought together on the Altak, and no power of the universe, be it Horus or the Emperor or the gods themselves, will ever change that."
Hassic's eyes stared wildly, and blood foamed up at the corner of his mouth. His empty gauntlets flexed impotently.
"You were given freedom that no other lord would countenance," said the Khan, his voice heavy with bitterness. "Thus do you repay me, and thus do I strike you down."
The Khan flung Hassic's body aside. It flew free of the blade and crashed into the throne, cracking it lengthways, before rolling down the steps of the dais. Quinjar strode over to him, his own weapons drawn, but Hassic did not get up. The Khan turned away. Rage still pulsed through his veins, laced with the heavy grief of betrayal. For an instant, his mind was filled with visions of lashing out further, of bringing punishment down on the entirety of his errant gene progeny, like some vengeful god of the forgotten past. In the end, though, his eyes were drawn up to the observation arch, out through the enormous real-view portals towards Prospero's orbital space. Far out into the void, silent bursts of light flashed out. Mortarion had spoken the truth about that, at least. Ships had engaged, lances were being fired, shields were buckling. There was no time left. He drew in a long breath.
"A reckoning will come,"
the Khan cried, addressing the hundreds who waited for guidance.
"But for now, battle calls. Vox the rest of the fleet. We engage the Death Guard. Guangcha formation. Full burn."
He swept his dark gaze back across his warriors, and the weight of his disappointment in them was crushing.
"The enemy is known. We hunt again."
The sickle moon powered in close, shields buckling, lances overheating, engines thundering. The Death Guard battleship yawed away above it, burning from the strafing run and hurling back heavy lasfire in return. Somewhere close by, the Hesiod was careening into the heart of the enemy formation, weapons blazing and void shields on fire. They had both shot into the 14th Legion flotilla at full tilt, knowing that only speed could keep them alive for long. The enemy, advancing slowly to engage a divided and leaderless fleet, had initially been unprepared for the savagery of it. However, their shock had not taken long to wear off.
"Hard about!"
thundered Lushan, working hard to keep the worst of the incoming fire from tearing them into void debris.
"Watch that gunship wing! Retarget the lateral arrays!"
Yasugai stood silently as the deck tilted. Void war was an uncomfortable experience for him. There was nothing he could do to control the process. Lushan was a formidable commander, though, and that put his mind at some ease. He had already kept the ship together during a ferocious counter-barrage, and was now driving it hard towards the Death Guard vessel's dorsal hull plating.
"Power to the lances!"
Lushan ordered, gripping the arms of his command throne tightly. Even as the words left his mouth, a vicious spike of lasfire impacted across the sickle moon's starboard flank, sending the stressed void shields wild with splash-pattern distortion. The whole ship kicked, as though the engines had briefly coughed out, before it slewed down towards the engagement sphere's nadir. The bridge lumens briefly flickered out, followed by an echoing grind from many decks down. Lushan looked up at Yasugai and smiled wryly.
"This might be our last pass, Zadjin Aga."
Yasugai nodded.
"Then make it count, brother."
The sickle moon righted, and the thrusters powered it back into position. Ahead of them, just a few hundred kilometers distant, reared the immense outline of the Death Guard battleship, Lord of Hyrus. It was more than 5 times the size of the White Scar ship, and built for protracted assault. Its void shields had been strafed badly on the first attack run, but the damage had not been enough to knock them out. Lushan drove the sickle moon right at it, and Yasugai felt the deck shudder as the engines roared again.
"Lances!"
Lushan ordered.
"Now!"
The armory answered, and ice-white beams of energy shot out at the Lord of Hyrus. They hit hard amidships, cracking the void shields around them and carving into the hull. The White Scar's crew cheered, watching the damage spread rapidly. Explosions blossomed out across the battleship, ripping up hull plating and exposing the deck lattice beneath.
"Hard about!" ordered Lushan. "They will respond with—"
The Sickle Moon was hit by a blinding volley of countermeasures almost instantly. Torpedoes scythed through the clouds of venting plasma, catching the ship as it angled tightly away from the Death Guard vessel. Lasfire followed, well-aimed and dense. Yasugai glanced at the scopes. The rearmost of the bigger warships was coming around for the kill, its weapons powering. The Hesiod was in bigger trouble. It had recklessly charged straight into the maw of the monstrous flagship, the Endurance. Henricos had caused havoc, but had taken a horrific amount of return fire. He would be lucky to last more than a few more minutes.
"Can we cover the Hesiod?" asked Yasugai calmly.
Lushan laughed.
"We will do well to survive our own attack run."
The Sickle Moon was still travelling fast, burning at 3/4 full thrust. Heavier lasfire followed it like crows mobbing a raptor. Another torpedo hit somewhere to aft, sending fresh judders radiating through the structure. They hurtled away from the Lord of Hyrus, sweeping clear of its hard-edged turrets before powering into the void beyond. Just as Yasugai thought that Lushan had somehow angled them clear of danger, another battleship loomed down over them from hard to port zenith, its weapons already throbbing hot, its void shields evidently intact. Yasugai saw the stylized skull on the prow, and knew they could never hope to hurt it. Not quickly enough.
"Pull away!"
roared Lushan. Yasugai clutched his staff a little tighter. No doubt the enemy gunners had already targeted them.
"No,"
he said calmly.
"Maintain position." "That will carry us into their teeth," warned Lushan.
Yasugai nodded.
"We were never going to come out of this, brother."
Lushan drew in a breath, then bowed.
"Belay move! Master Gunner, give me everything we have left."
He smiled at Yasugai grimly.
"We can at least dent their pride."
The Sickle Moon aborted its hard turn and fed more power to the engines. The vast shadow of the Death Guard vessel filled the forward scopes, bristling with banks of swollen weaponry. 2 massive lances jutted from under the bladed prow, each one decorated with screaming death's heads. Their muzzles glowed as the immense power lines lit up. The Sickle Moon fired first. A spread of las beams and a final torpedo volley screamed out into the void. The aim was good. The enemy took a flurry of hits, exploding out across the prow in an inferno of fiery light. When the flames guttered out, they revealed a blackened and distorted mess of metal. Sparks spiraled out into the void from the twisted remains of bulkheads and sensor shrouds.
"Did we eliminate the lances?"
asked Yasugai, daring to hope. Lushan shook his head, still smiling.
"Too much to wish for, I fear."
The Sickle Moon was still on an intercept course, and too committed to pull out of range in time. Lushan ordered it into a steep dive, but even Yasugai could see that it would take effect too late. The lances on the Death Guard vessel surged with pre-firing light. The weapons seemed oddly beautiful in the endless night, like Quo hanging lanterns glowing under a sunset. Yasugai stood tall, determined to face it with his eyes open.
"Let it be that we did some good," he thought as the lances fired. "Let it be that the example was enough."
The Death Guard ship loosed its payload, and the anterior view screens went dark. Static crackled across the picked feeds. Yasugai tensed for the roar and rush of the vacuum, for the bridge to spin apart around him. The destruction never arrived. With a sudden lurch of recognition, he realized what had made the scopes go black. A ship. An immense, proud, vast, and powerful ship had interposed itself between them, casting a shadow across the sickle moon's scopes and blotting out the light of Prospero's sun. Swordstorm. He'd forgotten just how majestic the flagship was. It had been a maneuver of phenomenal ship mastery to bring such a monster between the Death Guard and its prey. Now it coursed smoothly above them, row upon row of cannons nestled along dagger-length flanks. Its thrusters swelled red into the void, burning like a cluster of angry stars.
"The Kargan!"
cried Lushan, rising up from the throne. Just as he spoke, the Swordstorm opened up with a full broadside. The void disappeared in a raging storm of light, flaring like dawn over the Altak. The 14th Legion vessel was caught up in it, subsumed and deluged in a curtain of fire. Explosions blazed along its hull, feeding on one another, racing out from the impact centers and blistering the adamantium plating. Yasugai stared up at the locator scopes. More ships were coming in, pulling out of their lethargy and burning towards the Death Guard flotilla. He could see the signature of the Lance of Heaven at the forefront. Even the laggards, the ones that had seemed lifeless and drifting, were coming about. More beams of energy lanced through the void, lighting up the well of space with new fire. He bowed his head, allowing himself for just an instant to feel relief.
Zadin Aga.
The voice that came over the comm somehow did not degrade like the others. It had been 6 years since last he heard it. It retained its old richness, though spiked with something else. Disillusionment, perhaps. Yasugai turned to the hololith forming over the column at his shoulder. The Khan's face materialized into a flickering shroud.
"Was that a feint, then?"
Yasugai asked, trying not to let his delight at the image break out too evidently.
The fleet? No, sadly not. We suffered division in your absence. What kept you?
Yasugai smiled.
"The universe," he said.
Lushan pulled the Sickle Moon clear of the worst of the fighting. The crews struggled to keep the shields in any kind of shape, and the weapons array was in ruins, but it would survive. More White Scars vessels surged past them, racing into combat and covering their withdrawal.
That Sons of Horus vessel, said the Khan. An ally? It will be destroyed if it keeps fighting.
"Do your best to protect it, please," said Yasugai. "It contains an Iron Hand who deserves to live, much as that will irritate him, and salamanders, all of whom will fight again."
As they spoke, the Death Guard formation began to fall back. Outnumbered and outpaced, the escorts started to fall into a defensive cordon, preparing the way for the larger vessels to break for their jump points. The White Scars went after them, harrying, strafing, hurling all their pent-up fury in a maelstrom of lance energy. The Khan's image distorted briefly as the Swordstorm issued another truly ferocious broadside.
"You have been missed, Weathermaker," he said, then flickered out.
Yasugai bowed again, watching the sphere of combat fall away as the Sickle Moon pulled further back. The Swordstorm ploughed onwards, wreathed in the fire of its own weapons, hurled like a spear into the heart of the fighting. And then, at last, the pride of the Legion came after it, streaking across the void like raptors over an open sky. Chapter 23. The second battle of Prospero did not match the horror of the first, for the Death Guard had come to oversee the incorporation of an ally, not embark upon a protracted void conflict. The two fleets grappled together as they pulled away from Prospero, locked in a web of broadsides and attack runs. Under Mortarian's leadership, the smaller 14th Legion forces rallied enough to withdraw from the system intact, but they could match neither the speed nor the firepower of the renewed White Scars. The battle moved steadily out of the system, until Mortarian finally gave the order to disengage and make for the jump points. Leaving a trail of fire and plasma in their wake, the Death Guard entered the warp, abandoning local space to the control of the Khan. With the enemy driven from Prospero, the 5th Legion halted pursuit. The fleet mustered once more, holding position in loose formation, just as it had done at Chondax. Some ships still ran with dissension, and the process of restoring order was neither quick nor without violence. The Khan visited every battleship in person, stamping out the last traces of rebellion where he found them. Blood had been shed on many vessels, and some had been commandeered entirely by lodge members, still hoping to sway the Legion to the cause. Some took their own lives, rather than endure the shame of surrender, though most recognized the authority of the Khagan and offered up their blades in contrition. A few smaller vessels never made it to the muster, either destroyed by the Death Guard during the engagement, or disappearing quietly, presumed unwilling to accept the rejection of their planned accord with the War Master. The seeds planted by the lodges were set deep, and not all of their growths were capable of being uprooted. The wounded Hasik Noyan Khan remained on the Swordstorm throughout the engagement. Only when Mortarion had been banished did Quinjar come for him, removing his weapons and armour and escorting him to the confinement chambers. Hasik did not resist. His face gave away the soul of a man destroyed. Others went with him into confinement, among them Goghal, Hibu, and Torgan Khan. There they awaited judgment, guarded by the Khagan's own retinue. No precedent existed in the 5th Legion for their actions, though under the old law of the Altak, the crime of treachery had only one punishment. The Hesiod remained with the fleet. Henrikos had nearly driven it to destruction, but its final collapse had been prevented by the Chinzar, which had shielded it just as the final torpedo volleys came in. The Khan honoured the Iron Hands legionary, as well as the others of the Shattered Legions, and they were offered the chance to fight alongside the White Scars, as part of whatever brotherhood they chose. Henrikos considered the offer, but made no commitment. When the Hesiod was restored, he said, he would make up his mind. Most observers predicted that he would choose to take the fight to the enemy himself. He claimed to have seen evidence of Sons of Horus splinter fleet movements, and itched to run them down. Arvida, too, remained with the Legion, and was given quarters on board the Swordstorm. His health had been ravaged by the long sojourn on a dying world, and it took days for him to recover enough to speak of what he had seen. Yasugai and he spent many hours together after that, though what they discussed was not revealed to any but the Khan. It was known that Yasugai asked after the fate of Arzek Ahriman, whom he had hoped to see again, but Arvida could give him no guidance. The Stormseer was forced to conclude that Ahriman had either been killed by the wolves or had escaped along with his master. In either case, it seemed most likely that they would never meet again, something that grieved Yasugai more than all of what had taken place since Ullanor. Of the many links that had once existed between the White Scars and 1,000 Suns, only Arvida remained. As for the Khan himself, once the violence of restoration had ebbed, he retreated to his chambers on the flagship and took counsel on the Legion's next move. Only Quinjar and Yasugai stayed with him during that time, though it was known that a Kurultai, a summit of the Khans, would be convened to purge any remaining bad blood. It became quickly evident that the Lodge faction had not truly understood what they had been working towards, for the Horus they venerated no longer existed. The knowledge gleaned from Magnus needed to be propagated swiftly, ending the long period of uncertainty that had blighted the Legion. Such was the way of the old plains. Grievances would be heard, penance would be meted, bonds restored. No chronomark was set for the gathering, but all the Khans knew it would be soon. Now that the shape of the treachery was known, it would not be long before the Brotherhoods were ordered to war, unified once more and thirsting for vengeance. Until then, There was nothing to do but prepare, restore, and hope that the wounds would heal. Shaban woke in the Apothecarian. His body blazed with pain. Gingerly he lifted his head. Tubes ran from his torso, gurgling with fluids. Blood-cycling machinery hummed in clusters around him. He saw vital sign readouts scrolling across a dark screen, and noted how weak they were. He felt nauseous. His head was hammering, throbbing, as if filled with too much blood.
"You're awake, then?"
came a voice at his side. Shaban turned his head to see the woman he had saved. She looked much as she had done on the bridge, a slight frame clad in an old army uniform. Her grey hair was tied back, her lined face scrubbed clean of the grime that had streaked it before. He tried to bow, and failed. Spikes of pain ran up his neck.
"I do not know your name," he croaked.
The woman bowed.
"Ilya Rivalion, Counselor to the Great Khan, Organizer, Observer, Hanger-on."
Shaban swallowed dryly. He could feel nutrients entering his body from the tubes. It was an uncomfortable sensation.
"In another legion," said Ilya, "if things had gone worse, they tell me you might have been placed in a dreadnought. But of course this legion does not hold with them, so you are lucky to be so tough."
Shaban grimaced. He did not feel lucky. Ilya moved around the bed so that he could face her without having to angle his head awkwardly.
"Why did you help me?" she asked.
"I saw you before, on Shondax."
"You have a memory for faces."
"You stood out."
"As a woman?"
"As a Terran."
Ilya nodded.
"We are getting rarer. The process will quicken now, I suppose."
Shaban drew in a sharp breath. The pain was getting worse. If he could have lifted his head, he might have been able to see what had been done to the rest of his body.
"What happened?" he asked. "Afterwards?"
"The Legion is restored," said Ilya. "You fought as well as I have ever seen. Things will be simpler from now on. Allegiances have been cemented."
Shaban's brow creased. It was hard to remember anything with precision.
"It was like a madness."
"They tell me Prospero made it worse. The warp runs through the whole place, and we were reckless to remain there for so long. Then again, that is the mark of this Legion, is it not? I do not think you will change."
"What of Torgun?"
Ilya looked blank.
"The Brotherhood of the Moon. We fought."
"In confinement, then. Judgment will come when the Khan makes his determination."
Shaban felt a mix of emotions. Torgun was too fine a warrior to wish death upon, though the crime had been severe, and many of his own battle brothers had fallen. Shaban dreaded recovering sufficiently to read the death tally. He wondered if the list would carry Jochi's name, or Sangjai's, or Chel's.
"You let us onto the Swordstorm," he said, "so I could ask you the same question. Why did you help me?"
Ilya shook her head, as if she didn't quite know herself.
"All those around me were behaving like madmen. They wouldn't tell me anything, and the Khan was not there. I don't like deception. Keeping secrets is what got us into this mess."
She looked directly at him then, almost defiantly.
"It was a feeling, nothing more."
Shaban did his best to nod. It was as good an explanation as he had for helping her.
"What next, then?" he asked.
"We don't know. Not yet."
Then she smiled. She had an honest, sensible face, one that Shaban liked.
"But we will not be waiting long. The uncertainty has gone from him now. He is anxious to move, to put all this behind us and join the war."
Shaban let his head fall back onto the metal of the Apothecarian cot. He had never been unhappy to hear of a new campaign. Since Femus, it had been the only thing he had wished for. Now, though, it was all different. They would be fighting old allies, brothers they had once marched out into the stars with as the vanguard of an assertive, united species.
"I thought you'd be happy to hear that," Ilya said.
Shaban closed his eyes.
Happy, he said dryly. Not quite. This is not the war I was bred to fight.
He could feel consciousness slipping away again, dragged by the powerful sedatives coursing around his system. He flexed his fingers, unused to feeling them out of their gauntlets. "You will remember joy, Shaban," said Ilya. "That is the difference between you and them. The scars and the others. You laugh when taking up your blades."
"We did,"
murmured Shaban, drifting into drugged sleep, thinking of Torgun, thinking of Hasek, and wondering what fate awaited them all.
"Once, we really did."
The Khan and Yasugai stood alone on the Swordstorm, locked away in the Primarch's personal chambers. The field of stars showed in the main viewer, glittering and infinite. Neither of them wore armor. Yasugai was in his Stormseer's ceremonial robes, the Khan in the old garb of a Khitan hunter, furs, long boots, dun-red cloak. The Primarch's wounds had taken a long time to heal by his standards. Mortarian's scythe, it was postulated, had been envenomed with some kind of toxin, hampering the restorative process. For the first time in his life, Jagatai bore scars not of his own making.
"We were richly deceived," the Khan said slowly.
The words dragged from his proud lips unwillingly.
"Not only us," said Yasugai calmly.
"We were the last to find out."
"There is no shame in that."
Yasugai looked down at his hands. The skin was blistered from the fires he had unleashed upon Ledak. That had been a shameful lapse, though cathartic.
"Magnus knew more than any of us, and for longer. That did not stop him making poor choices. Perhaps we were preserved."
The Khan smiled wryly.
"Preserved by ignorance?"
"Those who know the truth are not equal to those who love the truth."
The Khan raised an eyebrow.
"One of your Quo sages?"
"Terran, as it happens."
"Ah."
They stood in silence for a while. Behind them the fire crackled in the grate.
"So, what now, Lord?"
asked Yasugai. The Khan's nostrils flared a little. He continued staring out at the star field. His gaze had always been hard. Now it seemed harder.
"The Legion is intact. We are clear to hunt again."
"And those who declared for Horus?"
"They did not know what they were doing. We all loved Horus."
The Khan turned to Yasugai.
"I loved Horus. The Horus who was. None of them knew what you had discovered, and if they had, then they would have recoiled, just as you did."
The Khan looked pensive.
"I gave them freedom, and they used it. Who should be punished for that?"
"Discipline must be maintained."
The Khan nodded.
"It will be. Hasek knows his fate. Others too. The Khans, the ones who should have exercised restraint."
Yasugai thought for a moment.
"And now I am reminded of a legend. An old one, from the Talskar heartland."
The Khan smiled tolerantly.
"Oh?"
"A Khan marches on the territory of his enemy," said Yasugai. "He takes his 3 brothers with him, all of whom are trusted men. On the eve of combat, he finds the brothers have been exchanging messages with the enemy, hopeful of reaching accommodation rather than fighting. The Khan is furious, and summons them to his ger. He hears their confessions, but his rage does not abate. The brothers tell him they were deceived, and repent of their actions. Each of them, however, knows the law of the Altak, and prepares for death. The Khan consults his Zadyan Aga, as is customary. 5 counsel death by beheading, but the 6th, the last, demurs. The Khan demands to know why they should be spared. The Weathermaker replies thus: Khan, our enemies are cunning. If they succeed with their lies, we are divided. If they fail, they know these men will be executed. In either case, your horde is weakened, and they stand to prevail in battle. The Khan listens to this counsel, and sees the wisdom of it. He asks what he should do. The Weathermaker replies thus: Across the Altak there is no greater prize than honor, no heavier bond than shame. These men are shamed, and will perform any deed to expunge it. Send them ahead of your army. The enemy will see them coming and think them friends, but instead they will fight until death takes them, knowing only this way to recover their honor. When your army follows them, they will find an enemy weakened, just as they hoped to weaken you. Do this, and the victory will be yours.
The Khan nodded, amused. Did he win? Yasugai looked back out, non-committally, at the view-screen.
I find legends are generally written by the victors.
The Khan clasped his hands behind his back. Warbands, he said thoughtfully. Infiltrators. You took this tactic from the Iron Hand?
Henricus has become a master of such warfare. Our brothers could learn much, fighting with him.
Then I will think on it. Perhaps some will serve in this way.
It would be a penance. It would cleanse their souls.
Theirs are not the only souls that need cleansing. Yasugai paused before speaking again, looking preoccupied. The Khan waited for him.
I had dreams,
Yasugai said haltingly. Dreams of what?
I saw you fighting, a spectre of the underworld, on a world of ruins.
You saw Mortarion? Yasugai looked uneasy.
I do not know. In my dreams, you were slain.
The Khan smiled. Then it seems you did not have a true vision.
Perhaps, said Yasugai. Or maybe it was of something else. Something yet to come.
Do you still have these dreams?
Not since we arrived at Prospero.
Then your answer is there.
I have not slept since we arrived at Prospero.
The Khan sighed. My friend, not everything is fated, he said. Though as the words left his lips, he remembered what Magnus had told him. All is known.
Not everything, admitted Yasugai. But you were always bound up with the warp. All your brothers were. There is a pattern emerging. You have made an enemy of Mortarion, and he will not forget it.
The Khan grinned rakishly. Others, too. Russ must still be foaming at the mouth. Dawn as well. We are out on our own, distrusted by all, just as always. I find I cannot be truly upset about this. Yasugai looked at him.
So what is next?
For now, the Legion is wounded. Tribunals will be held at the Kurultai. Pride will be punished, loyalty rewarded. When we next hunt, we will be united again. That is the first step.
And after that?
The Khan remained staring at the stars. His scarred face felt tighter than it had done. Primarchs did not age, not like mortals, but neither were they wholly free of the wearing powers of time. Horus must be stopped, he said quietly. If it ends us all, he must be stopped. We will take the fight to the void, playing to our strengths.
That will not be enough.
It will slow him.
Then where will it end?
The Khan did not reply.
Henricus asked me a question before we set course for Prospero, said Yasugai. He asked me whether I trusted that you would make the same decision we did.
What did you tell him?
That I had faith you would.
Did you mean that?
I had no idea what you would do. There were some nights I feared you might have remembered the old loyalties. Let us be honest, you have never seen eye to eye with your father, nor those around him.
The Khan nodded. I won't pretend otherwise. If you had asked me on Chondax what I wanted to believe, it was that Horus had been wronged. I almost gave the order for Alaxis. Had the Alpha Legion not intervened, I might have done it.
But it was not them that held you back.
No, not them.
The Khan remembered how it had been then, with contradictory missives spilling from the lips of the star speakers every hour. He remembered the anguish of his indecision, hidden from all but Quinjar.
What then?
The Khan looked at him.
Because it was what I wished for. Because I wanted it to be true. It was the easier course, the one my heart slept at.
He smiled grimly.
And, if we learned anything from our homeworld, it is to distrust the path of ease. Comfort leads to decadence. Every worthy thing is difficult.
Yasugai pondered that.
You sound like a Zadian Aga.
The Khan laughed. It was a clear sound, harder perhaps than before, but free of doubt.
I am no such thing, he said,
turning back to the stars. The void gazed back at him, as if beckoning him into its war-torn embrace.
I am the Warhawk, the Berkut, the Wide Ranger. I am the spirit of wildfire, the uncatchable, the master of the ice-blue heavens. I have travelled further than any of my brothers, and none of them know my mind.
He felt a stirring of savagery as he spoke, the kindling of an old joy, one that Chondax had ravaged but not quite extinguished.
What they say of hawks is also true, he said, his eyes glinting. You have said it yourself many times. We never forget the shape of the hunt. In the end, we always come back to the hand that loosed us.
It was just as Magnus had told him.
But you still have a choice, brother.
So, when the hour comes, he said, whatever the fates demand, the White Scars will be on Terra.
The end. This work is copyrighted 2014 by Games Workshop Limited.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.